if you really wanted me to. It's Christmas in April for Tom Downey and all of the NFL draft analysts out there, myself and all of you as well, because the NFL draft is here. Welcome into Chat Sports, live on YouTube, live on Rumble. I'm Harrison Graham. That's Tom Downey. Tom, I just mentioned it. It's Christmas for folks like you. You've been studying these prospects for months. It's finally here, my friend. 2 hours from now, the draft will be open.
And my wife's Christmas is in about 3 days once I'm able to pay attention again. So it's all great.
So was my wife's, because we're in the same boat on that front. But it's here. We're glad you all are with us. Hey, share this video link with a friend. Let's get as many people in here as possible. So what we're going to kind of do, get you caught up on the latest buzz, news, and rumors, because the draft doesn't open for a couple more hours, 8 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock Central time. So we'll get the audience pumping here. Like if you're used to our normal NFL daily shows, we'll get you guys going in the comments. So light up the chat for us. Who's going to go number 1 overall, Tom? Trayvon Walker, the edge out of Georgia, the heavy betting favorite at this point. But we can't say with 100% certainty who it's going to be yet.
Yeah, credit to, I think to some extent, the Jags being able to keep this in under wraps to an extent, not letting everyone know who the pick was really going to be. I think it's going to be Trayvon Walker. I will say that I put money on Aiden Hutchinson maybe 2 months ago coming out of the Combine, because Hutchinson's camp, as I understand it, really thought he was going to be the number 1 overall pick. Somewhere along the line, that began to change. It kind of sounds like, of the 3 guys on this list, here's how the organization breakdown went. Head coach Doug Peterson wants Ike Mekwonu, but given the fact that the team spent a second-round pick on Walker Little, as a second-round pick on Jawan Taylor, just paid Cam Robinson, paid Brandon Scherf, there's not really a spot for him to start immediately. Trayvon Walker is the favorite of GM Trent Baalke under the guise of he wants his next Aldon Smith, okay? And then ownership likes Aiden Hutchinson. So there is, I suppose, a chance that, owner Shad Khan comes out and throws on the table and says, no, we're taking Aiden Hutchinson. But the general thought is that Walker will end up being the number 1 pick. We don't know that for certain, even with like 2 hours to go.
Well, let's see what the folks are saying. And this is the pinned live poll in the chat, by the way. About 46% saying Trayvon Walker. Mariners fan says Walker. So does Juan. So does Duke. Laughing says other. I don't know who other would be unless, it's Evan Neal someone like that. It's not going to be Kayvon Thibodeau.
Kenny Pickett?
Jeremy Chugg's in the chat saying other Kenny Pickett. Ike Mekwonu from Big Play Slay. Neil from Pull Up. I personally think they should go Hutchinson just because I think it's the safe pick. I think his floor is like a 8-sack-a-year player. His ceiling may not be that as of a Trayvon Walker, but the Jags need to hit on some picks. I'll just say that. We'll keep it moving here. Shout out your favorite team in the comment section, and we'll revisit this one quite a bit, and we'll show you guys our Super Chat menu as well, and if you want us to talk about your favorite team, there is an opportunity to do so, but we want to get a feel from you guys in the chat. We already got 600 people live here on YouTube. Let me pull up the Rumble stream as well. Tom,
I got
if you've got it
pulled
up. Sure. We'll get some shout-outs there if anyone is in there.
Rumble, guys. I see a bunch of people watching, but no one's commented yet. Yeah. That makes me sad.
Yeah, so comment on Rumble as well. Rumble.com, by the way, /NFL Daily. Rumble.com/NFL Daily. Okay, let's get some shout-outs here. Yeah. We got a Raiders fan from Lou. John is a Steelers fan. L2, one of my Bears Now watchers. What's going on? Shelly's a Pats fan. Juan Hernandez is a Raiders fan. We got our first Super Chat of the night from Steve. Appreciate that. Goat is a Raiders fan. L2 is a Bears fan. Gabe says LFG, let's go. Tyrene is a Seahawks fan. A little bit of everyone, Tom. Go Mavs in the chat. Game 6 tonight.
Wait, failure.
Failure by the NBA.
No one's going to watch it.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. All right, here's our first Super Chat. And then I do want to show the Super Chat menu because Stevie might be the exception, not the rule. We'll explain here in a moment. Mm-hmm. I'm hesitant to buy into Green plus Johnson after the Warmack and Cooper year. How is everyone so wrong about these generational 10-year starter guards?
Well, I mean, for both, I think Warmack was 10 and Cooper was 8, I think, in that sense. I don't think either of those guys this year, Kenyon Green or Zion Johnson, go in that top 10 range. Injuries, though, were a pretty significant factor in that side of it, especially for Jonathan Cooper. When he suffered that lower leg injury or lower body injury, he was never really the same guy. The reality is that the NFL draft as well is a crapshoot. Yep. We don't know for certain. So I remember way back when Aaron Curry, the Seahawks linebacker, safest player ever, and he was terrible. Mm-hmm. So that's my mindset.
You never know. I will say this. Here's our Super Chat menu. Stevie, you got in since you kicked things off. For now, though, got to send in $10 to guarantee screen time. You might get in for less than $10, but if we get a lot of them flowing in and you're sending in $2, $3, can't promise you. We will shout you out, but we can't promise to show your Super Chat on screen unless it's at least $10. For $20, Tom, we'll talk about your favorite team. So, hey, you send in $20, say, hey, who are the Bears going to draft? We'll talk about that. $30, advertise yourself if you got a Twitter handle, Instagram, a YouTube channel, maybe a business of your own, whatever it is. We will shout it out and get that on screen. And then for $100, you guys can actually pick a host to drink. If you pick me, I have to do a beer bong. If you pick Tom, he's got to chug some Jack.
Yeah,
you ready? You ready to do that?
I'm built different.
There's also, if other hosts come in here, if Mitch or Chase are in here, there's challenges for them as well. So for $100, you can have us start drinking early, and it could be a fun night.
Make me pee, potentially.
Yeah, make Tom pee. That is the goal of the draft. Shout out your city. A few more shout-outs in the chat that we'll get to momentarily, and then we'll kind of keep our draft discussion going. I'm gonna get started.
I do want to shout out some Rumble people as well from Esberg999 Bears. The main man Dano is in there. Griffin64 is a Chargers fan, and Pat13 says bang bang Niner gain, even though it'll be a boring day for the Niners. Maybe. I would assume, unless we get some Deebo chaos here.
Yeah, exactly. Rashard Lee, one of our longtime subscribers in Dallas. We've got Jonathan in Olympia, Munich, Germany from L. We've got Juan in Vegas, Alberta, Canada here from Dutchy. It's always the fun part of the NFL draft, Tom. You get people from everywhere because it's such a global event.
It is, yeah.
Raleigh, North Carolina from the Carolinas
See
guy.
Australia in there, too.
Joseph from Minneapolis. Another Germany from Henry. Sweden from DJ. Maybe we should do shout out your country. We got Los Angeles in the chat. Another Germany from King, DCK. We got a few in there as well. Winnipeg from Shelley. So let us know where you guys are watching from. King Shadow getting in a super chat here. Cowboys trade up and draft Jordan Davis, the ultimate fatties only.
There we go.
For real, though, I think Zion Johnson or Traylon Burks will be the pick.
I think you can throw Kenyon Green in that conversation as well. I don't think anyone has a good feel for what's really going to happen tonight across the board. If you gave me like 4 guesses, probably be able to get them right at some point, but I think even for the Cowboys, those back in round 1 teams, depending on how the board falls, chance they're all picked over. I think one of those guards is there, Johnson, Green, or Burks is there, but I don't know that for certain at this point.
How about Kuiper's boy, Tyler Smith?
Yeah, well, when the ESPN people stop saying that he's going to start at right tackle, maybe we can have that conversation more in depth. I think Tyler Smith is one of their emergency fallback options if they are picked over.
Maybe that's a trade down option. You never know. First QB drafted. It's I think that's what makes this whole draft interesting, Tom, is really the whole draft is going to be a crapshoot, but that's also because we don't know how these teams feel about the quarterbacks. Like, does Carolina potentially draft Kenny Pickett or Malik Willis? If not, is it going to take a while? It might. Which QB goes first? Type KP for Pickett, MW for Willis. I think it's Willis unless Carolina picks a quarterback at 6. That's my theory.
I think that makes sense. I don't think either of these guys truly should be a first-round QB. Do you want to go to the QB prospect? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do my big board of QBs. It's a bad class, straight up.
Yeah.
This is not the level of class that I think people are accustomed to seeing at the quarterback position. I've got Willis as my QB1. I've got Kenny Pickett as QB2, Desmond Ridder at 3, and Matt Corral at number 4. The problem is when I look at like where I have these guys graded, 3 second-round grades for Willis, Pickett, and Ridder. They're all either just outside or just inside my top 50.
Sure.
Willis is 45 overall. I got Corral at number 80 overall. So quarterbacks always get driven up. So I think both these guys end up going in round 1. I wouldn't be mad if they didn't go in the first round because they do have traits that are intriguing, but there are some significant red flags for each of those guys as well. I think it's Pickett as the first QB. I still think Carolina is in the mix there. I know that the buzz the past couple weeks has been they're going to go offensive tackle. Wonder if that's to keep the interest out of the QBs because they only want one of them.
Possibly.
There's been a lot of smoke, a lot of buzz. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Nick Russo says Willis, so does average PC. Zelaya. Caden says Kenny Pickett, so does Jeremy, so does Thomas. Beef says Malik Willis. Elijah going Kenny Pickett. Pretty split. I've seen a few more Willises in here, I think, but pretty 50-50, and I think that's fair because I don't think anyone really knows for sure.
And Nighthawk 10 on Rumble says MW for Malik Willis, and also the main man Dano is watching from Brazil, and then Makani 808 is watching from Honolulu, Hawaii.
Sam Howell from Dom County. I don't think that's going to happen.
QB5.
Yeah.
He did crack my top 100.
Hey, he did. He didn't qualify as the day 3 QB gets round 1 buzz, but he did start to get round 1 buzz in the last week.
There was not one this year, thankfully.
No Bailey Zappi. David Zahn in the chat. He's one of our Raider Report legends here. Do you think the Raiders trade into either of the first 2 rounds? I'd say very low chance unless they trade Darren Waller, which it doesn't sound like that's
I don't think they will. With where they're sitting, 86, and so light on draft capital, I think maybe they move up in the 3rd round, but I'd be a bit surprised if they jumped into the top 64.
They might trade back and try to get a couple, like an extra 4th, because that's where the 3rd and 4th round is where a lot of the draft experts, and feel free to disagree, but it sounds like that's where a lot of the value is, kind of in those middle
Definitely
rounds.
not in the top 10.
Yeah, exactly. King Higgins here. Appreciate the super. What's Drake London's ceiling for draft position?
I think the absolute ceiling
Jets at 4?
is 4. Yeah.
8 maybe more realistic?
I think
Falcons?
8 probably makes a bit more sense, but the absolute ceiling I do think ends up being 4. London is a pretty unique prospect, by the way, because this is not the player that I think he's been hyped to be. Like I have a very high grade on Drake London, but I think when you ask most people about London, they're going to say, oh yeah, big-bodied outside threat. He was a slot to begin most of his career at USC. He's only played 1 year as an actual football-only athlete. He was a basketball player for USC as well.
Yep.
They used him on screens. They got him the ball in the short area of the field to get him going and involved quickly there. The contested catches come from his QB being bad, or QBs being bad from that standpoint. So I like London a lot. I think he's going top 15.
Do you like the Mike Evans comp?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I think that's a good one. He's not quite as big, but it's pretty close.
6'4.5". Good frame there as well. Here's the deal. We've been one of, if not the most draft coverage on YouTube for, 4 or 5 years now?
Yes, sir.
Tom, we're trying to do that again. The competition, there's a lot of channels out there. So help us out. If you're a loyal one, if you're liking what you're seeing, help us be number 1 here on Chat Sports. Some ways you can do that. Like the video. Keep the comments section flowing, send in super chats, yada, yada, yada. That gives us the best chance to outrank the competition. We'll be live for all 7 rounds tonight for round 1, round 2 and 3 tomorrow, rounds 4 through 7 on Saturday. We're not going to punt like a lot of those other channels do on day 3. We're going to play games like spin the roulette wheel, depending on if you guys send in super chats. We're ready to do that. We've got prizes, interaction, and guess what? It's 100% free. That's what we pride ourselves on. It's a free channel, and we keep you guys informed. All we do is ask for you guys to subscribe and like the video, and we would greatly, greatly appreciate that. So help us out. Let's be the number 1 most watched draft coverage. We've almost got 1,000 people live on YouTube already, and, of course, a few people on Rumble as well. So we appreciate it.
Make sure not missing any shout-outs. Mankey 808 is shouting out the Eagles, by the way. So there you go. They got 2 picks. Should be interesting for Philadelphia.
JM, we'll get to that super chat here in a bit. Let's talk about the number 1 pick, Tom. Jacksonville, like we said earlier, if you're just joining us, sounds like Trayvon Walker. Nothing official. He's been the betting favorite for about 3 or 4 days now. Of course, they spent heavily in free agency, Tom. Got to get Trevor Lawrence help, though. We think the coaching staff will help with Doug Peterson. Now it's about getting the right pieces around.
It's tough out there. Their moves in the offseason were profoundly aggressive. You go out and you throw suspiciously big money at Christian Kirk. Yeah, linebacker Foye Oluokun, and then you cut Myles Jack, who's now a Pittsburgh Steeler. You lose DJ Chark, but you sign Kirk and Zay Jones.
Paid Cam Robinson.
You pay Cam Robinson a surprisingly big amount of money. Now, you did lose Brandon Linder to retirement. Tyler Shatley is back. Offensive tackle, you go 3 deep with relatively premium picks. Cam Robinson, who was franchise tagged and then extended. Walker Little, Jawan Taylor, Brandon Scherf got paid. You spent recent-ish picks on Ben Barch, who I assume is going to be one of your guards. So you could take Ika Mikwanu and try to plug him in at the guard side, but all of the winds and the smoke and the buzz and everything has been linked towards Trayvon Walker at number 1 instead, Harrison.
Yeah, and if that ends up being the selection, Tom, I think, quite frankly, one of the biggest rises in draft history. Not that he wasn't going to go fairly high, but some people had him as a late round 1, second round type of guy after the college football season. Then he has one of the best combines ever, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, 2 months later, he's the number 1 pick potentially.
Yeah, I think in general, draft media was behind on Trayvon Walker, with some exceptions who were on the game for Walker from the beginning, had him top 10 pre-combine. But to number 1,
that's my point. Even top 10 to number 1
is still a pretty significant jump. This is Rashawn Gary to me. That's who this prospect is. Where I almost wonder, what if I just add like 15 pounds to him and throw him in at 3 technique and let him be disruptive from the interior there? I like Walker. He's not my number 1 edge. He's my number 3 edge. My number 1 is Hutchinson. Now, he's not TJ Watt. He's not Myles Garrett. That's not the type of player you're going to end up getting. But from a pure production standpoint, there's no doubt who's better. It's Hutchinson. And even from an athletic standpoint, it's not like Hutchinson is this slow guy. Like, he's a very good athlete. He had a great testing at the combine himself there. He is able to convert speed to power. But the production standpoint is unquestionably in favor of Hutch. Walker, if he goes just top 3, will have the fewest sacks of a pure edge rusher taken in that range, with 6 this year. That's it.
It's puzzling to me. And look, I get the athletic traits. And what's the common phrase among draft? Traits, then production. That's typically what scouts
Projection
look for.
and traits,
and I get all that. But, like, again, it's not like Aiden Hutchinson is – who's the guy from Iowa a couple years ago that had great numbers, but he just wasn't a good athlete?
Epinesa?
Yeah, it's not like he's Epinesa as an athlete. Like, this guy can play inside. He can play outside. The production was off the charts. I just, this one puzzles me. But, again, it looks like signs are pointing to Trayvon Walker. Now, the other guy –
some of the guy with sub-10 career sacks overall.
I mean, it's just –
like that's Kayvon Thibodeau's freshman year.
And I get Georgia rotated a lot, but still, it's just like –
you would still think there'd be a little bit more production there. But the traits are really, really impressive from that standpoint. And another comp that I think works from a play style and athletic standpoint, too, is Ziggy Ansah. Remember him? From the Detroit Lions, who's a big upside guy. We'll see. I've got Walker top, I think, 16th overall on my board, so we'll see how that one ends up going down.
Number 1 pick for your top 20 player. That's fascinating. What do you guys think? Who's going number 1? We could spend a couple moments on Akeem Ekwonu as well. Type AH for Aiden Hutchinson, T-Dub for Trayvon Walker, and then IE for Akeem Ekwonu. Also, you could type O for other. Sounds like Walker, Tom. That's where all the tea leaves are pointing to.
That is what it sounds like from that standpoint. I know that the head coach, Doug Peterson, wanted Ika Mikwanu. I don't think he's going to end up winning that battle because of the investment already made in the offensive line. I think Evan Neal maybe makes the most sense out of all these guys, but we'll see on that standpoint.
Get some shout-outs here, and if anyone's on Rumble, feel free to jump in, Tom. T-Dub from RB. We got Greg saying Aiden Hutchinson. Corey says Hutchinson. Kevin Otto is back. He says Aiden Hutchinson. Brendan says Trayvon Walker. So does Nick. So does Elijah. Eric. We've got John in the chat with Aiden Hutchinson. Caden says Aiden Hutchinson as well. I see a couple on Rumble. Nighthawk and Mickey say Aiden Hutchinson. So I think a lot of people are voting what they want or what they think it should be, but again, a lot of the signs are pointing to Trayvon Walker.
Some Rumble shout-outs as well. Nighthawk and McFinnigan all typing in AH for Hutchinson, who probably the route I would go myself, but it doesn't seem like that's the route they're going to go in the end, which is a bit of a surprise from where we were like a month ago.
I want to shout out Manscaped for sponsoring the NFL Draft yet another year for us here at Chat Sports. They've been a great sponsor for us for a couple of years now, and they've got some awesome men's grooming products. We want to stay clean, stay tidy. The Lawnmower 4.0 is an excellent item there. Keeps things clean downstairs. Tom, before you met MK, you were letting things loose, I hear, but you tied that thing up once you got going with Manscaped, and hey, a baby came out a couple years later, so that's how that went. Also, products I've been using recently, the Ultra Premium Collection, which Tom has a couple of them available right there. Shampoo, yes, and conditioner bottle there. It comes with body spray, body wash. You get the deodorant as well, and as a little bonus, they send in 3 little tubes of lip balm as well. They use natural ingredients for all of that. Get 20% off plus free shipping at manscaped.com, promo code CHAT. That is promo code CHAT. And Tom, a cool thing that Manscaped is doing as well is April is Testicular Cancer Awareness Month, and they launched this limited edition Lawnmower 4.0, this purple one. It's actually really cool looking.
Yeah, yours
nice
is
little
purple.
light there.
Mine doesn't.
And
I have FOMO right now.
Proceeds for all purchases of this go to raise awareness to spreading the message of Testicular Cancer Awareness Month, because I would say fun fact, but it's not a fun fact. One man every hour of every day gets diagnosed with testicular cancer. So support Manscaped. They're going to support a great cause for you guys. This is a really awesome item that you can go check out again. It's manscaped.com/chat. That link in the live chat, in the description, all that good stuff. 20% off plus free shipping. Go check out all of their items. They really have some good stuff over there. Catch up on a couple of super chats here. JM checking in. He says, love the draft show you guys do every year. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks.
Go Seahawks. Who do you expect the Seahawks to take at number 9? Well, we're going to bring in our guy here in a little bit, Tyler Jones, later on during our pre-draft special here. He's got you guys caught up on the latest. But, Charles Cross has been a name that's been linked there. They could go offensive line. I know Jeremy Fowler has reported they could trade back as well.
Seahawks always do something very weird, so we'll have to wait and see what they do. I would not be surprised if they go an unexpected route from that standpoint.
Just don't draft a running back.
That's what they do every year to me. They watch them take like Quay Walker or something.
Don't draft a running back. That's all I'm saying. Quentin Bach with a $20. And remember, guys, as we get more super chats, which we're starting to get more, $10 or more, that's a guarantee to get on the show. If it's less than 10, we'll try to get to them, but it's not a guarantee. Quentin Bach says, Year 4 of watching. Appreciate it. Best place for the draft and all the coverage of it. Dallas draft Cade York 5th round all the way, baby. Thoughts?
I guess if it's the last pick in the 5th round, sure. I don't know if the Cowboys are going to end up taking a kicker. If you're making me draft a kicker, I guess it is Cade York. He's my number 1 this year. I would probably take the mindset of just sign an undrafted free agent. You're almost likely to get one just as good. York is a good kicker, relatively speaking. I am very curious to see what the Cowboys end up doing this year. There's been a rather large amount of noise on all different sides of things, whether it's trading up, trading down, standing pat, going a surprise offensive lineman, Tyler Smith. Kenyon Green has been linked so heavily. Jerry Jones said that they want to trade up, said they want to tackle who can play guard. So they've been kind of all over the place.
Well, they've been inactive in free agency, so
with 3 players they've signed, maybe 2 of whom make the roster. Only one of them is actually guaranteed to make it. So Dallas is in a very unique spot. We'll have to wait and see what they actually do.
Another super, the Pass Master, $5. The Vikings do not draft one of the top 2 corners. Is that already a bad start? Where would they go otherwise? O-line? I mean, you can't force it. Like if Stingley and Sauce go before you pick, you can't say, oh, well, we're screwed. The draft's over.
If Stingley and Sauce are off the board, and I think maybe your nightmare scenario is none of the QBs are off the board, you could just take a receiver. Have 3 awesome receivers as you open up your offense a little bit more to throw it, or maybe Kyle Hamilton is there. So not necessarily is that a disaster outcome.
I also don't mind McDuffie at 12. Maybe it's slightly early. He's pretty damn good, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's
like 15-ish.
He's 9 on my board, so I wouldn't be mad at it.
You could take him as well. Doom has a super chat. Hope Seattle doesn't F up the first round like the last few years. Also, shout you guys out for the draft coverage. Appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Doom.
If you enjoy the show, subscribe to the channel. We've got, what do we got? 1,200 people live. If you're just seeing us for the first time, hit that big red button, and let's get some more subscribers. Gordon, as we go rapid fire, Mike Rose, second round.
I got him in the 5th.
Yeah, he's a day 3 guy.
Look, weird stuff happens in the NFL draft, so
Seattle,
never say never.
Seattle, maybe.
Mike Rose is first Iowa State true freshman to start their season opener since 2006. Really good athletic traits. I didn't think he is athletic as he ended up testing. I don't love him man-to-man. Don't love him in take-on situations. There is a little boom or bust sleeper upside, but not in the second round for me.
30 rocks next up here. If the Panthers trade 30 racks, sorry.
Racks on racks.
Racks on racks on racks. If the Panthers trade 6 and Sauce is there, would Andre Dillard, number 15, and a second next year from the Eagles do it? His film is awesome.
Actually, I think that's a pretty good offer.
Yeah.
Maybe they want the second this year would be my suspicion because that team needs picks this year. But 15 Dillard into 2, I think, is enough to jump you into 6 or around that range.
Yep.
I think the cost to trade up this year, we'll see if that ends up being the case, is lower than what it is in most years.
85 cents on the dollar, maybe?
Maybe even 75 cents.
Ooh, wow-wee. Daniel Hinton, $2 out of the 8 teams with 2 1s. How many keep both?
Over under 5.5?
Yeah, I think a lot of them, actually. Because most of them have intentionally gotten extra picks, like Green Bay. Kansas City when they traded Hill and the Packers traded Adams. So I'd say
and you might
most.
see a team like Houston keep a first, but maybe trade up or down from one of them. So they still have 2,
so you
which
still
is
get
in a
different spot.
Different spot.
Kevin H., let's go. Congrats, Chat Sports, for the growth every year. This is my 4th year joining with you guys. Appreciate that. A lot
Thanks,
of you guys.
Kevin. Appreciate
we love
it.
to see some familiar names, and we love to see some new names as well.
If you're new, subscribe. We'll be here today and on Friday and on Saturday for every single pick.
That's how we rock and roll, baby. Toxic Tom Down. Is this a new one?
No, this is the
okay.
Tom Downey burner who threw on Toxic in front of it.
Okay. Best worst case scenario for Dallas.
Best case is someone you didn't think who was going to be there slides down, like a Charles Cross plummets. You have to trade up for them. That's like your best case, probably stretching a little bit there. Worst case is you take Breece Hall in the first round.
Oh, my God.
How about that?
Is that actually – has anyone – I was going to say.
Never has been mentioned. I'm throwing out the worst case of you don't learn your lessons and you
What
go
about
with
Tyler Smith of
I
at
also
least
hate
somewhat realistic worst case?
I would rather take Bernard Raymond, who I don't even like that much.
Wow, okay.
Tyler Smith.
I'm not high on Tyler
If
Smith.
you guys didn't like Connor Williams, penalty boy, you're going to hate Tyler Smith.
True. He holds a lot. J-Buzz, $10 super chat. Dallas should find a way to get Malcolm Rodriguez. I actually like him. Oklahoma State.
I do too.
I think day 3, rotation backer. I think Dame Brew actually comped him to Jabril Cox, which I don't mind that comp.
Let me see if I have a comp for him. That does sound pretty good to me.
By the way, while you're thinking of that, we got a $20 earlier. Do we have to do something for that? I feel like we do. I know we hit it.
We'll just talk about the team.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
But anyway, back to Malcolm Rodriguez. I like him quite a bit. Size is not there, but I thought kind of everything else was. He's 5'11", 232, short arms as well.
Yeah.
Really good production at Oklahoma State. The length is an issue. That's going to lead to problems in taking on blockers, shedding them, etc. I don't know if he can do man-to-man. A little stiff for me, but 4th round, I'm all for it.
Culture guy, too. I think he was a 3-year captain. Seth, Grant Calcaterra for Dallas in round 5. I like Calcaterra as a receiving red zone guy.
You can take him. I was not that impressed by him.
Okay.
6th round grade for me.
Okay.
So it's
there you go. He can't block.
He can't block, and honestly,
he's
he's not the great after catch guy. So he's a little bit limited for me.
All right, Britt with the 20. Cowboys swap picks with Seattle, plus a 5th to take the best athlete in the draft. Big fatty.
You got to give up a lot more to jump from where you're at 24 overall to number 9. You're talking about moving your 6th round pick, not a 5th rounder.
Wait, what do you mean your 6th?
Sorry, 2nd round pick.
I was going to say,
yeah,
second,
not even ignore the 6th part.
Might be 2nd and a 5th.
2nd round pick. To maybe a little bit more. I think it's a down year, so that's like if you're lucky. You swap first and they get a 2nd back. Yeah. The 5th might get you to 23.
Yeah. Okay, guys, here's the deal. We've done the draft, for several years now. Last year, $2,255 in super chats. Is this day one or the entire draft? I can't remember. The point being, we got a long way to go to hit that number, but we believe in you guys because more subscribers than last year, loyal fans here at Chat Sports. So help us out. Let's top last year's number. I think we can do it, Tom.
I am challenging you guys to help us get there.
It's
if we do it, I'll do several shots in a row. How about that?
Yes, so will I.
I'll just start doing polls. I'll just start drinking straight from the handle.
Make it a competition. We understand not everybody can, but if you like the coverage, throw us a couple bucks. We certainly wouldn't say no. And hey, we do fun challenges too, like drink and do other stuff. So if you send in super chats, we got you covered, and it's guaranteed to get your question on the show as well if it's $10 or more. All right, let's talk 49ers here, Tom. And we're going to bring in Chase Sr. here in a couple minutes, but we'll kind of get you caught up on the latest. Deebo Samuel, look, it's quieted down the last couple of days, but certainly since, about a week, 8 days ago when his trade request became public. He wants out. The Jets have been linked to him. We're getting
Jets
close.
Are linked to every receiver.
Yeah, they tried to get Tyreek Hill. We're getting closer to this thing starting. So is this going to happen at this point? What do you think the latest is?
I wonder if the outcome is he's traded today or not at all. The Niners have said they don't want to trade him away for very good reasons. I still wonder if the real reason is out there. I don't buy the role usage stuff. That doesn't quite pass the smell test for me. Deebo's a fantastic football player. I think he did a lot more as a receiver than what people are willing to give him credit for. Even before he made the part-time transition to the wide back role, he was involved in the passing offense and making big plays, despite maybe not the best quarterback play. So at his age, with him not hitting his ceiling in theory, I think the Niners are asking for just as much, if not more, as the value of the Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill trade.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's 25, 26 years old. 1,400-plus receiving yards. He showed himself as a weapon as a back. Now, I guess if and when he gets traded, we'll find out how true the usage thing is if he's willing to be a back for insert team that he goes to.
Look, $30 million a year makes you do a lot of things.
Yeah, exactly. And I think at the end of the day, what do these things typically come down to? Money. And these guys aren't stupid. They've seen the wide receiver market blow up, so they want to get their money. So we'll ask you this question. Will the 49ers trade Deebo Samuel today? Type T for trade, type K for keep. I'll get a couple of shout-outs, and then we'll bring in Chase Sr. here in just a moment after I get these shout-outs, the host of the 49ers
I got the Rumble
report.
side queued up here.
Jay Golden says keep. Heartless thinks they're going to keep him. We got Elijah in there as well. He says trade. Trav Daddy says trade. Nick says trade. Crucify says trade. Gabe Leary says trade. Any on Rumble coming in?
I see a keep from Mackany808. If I mispronounce that, I'm sorry. I don't have my pronunciation guide for usernames, so it's just incredible there. Mickey Finnegan and Nighthawk and BNL are all in the comments. BNL also saying keep, along with Dianab. And Fighting Okra 99 says keep as well. I think that's going to be my guess today.
Well,
they keep him.
That's our 2 cents on what's going on. Let's bring in the expert himself, Chase Sr., the host of the 49ers Report. We'll bring him into our draft roundtable. And welcome in, Chase. Happy draft day. Get us caught up on what you've kind of digested the last week or so, and maybe the last day or two as well. Where are you at with Deebo? Does he get dealt? Does he stay? Very much in the air is what it seems like at this point in time.
Oh, hold on. Oh, we got him. Chase having some mic issues, so we'll check in with him here in a minute. Other comments I see, BNL says K. Fighting Okra 99 says K as well. Harrison, what else is he on the YouTube side?
Yeah, we'll get back to Chase in a moment. Connection issue there. Liddell says keep. Godson says trade. We've got Benjamin saying trade. Yeah, we've got you. There's a lot of chords in here. We're getting it fixed. Boomer says trade. Potato says trade. Toronto says keep. Cameron says keep. Matthew says keep. Carlos says, what about A.J. Brown? Maybe we talk a little bit A.J. Brown later on here. Trade from Ernie. I'd say more saying trade, but a lot of people saying keep as well. All right, we got Chase. We think he's ready to.
If it works, everyone type in W. If not, everyone type in L.
Okay, Chase, give us your 2 cents
How
on
about
what's. Yeah, we got you.
There we go. We did it.
What's going on with
there we go.
Deebo Samuel?
See, the beauty of doing this thing live is that people get to see how it actually happens. So
exactly.
Now getting to Deebo Samuel. Over the last week, really over the last 2 weeks if you're thinking about it, we've been riding the seesaw, right? On one side of the seesaw, he's going to get traded. On the other side of the seesaw, he's not going to get traded. So it's really been a fascinating development and really is one of the biggest storylines going into night one of the NFL draft. But with the first round starting just around the corner, I think it would make sense for the 49ers to trade him night one of the NFL draft when these selections are being made. Therefore, they can either find a player at a premium position to fulfill a need on that roster or find a Deebo Samuel replacement. Now, if they do make a deal and if they're looking for that prototype, a wide receiver who can line up outside, line up in the slot, line up in the backfield, and do a lot of the same things as Deebo Samuel in terms of versatility with catching the football, maybe returning the ball a little bit, getting some handoffs out of the backfield, I think Treylon Burks is that guy. But if you ask me right now how I'm feeling and whether or not Deebo is going to get dealt, I do not think he's going to get traded because I think it would have to happen night one of the NFL draft. If there is a team that does deal for Deebo, you guys talked about him a little while ago, it's the New York Jets. And my offer that I would accept if I'm John Lynch, number 10, number 35, I'm cool. I can address wide receiver at number 10. I can go edge rusher. I can even go offensive line and then go wide receiver at 35, or I can go with one of the premium assets at that wide receiver position, which is as deep as it's been over the last couple of draft classes at number 10, and then maybe go with the guy like Tyler Linderbaum at number 35, given the pending possible retirement of Alex Mack. I just don't think it makes sense to trade Deebo later. I think it makes sense to trade him right now. Therefore, you're able to get some of those draft assets back. Some people have talked about Elijah Moore being included in that Deebo trade package if it did go to the New York Jets. Yeah, that'd be nice and all, but I don't think Elijah Moore is Deebo Samuel. So we'll see what happens. I'm leaning no, he does not get traded. We've seen some of these contractual arguments happen before, even within this organization. Jerry Rice back in the day had a standoff with ownership. They eventually reached a contract agreement at the time, and he went on to have one of the greatest careers in the history of all wide receivers. And then Terrell Owens was on the opposite side. He wanted out of San Francisco, got traded to the Philadelphia Eagles. Then we know what happened there. He was doing curls and doing some crunches in his driveway as he was holding out from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hey, real quick, Chase, before we let you go, we did get a $100 super chat. We'll get to that first. I want to ask you about Jimmy Garoppolo in a second as well, shifting from Deebo. But we did get a super from Jeremy, $100. So let's
Shotgun
ride.
Chase.
Shotgun chase
there we
time.
Go.
So
there we
someone
go.
get him a beer.
Yeah, let's do it.
If you had to, I'll read it off while you're getting ready. If you had to pick a team that trades out of the first for Deebo and has the money to sign him, who is it? And I want to see a Chase chug. He said Jack.
He said Jack chug. All right, bring me the Jack too, and I'll get involved here.
Okay, yeah, Jack Daniels.
Yeah,
We'll double dip here.
Bring Tom the
so
Jack.
Chase is going to shotgun a beer because that's what he has to do for $100. And then we'll get his 2 cents on that on the question from Jeremy, and then we'll get into some Jimmy Garoppolo conversation as well. So we'll double dip at
Should
once.
I just do a shotty right now?
One sec. Tom's getting his Jack Daniels.
Okay, cool.
And then we're gonna go back and forth. Did you already do it, Tom?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Let's go.
That was the fireball.
Let's go back
I
to
want the Jack.
Oh, he wants the Jack. They
Yeah.
gave him the wrong liquor. So why don't you go ahead and go, Chase? You can shotgun, and then we'll have Downey chug. And then I want to get that super back on screen to address the question as well.
Go.
So here's the Jack. All right, Chase. Here we go. I'm going to count you guys down from 3. 3,
right,
2, 1, go. All right, Downey's done. Little 3-second chug from Chase. All right, that's good stuff. Let's get that super back on screen. So, Chase, the question –
Jeremy, thank you.
The question was, Chase, if you had to pick a team that trades out of the first for Deebo and has the money to sign him, who is it? I know we've talked about the Jets.
I think it's one of those teams that has a couple of first-round picks. I think it could be the Philadelphia Eagles. They need another wide receiver opposite of Devontae Smith. I also think it could be the New York Jets with number 4 and 10. Obviously, ideally, getting back 4 and 10 for Deebo would be a remarkable haul. Yeah. There were some reports about the Niners asking for a Godfather offer in exchange for Deebo. That would fit that bill in exchange with maybe a second-round pick this year or in the future. Those are the types of trade packages that you're looking at. And I know a lot of you watching right now are probably saying, well, Tyreek Hill didn't get that. But the market is different now with the contracts that some of these wide receivers have signed, but also the teams that have needs for a number 1 wide receiver this year, like the Jets and the Eagles, have a couple of first-round picks that they can give up for Deebo Samuel. So there's a difference in the market than there was as compared to a couple of weeks ago.
All right, quick thoughts on Jimmy Garoppolo, and then we'll let you go, Chase. Does he get dealt tonight or at all during the draft?
How about this for a take? Jimmy Garoppolo gets traded during the NFL draft, and Deebo Samuel does not.
Ooh.
I think that is my bold prediction that
right.
I'm making with the NFL draft officially starting right around the corner. Jimmy G gets traded to the Carolina Panthers. They don't go quarterback at number 6. Instead, they go with one of the best remaining offensive linemen, whether it be Ike Ekwonu, Charles Cross, maybe Evan Neal drops there, but I don't think so. But I think Carolina might go offensive line at 6, maybe edge rusher, and then they try to find their quarterback to help them win right now because the temperature on that seat beneath Matt Rule is somewhat hot, and they go after a proven guy who can win football games in Jimmy G. He gets traded. Deebo Samuel does not.
I love the prediction. Well, go follow Chase Sr. on Twitter. And Chase, before you walk off set, get your phone out. Get some shout-outs to the people if you've got your phone right there. It's at Chase_Senior. We're going to pepper the live chat for the next 30 seconds or so. Chase will give some shout-outs, and then we'll say so long. He'll hop back on our coverage later on during the NFL draft. But if you want the best 49ers coverage on social media, he's going to have you guys covered at Chase_Senior.
That link, by the way, is on the YouTube side.
Yes, in the live chat on YouTube at Chase_Senior. Chase, as some come in, why don't you go ahead and give a few shout-outs, and then we'll say goodbye for now.
Yeah, recent followers coming in from Emily Ruby, Nick Carignani, Hixie Dust, Chase Spicer, nice name by the way, Tiny Dubraska, Jake Sportsworld, Johnny Wishbone, and Anthony Grigo. Appreciate all of you for hitting me up. Follow me on Twitter. I'll be tweeting out all of the latest Niners news and rumors all throughout the draft, and I'll be a part of our live coverage and pushing out videos on the 49ers Report all throughout the weekend.
All right, there he goes, at Chase_Senior. Also, youtube.com/49ers TV to find him over there. Chase, we'll see you later on in the night. We'll bring Tom Downey back in here as well. We'll move on to some other topics here in a moment, Tom. But let's get the chat back engaged here. Name a player you want your team to draft. Let us know in the comments. And who do you want the Cowboys to draft? How about that? You get your dream guy that's somewhat realistic.
So I'm going to assume those tackles are off the board. I'd be fine with either Zion Johnson or Kenyon Green, Boston College, A&M, respectively. Plug and play left guard fills big time needs there.
Yep.
How about you and the Bears and Chiefs, Harrison?
So let's start Chiefs because they picked tonight. A lot of buzz that they could trade up. I think that makes sense, Tom. They have 12 draft picks. They don't need to draft 12 players. They're not 12 players away. I would like to see them move up into the middle of round 1, draft a Jamison Williams, a Chris Olave, someone like that. Maybe Drake London if he slides a bit. For the Bears tomorrow, you mentioned Kenyon Green. Say he doesn't go to Dallas at 24.
Some knee issues that might cause him to fall a little bit.
He's been a guy that could fall into round 2. Tyler Linderbaum, in the last week, I've seen very few mock drafts where he goes round 1. Now, I know not a lot of people know about this draft.
Even though he's my number 8 guy, I did not have him in there.
I love Linderbaum, but I think teams are worried that he's only a center. He can't really play guard for you.
He can't. He's a center only.
So,
and he's a zone center only.
Yeah, and I think that would fit the new Bears scheme with Luke Getsy trying to run some of that zone running game. So I think he's a guy, a lot of those day 2 receivers, George Pickens. I know a lot of Bears fans like Christian Watson. I'm not the biggest fan, but he could be in the mix. Kyler Gordon at corner, I think, is a possibility. So those are some guys. We'll get some shout-outs in the chat, though. Kevin Otto wants his Bengals to draft Andrew Booth.
So that's who I had them taking, actually, in my mock draft. So
I think late round 1 is pretty accurate. Alex says Christian Watson. Jets need Sauce Gardner from Joel. Gaming Wizard says Bucks taking Lewis Cine. I would actually like that quite a bit. Kyle Hamilton to the Eagles from Toronto. Be great value. George Pickens from L2 Cloud. Sky Moore to the Browns from Basketball-y. We got Jamison Williams to the Chiefs from Potato as well. So continue to get your guy in there. All right, let's go rapid fire on some super chats. We've gotten a few that have come in here. M. Belton, $5. Appreciate that. We got Bine Beef as well.
Big and beefy.
Big and beefy, yeah.
Bine Beefy.
But the G is silent.
Okay.
Per me. Any idea? I read that as sign with a B. Any idea who the Browns are targeting in the second round? Any chance they move up for a first-round receiver? going to be hard for them to trade into round one.
I've seen Travis Jones linked to them a lot, and I think that actually makes quite a bit of sense, at least for me.
The one tech out of UConn?
Exactly right. I think he's a very good football player. I think he fits what that team needs right now at that particular position. I think edge also makes sense. And, of course, you mentioned targeting first-round receiver. Second-round receiver makes a lot of sense as well.
If they go edge, maybe that means no Clowney return. We'll have to wait and see on that.
That's true, yeah.
Gruntag, where do you think John Ridgeway, the Arkansas defensive tackle, is going to go? Round 4, round 5 for him? Round 6?
Yeah, I think 4th. I think that's where I have him.
Early mid day 3?
I think early day 3. Maybe sneaks in the back end of day 2, third round. But John Ridgeway, I have in the 4th round. So I think that's where he ends up going in the end.
Jordan King with a super chat. Tom, who would you rather have, or what would you rather have? Trade first, second, and a future third to get Charles Cross, or draft Kenyon Green in the first, Lucas in the second? Go ahead and answer that one.
I would rather keep my second and third and take Kenyon Green. I love Charles Cross, pure first-round grade for me, really good football player. But I would rather keep my future picks. I don't love taking Lucas in the second because I think that the path is going to be you can let Terrence still be your guy, but I would rather have to take that one in the end when it relates to those two. So I take Green and then Lucas after.
You guys see the timer down below. We're an hour and 15 minutes and counting for round 1 being underway. Let's get this party started. We'll get you guys ready for it for the next 75 minutes here. Here's the deal. Last year on day 1 of the NFL draft, we got almost 4,000 subscribers. Tonight, only 88 so far. We haven't really pushed subscribe that much yet. We want to let the audience build up here, but here's the deal. We got 2,500 people watching live here on YouTube. I know not all of you are subscribed. We could potentially get a third of that number right now in theory. So hit the subscribe button. We're free here at Chat Sports. We don't charge you. You know, we're not like ESPN Plus where we're going to hit you with a monthly charge. You don't have to enter your credit card or anything crazy. You just got to hit that big red button and subscribe. Trying to beat our number from last year on day 1. We got a long way to go. And here's the deal. We don't just go live for the NFL draft. We have multiple live shows per week, Monday and Wednesday, with the latest NFL news and rumors. A lot of draft coverage leading up. We'll circle back to some more free agency stuff after the draft. It's not like we take a couple months off or anything like that. A lot of good free agents out there. We'll also have, like NFL draft grades at the end of each night and stuff like that. Subscribe. It's nonstop coverage. The link is below, youtube.com/chatsporttv. And if you're an NBA fan as well, our NBA coverage will kick back up here in the next couple of weeks. We do it all here at Chat Sports. Obviously, the focus right now is the NFL and the NFL draft. Subscribe if you enjoyed the show so far. I think something we do that other shows don't is audience interaction stuff. We want to make you guys a part of the show, help you guys have us drive the conversation. We have a lot of fun. So hit that sub button. Let's see if we can beat last year's number. We talked Jimmy G a little bit with Chase. He made a bold prediction that Garoppolo gets traded during this draft and that Deebo Samuel does not. Obviously, Tom, the shoulder surgery, probably threw a wrench into the timeline of when San Francisco wanted to trade him. Then, of course, the rest of the quarterback carousel. Where are you at with Jimmy Garoppolo? Does he get dealt this weekend? And if not, I'm wondering if at some point they're just going to have to cut bait and clear that cap space.
Yeah, at some level, I think this kind of relates to the other QB that's available, Baker Mayfield, too. There's kind of almost a waiting period of like, are you going to keep him or are you going to cut him? Yeah. And trying to play a game of chicken to an extent. So I think he gets dealt at some point, but the contract at this stage is a bit of a problem. Yeah. Plus the shoulder surgery, it's all dicey for me.
I wonder if for him to get traded to a team that he would start for next year, if he's going to have to accept a pay cut. Like I think of Nick Foles from the Jags to the Bears a couple years ago where his first year in Jacksonville didn't go well. He got traded to the Bears with an agreement in place to restructure the deal where he'd have a chance to come in and start. I wonder if he would be like, if Carolina, for example, is like, hey, we think you can start for us. We'd rather draft a tackle at 6 and not Malik Willis, but we can't pay you $25 million. Will you go down to 15? Could that be something that happens? I just wonder, that's where
possible.
Does Jimmy Garoppolo, where does the pride come into play? Because this is a guy that's won a lot of football games, even though it's a flawed resume and flawed play at times. That could come into play as well. I guess I would ask you this, Tom. If you're Carolina, would you rather draft a quarterback at 6 or trade a third or a fourth for Jimmy Garoppolo? I might trade a fourth for Jimmy Garoppolo.
I think I'd trade the fourth for Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, in this QB class?
Yes. Last year's no. Next year's, I would assume no, but who actually knows?
Trade for Garoppolo. If it doesn't work out, you're probably picking in the top 5 next year. And next year's a great quarterback class. So I think it's an interesting thing that could unfold here. You mentioned the Baker Mayfield angle as well. We'll ask you guys, who will Jimmy Garoppolo play for in 2022? I think Carolina makes the most sense, but we'll see what
Seattle,
happens.
So I think Carolina. But then who takes the rookie QB? So it's all interesting in that front there. I'll give some shout-outs here, both Rumble and on YouTube here. Where do you guys think – who will Jimmy G play for in 2022? Excuse me here. I see Go Falcons, no QB. It's a valid one there from Floyd. Steelers from Jeremiah. I thought Pittsburgh was going to be the team, and then they signed Mitch Trubisky. They might draft somebody in round 1 or round 2 this year. Mario says no one. Interesting there. Forever Mediocre says Vikings take Wilson, trade Kirk. Having fun down there. I like it. Niners, Giants, Falcons, Panthers, Niners, Steelers from my opinion. Brandon Alfonso, built different. Basketball-y and hedge-y respectively. I see Seattle from Orlando. I see Bengals from Just for Posting. That would assume be a backup option for Jimmy G. Panthers or Seahawks from Wyatt Weaver. Toxic Tom Downey burner account says USFL. Saints, Miami. Giants, Falcons, Panthers, Niners, Steelers. So, and then Pat 13 on Rumble says Panthers as well. USFL from my burner, and Patriots from Matt Productions. Thought that might be the one if they didn't go with Mac Jones, but of course they went that route.
We want to remind you guys of our Super Chat menu. And by the way, we hit 500 likes, so I'm going to spin the wheel here in just a second. Also, we've been getting more Super Chats, so a guarantee to get your Super Chat on the show, it's got to be $10 or more. We might get to the ones less than 10, but it's not a guarantee. $20, we'll talk about your favorite team. $30, you can advertise yourself, your Twitter handle, your Instagram page, business, YouTube channel, whatever it is, podcast. And then for $100, you can pick a hosted drink. You guys were able to double dip last time while Chase was on, so that was a little two for one.
There's none of the stop cap on that either. It's just straight down the gullet.
Exactly. So I'm going to spin the wheel here, and then we get you guys caught up on some other things. Okay, here we go. Let's see.
God, I hope it's the jelly bean game.
And basically, the roulette wheel is random like Vegas, and there's challenges or things to do in every single shot glass. So, Bean Boozled.
Yes, it was. Yes.
You're up first.
Oh, you coward.
Fine, I'll go.
There we go.
God, there's only 3 left.
I know. That's
So basically, these little jelly beans have good flavor ones and bad flavor ones. Last time I was live with Tom,
only got the bad
which
ones.
was during the NFL trade deadline, I went 0 for 4. So hopefully my luck changes here. So you get some super chats. I'm gonna see if I get lucky.
We'll see how Harrison goes here.
Let me see which my options are here.
Yeah, what are your options? This is fun.
Oh, come on. It's either rotten egg or buttered popcorn.
They're both bad. I think no. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure I had the buttered popcorn last time because it wasn't good. I think this is rotten egg. We have no trash can in here either.
Oh, my.
There it is. Yeah, give it here.
Oh, my God.
There's trash can.
Dude, that is so bad. Jesus. I couldn't even eat it.
I love it. And also, I feel bad for you as a person, but it's funny to me.
That is just horrendous. I almost upshot.
I willed it into existence.
You son of a gun.
I
hope it's the jelly beans. It is.
Because Jeremy told me like an hour before the show, I put some Bean Boozles in there. I'm like, all right,
God
hope Harrison
almighty.
gets it.
Jeez.
You're just cursed.
I'm 0 for 5 now.
Oh, there we go. You love to see it.
Let's get to some super chats. Tom, read this first. I got to get this taste
you get some taste out of your mouth. I got some. Do you want some Jack Daniels?
No, I'm not that desperate.
Devontae Gadsden, what players think fall in the second round? The one I'll mention, 2 of them. Quickly, Nakobe Dean, Tyler Linderbaum, who I like a lot. Not sure the NFL feels the exact same way. Dominique D., your thoughts on Trey Ford, the quarterback from Waterloo.
God
All right,
almighty.
the rules are if I don't know who a player is, I have to drink. Those are the rules, so I will also actually need a beer, too, as I make you go back and forth there, Jack, because I didn't think we were going to do it on day one. I am unfamiliar with that particular player.
You didn't watch Trey Ford?
Dude, I don't even know where Waterloo is. Isn't that in Russia?
Well, who knows?
Okay, it's in France. Whatever, Sam. There you go. He exists in our database that we have internally, but he's not on.
You didn't study him.
I don't even know if I have any Waterloo film, period, let alone the All-22. You stumped me, Dominic. Bottoms up.
We'll go J-Buzz here. Yeah, every time you stump Tom, he drinks.
You can't just make up names.
Draft Zion Johnson, moved to center. Sign Eric Flowers after the draft. Zion intelligence off the charts. Better QB at O-line than Biotish.
I kind of want to put Zion at left guard. I get where you're going for. He is a very intelligent player. He did take some center reps at the Senior Bowl at Boston College. I think he's best at left guard. I don't know if Flowers is a true upgrade over Biotish, but if you think Zion is going to be a Pro Bowl center, then yeah, go ahead and do it.
The Cowboys, it doesn't sound like they're interested in Linderbaum, which tells me they're probably rolling with Biotish, right? I mean,
I think they've got arm length concerns for Linderbaum, which is dumb with the impact on the field, but, that's where we're at.
Jason Payson, does all this money go towards your alcohol costs?
Most of it, yeah.
A lot of it, yes. But, hey, that's why we keep it fun for the next stream. So we appreciate it. Alaskan Grown, do you think do you think the Eagles will trade up twice? I mean, they could.
Not in round one, but I could see them trading up like multiple times in this draft. They don't have that many overall needs. Their roster, they had I think a half dozen free agents.
They have two firsts next year if they want to use that. I don't think they want to.
Yeah, so they would be able to get aggressive there. That's kind of my mindset.
Yeah, we'll see what happens on that front. Just want to shout out all of you. And by the way, we got a couple hundred people watching live on Rumble, over 230 people. Shout out a couple of people in there. BNL, Scotty, K-Quan, we got Zane in there, Prone Fighting. Appreciate you guys for following. If you want to check us out on Rumble, more NFL coverage over there, rumble.com/NFL Daily. We're just about an hour away, an hour and some change from the start of the 2022 NFL Draft. So I want to challenge you guys. Last year, I think at one point we had 5,000 comments per minute. So type go in the chat. Type it more than once, 50 times if you want to. There we go. 5,935 messages in 1 minute last year. That was our record. Now, we expect the audience to grow later on, so we'll come back to this, but I want to challenge you guys and see how many we can get right now. Here's the deal. We got almost 3,000 people watching.
We need
if everybody does it twice in a minute.
It's about 3 times. Just to play it safe on the math. Play it safe. 3 times. Everyone does it thrice.
Yeah, thrice. There you go.
Hard. That's a made-up word, but it's a fun word. So
type go.
Yeah.
And we'll get some shout-outs. Tom can get some here in a sec. I'll get some on Rumble. I'll
go rapid fire here on YouTube. All right. Kristen, The Gabe, Elite Gamer, Sir Bozo, Gots21st, CH Gaming, Conan Johnson, Matt Productions, MJR, Hi, Mixed Personality Jackson, Francisco, Zachary, Conan, J-Dub, JLR Reed, Chris, Jalen Ramsey's in the live chat right now. Woo. And I'm better to do because Ramsey I don't have any picks. Chris, Peyton, Dylan, Mixed Personality, Rosie, Zachary Lynn, D. Lee, Joe Squore, Drew and Steve, Taribia, Chris, King Higgins, David Sims, Timothy, Dylan, Scove, Casey Crosby, Hike, Then Shoot.
Got a couple on Rumble.
Schmoebo, Levante Rogers, Another, Michael, Stern, PS4, VR, Alexander, Chino, Ben, Rosie, just for posting, KP Ballin, Whitehall, Shrell, Built Different.
We'll check those YouTube analytics in a second, see how many we got. McConney says go. Mickey go. These are on Rumble. Mr. Baseball, Esberg, BNL, Esberg again, Mickey again, Prone in there as well. Nighthawk all saying go. Keep spamming go. Let's see if we can beat that record. We haven't gotten the updated number in here yet.
It takes a minute to get caught up.
There's
always the delay.
I'm guessing it's at least over 1,000. We got quite a bit. How about we go to that super chat, and then we'll come back and see what the number was. But before we do that, speaking of Rumble, I just told you guys we have a few hundred live over there. We've got over 3,000 followers on NFL Daily over there. So maybe you've already subscribed on YouTube and you're like, man, I can't send a super chat, or I'm looking for another way to support the show. Following us on Rumble is really helpful. It really helps us expand here as a company, and it allows us to be on more platforms, get you guys more videos. So help us out, rumble.com/NFL Daily. We'll get that link in the live chat. That way you guys can click and just follow us over there. Like YouTube, it's free. No big deal whatsoever. And plus, sometimes we do Rumble After Hours where we do a little bonus segment over there as well. Stuff that you can find on Rumble before on YouTube. So rumble.com/NFL Daily. We would appreciate it. I'm seeing we got over 1,000 on the chat rate. So 1,900, so pretty good for an hour before the draft. We'll revisit that one for sure. Shout out to all of you watching, and shout out to everybody who follows us on Rumble. Quick super chats, and then we're going to bring in Matthew Peterson here in a few minutes to talk a little Baker Mayfield. He's the host of the Cleveland Browns Report. Mickey Taylor says, or Mikey, let me know, will Saints take wide receiver Chris Olave? I think that's about the range, right? 16, 19, he could go in there.
I'd say as high as 11. If there's a run on receivers, I could see the Commanders taking him at 11. I doubt he gets past. I've heard the Packers like Traylon Burks a lot at 22, but I think he goes top 25. So the Saints, I think, are a very real destination. That's actually one of the mock picks I had for New Orleans was Chris Olave. Will it be right? I don't know. It's going to be a weird year where I kind of don't trust anything to be right this year.
Dustin says, what do you think the odds are the Packers don't take a wide receiver in round 1? I am a Rams fan in Wisconsin, hosted a draft party, and it would be hilarious. That would be awesome if they did not draft a receiver.
It's not zero. There's a scenario. If there's a run on receivers, they might wait. This is an organization that historically does not like taking wide receivers early, so they could pass, and maybe they go 2 receivers in the second round. I would bet they take one, but I'd say at least 10-15% chance they end up not going that route. I also want to just briefly shout out Nick Whaley Vlogs for his $1 super chat. Thank you, my friend.
Appreciate that.
And $2 from Green Sween and Toxic Tom Downey Burner account, and Roman of Valencieri and Reginald Banks and Alaska Grown as well.
The real RG3 in the chat.
Just Robert
Cowboys
Griffin.
trade up. Yeah, just no 3, I guess. Grab Oregon pass rusher Thibodeau or Traylon Burks. Your thoughts? If you're trading up and they're both on the board, who you want?
Thibodeau by far. That's just the better value.
Yeah.
I like Burks a lot. He's a good football player. I wouldn't be mad if he was the pick in round 1. I don't love trading up for him, however.
Yeah, 24, I think, if he's there, that's good value. Tristan, real quick, I'll watch daily, love the content. Is Garrett Wilson overrated? Why did he recently start dropping on draft boards? I haven't really seen him being dropped.
I think it's more he's not going top 10 in every single mock draft.
Jameson Williams is moving up.
Part of that is just it comes down to fit and finding the spots. You can only fit 10 guys in the top 10, despite there being 15 top 10 locks here.
We'll start Baker Mayfield and the Browns because we talked Jimmy Garoppolo and, could he get dealt? Could Baker get dealt? Ian Rappaport reported that the Panthers will not trade for Baker before the draft, if at all. Obviously, we're an hour to go, so seems unlikely it would happen before the draft. Also growing buzz, Tom, that Carolina may not go quarterback at 6, so they may reevaluate after the first round of the draft. And look, Baker's got $18 million on his contract this year. That could be a sticking point for teams as well.
I think it is a big-time sticking point, and I think we'll know more about the quarterback trade market once we get past pick number 6. If Carolina doesn't go QB at 6 overall, be it Pickett or Willis, I think that increases the possibility of a Baker trade or of a Garoppolo trade, and Seattle at 9 as well. Then they start to make more sense for Baker. I do wonder if in the end the Browns have to eat some of that money, because it is a very expensive cost, like you mentioned, Harrison.
You look at Baker's career, and it's a little topsy-turvy. Played really well as a rookie, did not play well his second year. Third year was probably his best complete season. That first year under Kevin Stefanski, he was healthy that year. Last year gets banged up. Certainly showed his toughness. You kind of wonder if he should have been playing.
Yeah,
I would argue that the answer is probably no, especially since they invested in Case Keenum as a backup. I think that was a little mismanaged, but he deserves blame too. He didn't play that well. If you're out there, you got to perform, and he didn't. So I think he's got a mixed resume. Obviously, he's got that 5th-year option. So if you are a team, if you can get him for fairly cheap in terms of draft capital, kind of a 1-year trial period, potentially. If you don't like what you see, you can move on from him after this year. I think it comes down to trade value and if the Browns will eat some of that contract.
I would be inclined to agree there.
So will Baker Mayfield be traded during the NFL draft? We'll get some shout-outs here, then we're going to bring in Matthew Peterson from the Cleveland Browns Report here at Chat Sports. Type Y for yes, type in for no. We'll get some shout-outs going momentarily.
I'm going to go with no as my guess in the end. I think after the draft he gets dealt. Maybe the Browns say
Makes
we'll
more
go.
sense.
We'll
There's
go
so much
50-50.
going on during the draft. It's hard to pull off a quarterback trade.
Yeah.
Casey says no. Threebus says no. Heartless says no. Corey says no. Denise says no. Tim says yes. Rosie says yes. Laker says yes. Sean says no as well. Mickey on Rumble says no also. Let's see, a couple more here, then we'll bring in Matthew Peterson. Noah says no. Hike says no. Wowzer says I hope. And then Anthony says no as well. We good to go? All right, cool. Let's bring in Matthew Peterson from the Cleveland Browns Report. For you Browns fans, you can go subscribe. Links down below, youtube.com/Browns Report. PD, happy draft night. We're less than an hour to go here. No first-round pick for the Browns, but what's your take on where they sit with Baker Mayfield right now, obviously after trading for Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, I think right now the Browns are in a spot where they've got to wait and see how the first couple of the picks of the draft unfold. The Panthers seem like the most likely trade partner. Here's what's a little interesting about trading Baker to Carolina. The latest draft rumors and buzz about what they're going to do with that 6th pick is, one, it looks like they want to shop it. Now, let's assume they can't find a dance partner to do that. Well, the next thing is it looks like they're going to look at drafting a tackle. And then finally, the Panthers front office met with Sam Darnold and told him he should expect to have competition from the draft. They're going to likely draft a quarterback. But Carolina doesn't have a second-round pick, doesn't have a third-round pick. So if they don't go QB in round 1, do they really want to wait until round 4 to bring in competition for Sam Darnold? Doesn't seem like that's a good outcome for winning football in 2022. And that's why I think if they don't go QB in round 1, Baker Mayfield to Carolina looks like, I don't want to say a lock, but right next to Lockland USA, somewhere in that range at least.
Let's say the draft comes and goes and Baker's still on this roster. Is that when Cleveland starts to look at themselves and say, okay, we need to consider if we're going to get a trade for this guy, we're going to have to eat 5, 7, maybe even half the contract, $9 million or so from that $18 million. Maybe they're waiting to see how round 1s, round 2, and 3 go, and if those come and go, then Andrew Berry maybe starts to look in the mirror and say, look, we don't really have leverage here at this point. We might just have to eat some contract just to get him out of this situation because him being there is just awkward at this point.
Yeah, no doubt. In fact, he really isn't even there. He wasn't in Berea this week for voluntary minicamp, so no one's seen Baker in the Browns facility much lately. But you're absolutely right, Harrison, that $18 million cap hit, that's a lot for a team to take on for a quarterback entering the final year of his contract, coming off shoulder surgery back in February. Barry's a pretty calculated guy, though. Came from Harvard, very well respected around the NFL, one of the younger GMs, of course, if not the youngest. So I think there's a lot of confidence coming out from the Browns side that a trade's going to happen around the draft. A team will call and say, we wanted this quarterback. He got picked before us. Baker's our second best option. Can you eat some of that money? Because Cleveland, as it stands right now, believe it or not, after signing Deshaun Watson to a huge contract, making Denzel Ward the highest paid corner in NFL history, they've got the second most cap space. So they can eat some of that money to get a third-round pick, for example, instead of maybe a fourth or a fifth if they made the other team take on all $18 million.
Well, you heard it from the man himself, Matthew Peterson of the Browns Report here at Chat Sports. Browns Report been growing at a rapid pace. We're also trying to help Matthew Peterson grow on Twitter. It's at Matthew Petey. Hang with us for a sec, Petey. Pull out your phone. We'll have you give some shout-outs in a second. Go give him a follow, Browns fan or not. And, he's tweeting about the NFL as well. He'll have you guys covered throughout the NFL draft. At Matthew Petey. That link will be in the live chat here on YouTube. And, Petey, if you've got your phone or your laptop and if you want to get some shout-outs here as they come in here, should get a couple coming in. We got 3,000 people live watching. Show some love to the man.
I heard if Petey doesn't get to 500 by the end of today, he might not have a job that much longer. So
you
that's
said it.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Petey's
that's a
aware
big
of that
or else
too.
coming from the big wigs here at Chat Sports. But let me get some shout-outs
help Petey
here.
feed his family. Give him a follow on Twitter.
Yeah, I like
at
that.
Matthew Petey.
Chris Hardman, shout out to you, my guy. Always frequently going back and forth with me on Twitter. Recent followers, Arthur, Tim Magickin. I hope I pronounced that correct right there. We got the Faithful Dogs Network, Keith McDonald, Lou Macaroni, Jason Morgan. So shout out to everyone who has followed me on Twitter. And like they said, I don't want to have the rest of that or else be finished. So follow me on Twitter at Matthew Pete. I'll be talking about the Browns, talking about NFL, keeping it light. So shoot me a follow over there. That way we can, have a nice little NFL Twitter discourse because those always end PG-13 on Twitter.
His DMs are open as well. It's at Matthew Petey. Matthew, we'll check in later. Appreciate you for hopping on. So, Tom, we're under an hour now.
Y for yes, N for no. Does Petey get to keep his job?
Yes. Y for yes, because I like the energy Petey brings in the office. Under an hour to go. Kind of quiet, quite frankly, on the news and rumors front. Not much going on out there as we're getting caught up on everything circulating. We'll kind of take a look at the draft order here. I think it's a good time. And how about we take a look at, coming up, stick with us. We'll take a look at Downey's big board, too. Stay tuned for that. But this is the top of the draft here. Obviously, Jacksonville, number 1 overall. We got Detroit with the number 2 pick. A lot of people think the draft starts at number 3, Tom. Let's say Walker 1, Hutchinson 2.
I'm not ruling out Thibodeau at 2.
Okay.
So, honestly, I think the draft starts at 1 this year, which hasn't really happened in a very long time.
If Walker goes 1, if you're Detroit, how can you not take Hutchinson out of Michigan?
Because
you're Detroit, I guess?
Well, because Thibodeau is just as good of a prospect. They're very similar grades for me. So
it just seems obvious. He's the Michigan guy.
It does. I wonder if Brad Holmes, the GM, would like Thibodeau more and Campbell likes Hutchinson more.
All right, could happen. Houston at 3. I think Derek Stingley goes there. That's one of my hot takes. We'll see what happens there. Got the Jets at 4. They could go receiver. They could go O-line. By the way, Mekhi Becton apparently was over 400 pounds at times last season.
Yes, he was.
They could draft a tackle.
Yes, they could.
Do not be surprised.
Watch out for Ekwonu at 3 or 4.
I think that's possible. Giants have a pair of picks there, 5 and 7. And by the way, Marshall Green hosts the Giants Now here at Chat Sports. He'll be live, youtube.com/Giants TV. Panthers at number 6, Falcons at 8, bracketing those Giants picks. You got Seattle in there at number 9. We'll talk to Tyler Jones coming up here in a little bit. We take a look at 9 through 12 here. Jets at number 10. Commanders at 11, Vikings at 12. Then you start to get to the middle of this draft, Tom, where, maybe the value becomes more appropriate for some of these prospects. When do you think the run on receivers really starts?
I wouldn't rule out the Jets getting things wowed at number 4. I would say most likely that 8, 10, 11, and even the 13, 15, 16 range is where the run comes.
Giants could take one.
They could. If both corners are somehow gone, probably via a trade involving somebody.
Yeah.
Or there's a really weird run on tackles.
Tackle receiver.
I think they'll be able to get receiver or tackle corner early this year.
Yeah, we'll see what
happens.
happens.
Giants could crush this, at least on my board.
Saints and Eagles each have a pair of picks. Steelers at 20, a team to watch for a quarterback. A lot of buzz there to bring in someone to compete with Mitchell Trubisky, as he's probably just a bridge for them. New England at 21, you never know what they're going to do. Packers a team to watch as they have a couple of picks. Dallas sitting there at 24 as well. Green Bay has that second pick at 28 in the first round. Bills at 25. Could they take a running back there?
If there's a running back in round 1, I think it's Buffalo at 25. Breece Hall's a really good football player. Also, don't draft backs in round 1, so I don't know.
They should trade.
There's a decent chance he is my best player on the board, or at least one of my top 5 guys at 25, ignoring positional value.
Yeah, there you go. Chiefs, a couple of picks. I think they could trade up, and then Bengals and Lions. And I think this is a draft where you could see a team trade back into round 1, Tom, and maybe get that third quarterback. Desmond Ridder, Matt Corral, Sam Howell, maybe.
Depending on how that board falls, the Bengals could be the trade down team.
Yeah.
It's not your daddy's Bengals that didn't make trades ever. Now they're a little bit more open to it.
Well, if a team wants to get that fifth-year option on a quarterback and leapfrog Detroit, who could be a prime candidate at 32 to draft a quarterback, that could make some sense. We're 165 likes away from 1,000, which means we'll get to spin the roulette wheel, and I will cross my fingers that we're not eating jelly beans.
Well, it's
again.
my turn.
Well, actually, yes. I hope we do.
You want it to happen.
Although
now.
you'll get, the best flavor on there. That's just how that goes.
Get like blueberry or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I think happened last time.
So like the video, every 500 likes will spin the wheel. Screen time, that means $10 or more. We guarantee to get your super chat on the show. For $20, we'll talk about your favorite team. $30, advertise your Twitter handle, your Instagram, podcast, YouTube channel, business, whatever you want to advertise, as long as it's, not terrorism or something like that. We will promote it for $100.
Don't know why you say it.
We will. Well, people send in weird stuff all the time. You just never know. Pick a hosted drink. If it's me, I have to do a beer bong, like I'm back in college, Trace Gerard style. Tom will take a pool of Jack Daniels.
None of those sippy caps either. Just right down.
Straight out of the bottle. So
yeah, buddy.
We're good to go there. So there's our Super Chat menu. We're already over $300 in Super Chats. Comparing it to last year, a long way to go. But good start, though. I mean, hour 15 in, over $300. We haven't even been making draft picks yet. So feeling pretty good about where we're sitting right now, but we will, love to see that number increase. And as long as you guys are super chatting, we'll be answering questions. Let's catch you guys up on some. Jay Elam, Mike Fisher was talking about a defensive end named Houston out of, I think, Florida to Dallas. Says he's like Parsons. I don't know if anyone's like Parsons, first of all.
This is James Houston IV, who was a Florida transfer to Jackson State. Dallas could take him maybe in the 6th round, maybe as a UDFA. You're right, Harrison.
No one's Mike Parsons.
We should not compare anyone to Mike Parsons. Same way we should not compare anyone to T.J. Watt, Aaron Donald,
Patrick Mahomes.
Like
Tyreek Hill.
With Tyreek Hill, with Devontae Adams. When you have these like
Travis
special
Kelce.
talents, don't compare them to players because that's comparing a maybe top 200 pick to Micah Parsons is setting up wildly unrealistic expectations.
Now, if you want to say his skill set is of insert player,
then just call him
sure,
Calvin Noy.
but don't say he's the next Micah Parsons. Yeah. That's irrational. Todd, $5. Will Mitch show up tonight if the Raiders? He's going to be live in 15 minutes on the Raiders Report. YouTube.com/Raiders
and he'll be here
Report.
later tonight too.
Maybe.
Well, unless things get
if Raider Ron shows up.
If Raider Nation goes Raider Nation, maybe not. But we'll see.
Hey, if not, you and I will hang out a little bit longer. No big deal. You're going to be here pretty much all night outside of a couple picks around the Cowboys. But, we'll adjust if needed because that's how we roll. We do things. We do it live, like Tom likes to say. I mentioned like the video. We're now less than 20 likes away from 1,000. So hit the thumbs up icon. I think we could get to 1,500 and spin the wheel twice. Who says no? 500 likes here, and we get to spin the wheel twice.
Don't like it, you're a commie. People are saying in my ear.
Let's give people till the 43-minute mark. A minute 15. You see the timer? You guys got 75 seconds to like the video. Let's get to 1,500 likes.
I thought you meant 6:45, and I'm like, what are you talking about? We have so much time for that, but now I see what you mean. Yeah.
No, we're
past 1,000. You can spin that one.
Yeah, a minute left. Okay, we've crossed 1,000. Keep liking it, though. I'll spin the wheel, and let's try to get to the next milestone as well. All right, so let's see. Please be something brutal for Tom. Take a sip of beer.
Oh, no. I'll chug it.
The unlucky streak for me continues. I want to do that. I'm sipping anyway.
And you roll it, so you can't blame me for cheating with the spin.
I didn't even go. I didn't even have the magnetic thing. Like if you're
sometimes in roulette you'll win, like I do. Sometimes you lose. That's Harrison. Remind me to never go to the casino with you.
30 seconds. Hey, I won money at the Chat Sports Christmas party. I was balling out at Blackjack. So don't even. Thumbs up icon. 20 more seconds. Let's see if we can get to 1,500 likes or at least get close, so we can get to that number very, very soon. Coming up here in a moment, we'll talk about the Seattle Seahawks. They have a top 10 pick. For the first time in a while after trading Russell Wilson. We'll bring in Tyler Jones, host of Seahawks Today by Chat Sports as well. You guys will get to hear his thoughts on everything going on with Seattle. Didn't get to 1,500 likes, but over 1,200, so we'll revisit this once we cross 1,500.
I think we'll get there.
Yasser Alvarez, who do the Seahawks take at number 9? Well, stay tuned for Tyler. We'll give our 2 cents here real quick, Tom. Let's say they don't trade down. There's a report that they could, which we'll talk about with Tyler, of course. Charles Cross, I think if he's there, is a good pick.
I could see Penning being a guy that Pete Carroll loves. I would love if Kayvon Thibodeau is there. I jump all over that.
If somehow Sauce or Stingley falls to 9, I think they could be in play.
I could see that. They historically don't like going corner or early. I'm looking at that offensive line, and I'm seeing Jake Curran as your right tackle and Stone Forsythe left, and I'm let's take a tackle. And I think they'll be a good one there at 9. This is also an organization that historically does things that I don't like them doing. Sometimes they're right. A lot of times, honestly, I'm right. Just to be blunt, because they've made some really bad picks, as their own front office and fan base would admit to. I hope they do right this time. You could get a great player at 9. There's a Evan Neal might be there still. So, I jump all over that. We'll see if they do it. If not, I will recreate my profile
This draft
picture.
in a nutshell is Seattle.
Yeah.
Unpredictable. You never know what they're going to do. We don't know what anybody's going to do tonight, and that's what's going to make it fun.
I will recreate my profile picture if they take Quay Walker again.
Okay. 5.5 trades over-under in round 1. Potentially Seattle here. Type O for over, type U for under, and then we'll bring in Tyler Jones here in a moment after we get some shout-outs here, both on YouTube and on Rumble. Just over 40 minutes away from Roger Goodell opening up the NFL draft. Richard says over. Corey says under. Father says under. Richard says over.
I got the Rumble side here.
What are your thoughts?
BNL says over. Nighthawk says under. It's going to start slow. I don't think you're going to see a lot of action, which is my guess because it's weird. You never know what's going to happen. I'm going to go with the under. I think we get 5. I think we get 5. That's going to be my guess, Harrison. BNL says over. Nighthawk says under, by the way, on the Rumble side.
You would think in general it would be less trades in a year where trading up is not what teams want to do. So
it is a buyer's market. So I think there's a real chance that the cost to move up is much lower than what it historically has been. So that might help a little bit of juicing the wheels to get movement going.
Yeah, we'll see what happens on that front. Let's talk a little bit more about the Seahawks with Tyler Jones, who hopped on board with us about a month and a half, 2 months ago. He's hosting Seahawks Today for us, youtube.com/SeahawksTV. If you want to go check out our Seahawks Only channel. Tyler, welcome in. Happy draft night. Where do you sit with Seattle at number 9? I know there's a report out there from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler that trading down could be in play. Talk about that, and then give us a couple of names to monitor as we get, into picks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for Seattle.
Guys, it's about time that you let me have my main channel debut here on Chat Sports, but good to be here tonight. And I've been saying the last couple days, and I'll reiterate, with this Seattle Seahawks team, anyone that claims that they know what this team is going to do tonight is a snake oil salesman. No one has any idea. There's a lot of different directions that this could go for the Seattle Seahawks, and we're hearing the rumblings about them trading down, and I think they would like to do that with so many needs to cover. But if they stay there at 9, there's a couple of names that come to mind in particular more than others. Kayvon Thibodeau, if he's still around, I think is arguably the best player in this draft. And if he's there, then you're thrilled. And I think that we're giving John Schneider and Pete Carroll an A++ on this draft if they find Thibs still available at that number 9 spot. A couple of the tackles, Evan Neal, Charles Cross would be names I think you would be pretty pleased as well. And then there's also the idea of Derek Stingley at that number 9 spot at the cornerback position. Stingley, clearly a top 10 talent, no question about that. That's not the issue. It's the injury history for me that has the concerns with Derek Stingley. You see what has gone on the last 2 years with being basically MIA for LSU. I don't like that for a guy that young. To have all those injury issues already. I wouldn't take him at 9, but wouldn't be surprised if Seattle does so if he's available at that spot and they hold on to it.
So Seattle historically in recent years has pretty much just done things that no one can predict. I know Tom loved the Rashad Penning pick a few years ago.
That was the face.
Who's a player out there that you would be like, God, this is terrible? Like something that maybe you've seen or a player linked out there that you're like, please don't draft this player at number 9. Who would that player be?
For me, it is Stingley because of the injury issues there. I know that he is a terrific talent. If you took away the injury issues, then it would be a home run. But for me, I don't even like the idea of spending high draft capital on corners as is anyway. Corner's not a high priority position for me. And when you look at that secondary there for Seattle, they have a great duo there in those safety spots. And then the nickel corners aren't too bad either. They have so many other needs to deal with. I think that everyone else can kind of fill the gaps, per se, when it comes to that not having that elite cornerback. I think that you can deal without at that spot personally. But for me, it's that Derek Stingley with those injury issues, and he's not going to get any younger. That, to me, is just a big red flag at that number 9 spot.
Well, Tyler, like you said, your official debut here on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. Outside of chugging beers, you've done a couple of those, but the live chat is very enamored.
Should have known this was coming.
With your voice. They're like, oh, my God, does he have a megaphone on? So we're going to ask the chat to scale it from 1 to 10, 10 being, how about 20 if you think it's off the charts, 1 being.
If you give me a 9, you're a hater.
Scale it from 1 to 10. I see a 10 million in there.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of 10s coming in. So
and we're doing 69s, too.
Yes. If it's not a 10, it better
Nice.
be a 6.9 or a 69 on that front. So a lot of good ratings come in. Here's the deal. Go follow Tyler on Twitter. He covers the Seahawks for us at Chat Sports. Still getting his feet wet, fired up to be here. Help him, I should say, get to 7,000 Twitter followers. It's at Tyler Jones Live. If you've got your phone or laptop there, Tyler, and want to give some shout-outs before you walk away here, you should be getting some followers coming in here at Tyler Jones Live. We've got got the link in the live chat, so you should have a couple come through. So as soon as they start raining
I'm just
in,
getting some new follows within the company, actually. A guy named Thomas Mott, Mitchell Renz.
You know. Hey, Mott's a hater. He probably gave you a 9 out of 10 on that voice.
Now, are you following Mitch or not?
Well, that's a different story. Any more coming in there, Tyler?
All right, here we go. Seahawks boy, Peter, Matt Productions. Appreciate all the follows. And as I gain more followers, we're going to do some challenges and such throughout the weekend.
Ooh,
so
all right.
Look for me at Tyler Jones Live. I got that verified check mark.
There you go.
And you'll be glad you did.
All right, Tyler. Appreciate you joining us. We'll check in with you later on in the draft, and we'll see what the hell the Seahawks do this year. Check him out at Tyler Jones Live. There he goes. Appreciate Tyler Jones hopping in with us. Tom, let's get to the next question here.
Yes.
What is your favorite candy?
Do we have those Nerds gummy clusters out there? If so, hook me up. Let's ride.
Anything with flavor. I still got this rotten
rotten
egg taste lurking.
Jelly bean.
Yeah, it's brutal. Dinner needs to get here. I'll tell you that.
Oh, that was too good.
What is your favorite candy?
Yes is my first answer to this question. Reese's
course.
always fire. Anything like
Just milk.
gummy.
Milk.
See, I'm
milk
not a
or
big chocolate guy.
Milk or peanut butter chocolate can't go wrong. It's just it's
If
simple.
there's peanut
it's
butter in
easy,
there, yes.
It's simple, easy, and good. I don't need anything crazy. Just give me tasty candy there. Tom, give us some shout-outs.
B&L's going Red Hots on Rumble, which is quite fascinating there. I see Jolly Ranchers.
That's a red hot take.
Shockers, Reese's Sticks, Milky Way, Skittles. I'm not sure I can read that one out, Luke, but it's funny. Saltwater Taffy, Mound, Snickers, Skittles, Gummies, Candy Corn. You want to get the gummy clusters, Jack, if you have time real quick? Just throw those here, and we'll give some to Harrison so he can get that gross taste out of his mouth.
Get that taste
Butterfingers, Tropical Sour Patch Kids. Those are really good, by the way. Snickers, Hershey's. That's gross. Milk Duds or slept-on Airheads. Someone says if you say candy corn, you might be a serial
Candy
killer.
corn sucks.
White chocolate. There we go. White chocolate Reese's. Fun Dip. Joshua got me too.
Sugar babies. I've never had
Joshua's
that.
is really dirty.
What is sugar babies?
All right, Harrison.
Someone says
here.
candy
Want
corn
one
is
of these?
fire. Yeah, I'll take.
You got to
a
be
couple.
careful with these. These are the Nerds gummy clusters.
Oh, do they get stuck easily?
No, they're not. They're delicious. That's why they're dangerous. Better?
Yeah. We're getting there.
Better taste out of your mouth? There you go. Black licorice is terrible from other people, so that's pretty fair too. I see squash.
I'm not a big licorice guy.
Mike and Ike's, good choice. Nerds Rope. If you like the Nerds Rope, you'll love the Nerds Gummy Cluster, not a sponsor, because it's like a bunch of little tiny pieces of Nerds Rope.
Oh, man, that's good stuff. You know what's also good stuff and good products? Manscaped, the best men's grooming products on the planet. Tom, I'm a huge fan of the Ultra Premium collection that they launched a couple months ago. 5-product collection there. You get the shampoo and conditioner bottle, the body wash, which I've been using both those products the last couple months. Body spray as well. Say you go get a quick workout, don't have a time to take a shower, just a couple of sprays there.
Or you're on air for 50 straight hours.
Or you're like Will Scott, our Dolphins host, and get attacked by a dog, you just spray that at the dog. He'll run away. You'll be good there.
Boom!
In all seriousness, deodorant comes in there as well. Lip balm. Great products, $39.99, Tom. This is a hell of a deal for these this 5-product collection here from Manscaped. 20% off plus free shipping. Knocks it down to $40 at manscaped.com/chat. I'm a big fan of the Ultra Premium collection, that 5-product thing. Also, the Lawnmower 4.0,
which is purple.
Yes, which is excellent. Keeps things shaved nice and clean downstairs. 4 adjustable guards. You want to leave a landing strip for your lady. Maybe she's a fan of that. If you like to stay tidy and clean, Manscaped is the place to go.
I think we just learned a lot about Harrison that I didn't need to learn about Harrison.
You haven't heard that read before?
Not from you.
Manscaped.
Maybe from Mitch.
Mitch would take that and take it to a whole new level, which he probably, will on the Raiders Report tonight. Appreciate Manscaped for sponsoring the show. Please go check them out. Support our sponsors. They do great work for spreading awareness for Testicular Cancer Awareness Month, which is April, actually. Guys get diagnosed every day, every hour. That's just a fact. So need to spread awareness more.
Yeah,
and
the limited edition purple box that Harrison has, percentage of the proceeds donated for that.
It's a little limited time deal that they're doing.
Cooler
so
box than the
go check that out. And I'm a big fan because I went to TCU and we're purple color. So I've got one in the mail right now. So there you go. Appreciate Manscaped once again. Let's go to Downey's big board here. Obviously, best available. No one's been drafted. Kyle Hamilton, your number 1 player.
Yeah, because I ain't scared. That's why. I don't know what happened where the consensus, and there were outliers, of course, entering like the day before his pro day was like, Kyle Hamilton's a top 5 player lock, no doubt about it. And now everyone's like, oh, well, he didn't run that well. But, like, he actually did for his size. So I feel like people just, like, wanted to make changes for whatever reason. So Hamilton's my number 1 guy. For reference, however, Hamilton, had he been in last year's class, would have been maybe 8 or 9, somewhere in that range. That's the talent discrepancy at the top of this year's class.
We'll kind of go quickly through some of these guys real quick. Why Evan Neal over Aquano?
I think Evan Neal they're both awesome athletes. Evan Neal is a bigger player who I think moves just as well, and I feel better about his pass protecting. I think Ike Mekwanu's run blocking is better than Evan Neal's, and Neal doesn't quite finish the way that I want him to. A man his size should be a better finisher than what he is, but he's got all the traits you want, and those grades are both very close together.
Hutchinson split in there. We've talked about him a lot. Solid edge prospect, can play inside out. Kayvon Thibodeau, you have at number 5. I like him a lot. I don't get some of the narrative that he could drop. I think that's
off the field and character and stuff. I think it's kind of done.
I think people have backed off that a little bit recently. We'll see where he goes. Derek Stingley, the traits are off the charts, Tom. The potential is huge.
Look, if Stingley had flipped his career and he had the 2 not-so-great first years and then played the way he did as a freshman in his junior year,
might be the number 1 player.
We would feel like, there's no way he gets past number 3 overall. He might be my number 1 guy, but you have to factor in that he hasn't played in 2 years.
Ahmad Sauce Gardner never gave up a touchdown in college.
Great.
Tyler Linderbaum, who, he could fall to round 2, but he's by far the best center prospect in this class. You keep it moving here. Trip McDuffie, so 3 corners in your top 9, Tom. I like McDuffie a lot. I think he's just super smooth.
He might slide because of arm length issues, but he is smooth and sticky, I think is a great way to describe him, Harrison, in the sense that he doesn't allow a lot of separation. He doesn't make a ton of plays on the football, but he allowed something like, I think it was 40%. I'll double-check my numbers here in a second in terms of completion percentage. Like, he didn't get beat at Washington. Now, that might not be the best level of competition, but it was awesome. 44.4%, by the way. So, I love McDuffie. He maybe goes more like 19, closer to 19 than 9, but he's got a first-round grade for me.
Charles Cross, another one of those tackles in there. Some buzz that the Giants or Panthers could take him. We'll see there. Jordan Davis, who just had an unbelievable combine. And you can't teach 6'6", 340 with good athleticism.
No, and it's not just good athleticism. It's off-the-charts athleticism.
Yeah.
He was a part-time player for Georgia in terms of his snap count. Didn't do a lot of third-down pass rushing.
Can he be a 3-down guy in the NFL?
I think he can.
Okay. I think that's a big determining factor.
It absolutely is, because Vita Vea is a 3-down player for you, and I like Vita Vea more because I knew he could, at least I thought I knew he could be a 3-down player. Davis, I'm not quite as sold on being a 3-down guy, but worse because I think he can be Daron Payne for you, and look where Payne went. So I'm on board the Jordan Davis hype train. You just wish he had a little bit more production as a pass rusher.
Got Garrett Wilson here. Real quick, why Wilson is your number one guy at receiver?
Body control and the combination of his athletic ability and being able to make plays after the catch.
All right, there you go. We'll get to some other prospects here in a little bit. Want to shout out Type Me. Let's get the chat rate back up here in the comments. We pride ourselves here at Chat Sports on the interaction with all of you. We want you guys to help drive the show. And I can hear in Studio 2 that the Raiders report is live. Raider Ron's probably lighting it up already. Type Me in the chat if you want a shout out. And here in a few moments we'll give some. Why don't you give us some shout outs here?
I see BNL, by the way, in there on the Rumble side is
over 300 on Rumble.
Yeah, you guys are having fun trolling. That's all I'll say about that one. Chris Yeager, Zach, King Hill, D Ward, DJ Adams, Concrank, Shmuley J, Rashard Lee, Quackid, Caden, Timby Timo, Drew, Christopher C, Joshua Cook, Trouble Laker, Manuel, Rashard, Anthony, Unseen Donut. What's happened to Jack, Quackhead, Brian Jacobs, Supreme Lord 305. Not even a reaction from Jack. That was a good one, I thought. Caden Shoemaker, Dominic Breedlove, D Ward, Mike,
Tom.
Gabriel Luke, Lane Ashmore, Fields Goat, JR, Caden, Donald in there as well. Woo! Your turn.
That's good stuff. Yeah, take a breath. Producer Jack's locked in, Tom. He's locked in.
There was a guy named Unseen Donut, and I said that's what happened to Jack the other day.
Kyler, Anthony, Dion, Arnold, Angelica, Zachary, Brian, Anthony, Joshua, Arrington, Mimi, Jaden, Fulbright, Angelica, Jeremy, all in the chat. Appreciate you guys for lighting it up. Under 30 minutes to go, but a long way to go to get to 300,000 subscribers. But the goal is to maybe get there by the end of the draft.
I think we can.
I think it's feasible. It's possible. Only 239 more subs today, though. We need more if we're going to get to 300,000. We've got 3,700 people watching live on YouTube. So help us out. Hit the sub button. Daily videos, multiple videos per day around the NFL. We'll crank up our NBA coverage once, the draft is over.
Once people care about it.
Yeah, once people care about the NBA. We're all NFL all the time, but we talk about the NBA from time to time as well. All 3 days of the NFL draft, we're going to be live. We're not going to, punt after round one or after day two. We'll be live for all 3 days, tonight, tomorrow, Saturday as well. So subscribe, and the more subscribers we get, the more we're able to grow and hopefully be the number one watch coverage here on YouTube, which is the ultimate goal for us.
I'll make note, by the way, we're 75 likes away from the roulette wheel spin again.
Ooh.
If you want to like it.
Yeah, like the video.
Just throwing that out there.
All 7 rounds, every pick, analysis of every pick, too. We're not just going to, not talk about the draft for 10 picks.
That annoys me.
Networks.
Well, that annoys me when ESPN and NFL Network get to day 3 and they don't talk about a pick that happened for 15 minutes of doing other stuff. That annoys me. No, it does not happen here. We talk about each pick.
Yeah, we don't do that crap. We give you good analysis and we have fun doing it. We're drinking beers. You think Kuiper's drinking beers from his home studio?
Spin the wheel.
I don't think he's doing that. So subscribe. We greatly, greatly appreciate it. Tom, go through our Super Chat menu because we just hit 1,500 likes.
Every 500 likes, we spin the roulette wheel. Imagine if Harrison got the bamboozle bean again. Imagine. $10 will guarantee you guys some screen time. 20, talk about your team. 30, advertise yourself. 100, pick a host to drink, either a shotgun, a beer bong, or I'll do a giant pull of Jack Daniels. Harrison, survey says?
This is for both of us.
Okay.
Top celeb crush.
Oh, okay. Do you want to go first?
Oh, man. Blake Lively would be up there.
Margot Robbie for me. Robbie, whatever it is.
Jennifer Aniston, I still think. Horrible Boss is Jennifer Aniston. Horrible Boss is Jennifer Aniston.
Okay.
The real one's no.
So horny Jennifer Aniston. Got it. Okay, I see how it is.
I'm
not wrong. That's her character in the movie.
That really, I honestly wasn't even thinking that, but you're totally
right. That's her
role. Give us a couple.
Well, my wife and I have talked about this. Margot Robbie, is that how it is? Robbie is on the list.
Okay.
That's approved.
Do you have a list?
That's the one. That is the list.
Okay.
That's the
approved
one. Ironically enough, also Margot Robbie.
Oh, okay. There you go. Simeon Hendricks. Who will the Pack take
Harrison
in the
was
first
not ready
round?
for that.
I wasn't. I'm impressed. And will they move up to what position to get him? If they move up, it better be for a receiver.
It'd have to be for a receiver. Their typical preference is height, weight, speed guys. And Garrett Wilson checks that box. Chris Olave kind of checks it. I've heard they like Treylon Burks quite a bit. I don't know if they would have to move up for him. In the end, I'm going to guess the Packers stand pat in the first round. My projections were Treylon Burks and George Karlaftis. I've seen George Pickens. I've seen Drake Jackson. But I think they're going to stand pat, at least at 22.
Drake Jackson would be gross in round 1.
Yes, it would.
Burning Spades is
my
back.
Guy.
The next stimmy must have hit. What up, Chat Sports? Cheers. Hey, cheers, buddy. Best scheme fit for Sam Howell, Falcons, Browns, Panthers, Saints, or Washington? Well, I don't think the Browns would draft a quarterback.
Yeah, you can cross them off the list. I think that was just because he looks like Baker and plays like Baker.
I don't hate the Falcons because Howell throws a pretty good deep ball. In theory, if you get Calvin Ridley back, he's a pretty good deep route runner. Maybe they draft Jamison Williams at number 8 as well. Plus, he's mobile like Mariota, so maybe as Mariota's backup in year 1, that could make some sense.
I think Howell's best fit is going to be a team that allows him to run a bunch of RPOs. That was the UNC Mickey Mouse style offense.
Same with Corral.
Corral as well. Both those guys ran different styles of offenses in terms of like what they asked their quarterback to do pre-snap and post-snap, but like the core philosophy of play-action RPOs, that stayed the same with different types of play callers and route trees that were ran by their receivers. I don't care for the UNC route tree in any capacity. So I think Washington could make a lot of sense if they want to take Howell maybe in the second, third round behind Carson Wentz. I do think Atlanta makes sense as well. I don't love Sam Howell. He gets very panicky under pressure, and that's a big no-no for me. I don't like it when my QB gets panicky.
A big red flag for me, and I won't pretend that I study as much as you do for the draft, but I do watch the quarterbacks a lot. He didn't improve in college. That concerns me as a thrower. I don't think he improved that much. You could argue his first year and second year were clearly better than year 3. And I get they lost some talent, but like it was kind of a drastic fall for me from how he threw the football this year.
They asked him to run the football a lot more, and that offense, if the first read's not there, sometimes there isn't a second read because it's just the way that the route's designed. But I agree. And part of it is the offense was not designed to allow him to grow and improve, but he didn't grow and improve. So I'd agree with you there.
I think my point is the great ones continue to improve. And I don't think he's a great one. That's just my take. All right, here's the deal. On Twitter, you can follow us at Chat Sports and go give us a like and a retweet, and we'll get some shout-outs for you guys.
I got it pulled up.
Is it the same tweet from earlier, or is it a second one?
Everyone's pinned. It's the one we're doing.
All right, pinned tweet on Chat Sports. So let's get that link in the chat for whoever's running community. The pinned tweet. It's the one from earlier. Yep. It's the one that has the thumbnail on it, the Aiden Hutchinson NFL Draft Live. Give us a like, give us a retweet, give us a comment too if you want, and we'll get some shout-outs for you guys. I'll see if we've got.
I'll give an early round, then we'll check back in here. We got Greg, we've got Timothy, we've
Pat's
got
Nation
Patrick.
with the retweet.
Yeah, Pat's Nation's in there too. We've got Carl, we've got Henderson, weird first name. We've got Brett, Jeremy. And then Tyler Jones retweeted it earlier as well.
I see a few more in
Ginge Charmander, I see in there.
In there, Early Birdie, Lewis, Josh. We'll circle back to this, but it helps to spread the word that we are live here on YouTube. It helps us get to number 1. So give us a like, retweet our pinned tweet as we got 18 minutes and change until round 1 gets underway live from Las Vegas.
Fun Cowboys is in there. I see Brandon Two-Tone Anderson, Mike V.
By the way,
Ginge Charmander is my favorite name.
We should have had a weigh-in of this. Maybe we could. Which draft prospect in Vegas is most likely after he gets drafted to have a little too much fun? Because they are in Las Vegas.
It's a good one.
I don't want to say arrested. I don't know if anyone's going to get arrested, but Vegas is a dangerous place to have an NFL draft.
Right, Alvin Kamara?
Yes, exactly.
Also, Ozark is in there, too.
That's good stuff. Okay, let's talk about the Saints here a little bit. Texans as well. Both have been linked to trading up. New Orleans holding 16 and 19. Tom, if they move up, I think it's for one of 3 things. And I'm going to guess on the power ranking of those 3 things. 1, quarterback, which I don't really think they should do. 2, wide receiver if they have a specific one in mind. Or 3, if one of the 4 tackles, I'll throw Penning as the 4th, isn't there, and they're thinking, we got to get this guy, it's one of those 3 things, right?
Yeah, I would almost wonder if offensive tackle's the higher need over receiver. Quarterback, of course, because that's your long-term need, hypothetically.
Yep.
They have always shown a willingness to, hey, we're going to go get a non-QB, the Marcus Davenport year, for example. They've been aggressive in the past. They've been always down to they trust their board, and they say, we love this guy. He's going to be our piece. Sometimes they're right, but more often than not, I actually think they're right than they are wrong. So I would look out for tackle receiver. A lot of buzz when they made that move to get that extra first-round pick that they weren't done. We'll know what happens in just a little bit.
All right, how about Houston? They're at 3-13. Report from earlier that they're expected to pick at 3, but they could try to get back into the top 10 from 13. Seattle's been linked as a team that could trade down from 9. I think the Giants at 7, Tom, could be a couple of spots. If you're Houston looking to move up, what if they go corner at pick 1 and they want one of the tackles and they want to get in front of Seattle at 9? Maybe that's a possibility.
They could also flip that position. Maybe they take a guy like Ika Mekwonu at 3 and say, we want Stingley. We're going to jump Seattle at 9 for Stingley and the Falcons, who need draft capital. They trade down.
Sure.
The Giants at 7, if Gardner goes 4, maybe they take a tackle at 5 and they trade down with Houston. That could be a possibility there. So I've also heard Garrett Wilson as the dark horse name linked to Houston beyond the tackle-cornerback combination. So I feel like I'm kind of alone in that one. That one has not been nearly picked up the way I thought it was going to be, but I did hear it. So we'll wait and see what happens on the Wilson side of it.
By the way, first of all, like the video if you're excited for the NFL Draft. 15 minutes and counting. We're less than 400 likes away from our next milestone, which means another roulette spin.
Red Bull.
I think it's a pretty interesting note from Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated, Monday Morning Quarterback. If there's a very real possibility that 4 defensive players are the first 4 picks, Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson, Derek Stingley, Sauce Gardner, that has not happened to start a draft since 1991.
1991. It's been a very long time. I remember that was...
Which isn't surprising because everybody wants a quarterback.
Quarterback's an offensive lineman.
But that's not the year.
I'm going to go with it doesn't happen this year.
O-line gets in there.
O-lineman goes 3 or 4.
Maybe a
Not
receiver.
a guarantee, but I think receiver goes 3 or 4.
All right. Like the video, every 500 likes, we get to spin this bad boy, the roulette wheel. And if you're just joining us or if you haven't joined us before, it's like you're going to Vegas. You spin the wheel, you don't know what you're going to end up with. Different challenges that Tom or I or someone in the office has to do potentially. So you never know. Roulette, sometimes it's cool stuff. Sometimes it's not fun stuff. Sometimes you have to eat disgusting jelly beans like I did earlier. So like the video.
Puked.
Dude, literally, I did not fake that.
I know you did. It's rotten egg. I know you did.
And that does not happen to me often. That was a tough one. Yeah. 200 likes away. We'll get there, and then we'll spin the wheel. So Jacksonville will be on the clock, Tom, here in about 15 or 20 minutes. There's always that delay time where Roger Goodell, thanks the sponsors, yada, yada,
We'll do the
yada.
boot cheer Goodell.
Of course. And but then we'll see where Jacksonville goes. The expectation is Trayvon Walker, but nothing is official at this point in time. Detroit, Houston, the Jets round out the top 4. I think it really starts to get interesting with the Jets and with the Giants, Tom, because they each have a pair of top 10 picks.
And I think they're trying to juggle almost how to counteract each other, right? Like, a lot of their needs are similar, specifically the Sauce Gardner interest. I know the Giants like him, and I've heard the Jets like him. If he's there at 5, do the Giants wait and go, let's go our tackle 5 in case the Panthers take a QB, or take offensive lineman so we get our guy? Like, that's the tricky balancing act because Panthers could trade down. So Sauce Gardner is going to be an interesting option here where he ends up going. Ika Mekwonu, Evan Neal. I think that this year's draft, maybe it doesn't start to happen until like the 15s, 20s, late teens, 20s. I think there's going to be some really weird shit that goes on this year. And like my board and the way I operate is very similar to NFL teams. We can just scroll through the top 32 picks here. I don't have 32 first-round grades. NFL teams won't have 32 first-round grades.
Usually it's around 20.
It's maybe 20. Now, I do cheater grades. I do first-round, first/second round, second-round grades.
Do you use second/third?
I do. I do all the same cheater stuff. That's just because I'm a coward. I have 13 first-round grades.
He said it.
13 first-round
That's
grades.
low.
my first, second round treater grades end at 23.
So what's the cutoff there? We went through your top 12 earlier.
Devin Lloyd was the next player with a first round grade.
And then it drops to 1-2.
1-2, and then Breece Hall is my last 1-2. Then it's a bunch of second round grades. Then we get into the not that many 2-3 cheaters.
With that,
a lot of 3-4s.
With that being said, maybe there's a couple trade ups early, but then maybe teams try to trade down.
And I think what you'll see is teams are going to have different first round grades, like always. I expect there will be a first round grade for a team or teams that I got maybe outside my top 32 altogether or my top 40 altogether, and they would take them a lot earlier, or their early second round grade is their best one left back end of round one, and they pull a shocking pick too.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. 8 teams, Tom, with a pair of first round picks this year. Kansas City, one of those at 29 and 30. Packers, another one as well. Philadelphia, New Orleans, we mentioned the Jets and the Seahawks, Giants as well. So going to be a weird draft, but it's going to be a fun one, and that's why you guys are locked in here, because we got you guys covered 10-plus minutes away, and we will get into round 1 coverage of the NFL draft. All right, let's play a little game, Tom. Shout out your favorite team.
I'll close my eyes.
I'll count Tom down from 10, and then the first team he sees in the chat is the team we're going to talk about. So shout out your favorite team, then we'll talk about the first one we see. So here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Light up the chat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, Tom, who do you see? Who are we talking about?
I see the Steelers from CH Gaming. First one in there.
A lot of QB buzz.
Yeah, I think they have a good chance of getting a QB if they want one by standing pat at number 20.
I would not trade up for a quarterback.
I would not either. Now, they have done a ton of work looking into these QBs. They looked hard at Kenny Pickett, looked hard at Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder. They have been unafraid of showing there is some semblance of interest in QBs. Where they're picking, I doubt that would be a smokescreen. Maybe they're gone. Maybe the guy they want isn't there. Maybe they try to get somebody in the second round. Beyond that, I think receiver, offensive line makes sense.
Let me jump in here. Josina Anderson just now. League source to me with their opinion on how things would be handled with Deebo Samuel remained a 49er. Quote, I think it would be fine. Shanahan and Lynch manage personalities better than most in the league, so that'd be cool out. Deebo loves football too much to sit out. So maybe, just maybe, Deebo says, you know what? Last year, my deal, maybe I just play this out, and then, things get revisited next offseason.
Yeah,
that would be preferable for the Niners with a new quarterback in Trey Lance. You want Deebo Samuel, right? Yeah. To help him out?
I would be inclined to agree so, yeah.
We'll see what happens there. Jack Bishop, Daniel Falele to the Raiders is a must. I don't know about a must.
I think I need a right tackle to find them. I don't want to play Brandon Parker anymore. So whether it's Falele or if Abraham Lucas is there, I would love a right tackle for them. Alexander
with a 10-piece. Third year watching Chat Sports Draft. Appreciate
Alexander.
It. Cheers. Any thoughts on some big surprises?
Well, it wouldn't be a surprise if we knew it, right?
Yeah. What would qualify as a big surprise early in
Quay
round
Walker,
one?
top 10.
Okay. Is that like your bold one that you
my
think could
mega
happen?
Crazy bold that I don't think happens, but of course that would happen for a team.
How about Charles Cross as the first lineman?
Okay, I could see that.
Giants at 5.
I could see Cross being tackle 1 or tackle 4 this year.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that way.
They all have strengths and weaknesses, for sure. We want more people to join in on the fun because we're less than 10 minutes away from the NFL draft getting officially underway. We've been getting you guys ready for the past couple of hours. Over 5,000 people live. Stay active in the chat, but also share this video with one friend who's an NFL fan. And so there's a couple ways to do it. If you're on your desktop, you can just copy the link, email it, text to a friend, whatever. If you're on mobile, though, which a lot of you probably are, phone, tablet, there should be a share button that you can click. You can tweet it. You can text it to your buddies. You can post it on Facebook. I think Instagram's an option through YouTube as well. Click the share button. Share it on social media. Text it to your buddies. Let's get more people in here because we like to have fun with as many people as possible here on Chat Sports on YouTube and on Rumble. So share the video and at least one friend. If everybody in the chat shares it to one person, well, we're going to have a lot of people in here, and it's going to be a blast.
If we double the live viewership to 10K, I'll do a giant shot for you guys. How about that?
Yeah, how about that? We get to 10,000 people watching live by the time this clock runs out. Tom and I are going to each take a shot. So share the video. That's going to give us the best chance of doing just that. We would appreciate your help. We want to be the most watched coverage here on the internet. All right, Jacksonville going to be on the clock here in 10 minutes or so, Tom. Any last-minute change, or are we thinking Trayvon Walker here?
Thinking Trayvon Walker, but I'm not sold on that one either. That's the way the winds have been blowing. It's what the noise has been saying. Bit of a surprising rise. But this is going to be a surprising draft. I wouldn't rule out Ika Mekwonu if Doug Peterson gets his way. If ownership says, I want this guy, it would be Aiden Hutchinson. Maybe they shock the world by going Evan Neal or something weird, but I think it's going to be Walker. That was my final answer in the mock draft. So I'd like to get at least one right this year. It'd make me feel better about myself.
Did you not get any right last year?
No, I got a bunch right last year, but I think it's just going to be a weird year.
Such a crapshoot draft, yeah, no doubt about it. Who's going to be the number one overall pick? Aiden Hutchinson, Trayvon Walker, Ike Mekwonu, or other? Tom, I'm doing something real quick. Give me a couple of shout-outs.
We're good. This is the pin poll, by the way, and Hutchinson is leading the vote right now, 43%, 41%.
Well, that's what should happen.
I would agree. Ekwonu's at 10%. Other, which I assume is Evan Neal, is at 6% as well. Aiden Hutchinson's from Dusty Rhodes, Ginge Charmander, great username, Steven the Gamer. Ekwonu from Joshua Cook. Other from Hey Crocs, I don't know who you're thinking there. Trayvon Walker from Juice Rogoski, I think is how that one is. Alex G, Trey King, Nixter, all typing in Trayvon Walker as well. AH is from G-Man and ACBH. Dom Towney says Trayvon Walker. But the pin poll has flipped in the past, 10 minutes, I'd say, of Hutchinson now leading the way with
it was about
9,000 votes in there.
Walker's number hasn't moved that much, but a lot of the secondary votes have gone to Hutchinson. He was at about 28% an hour ago. Now he's at 43%. So that's what they should do, but it's Jacksonville, and they tend to make things more difficult. Some ways you can help us be the most watched draft coverage on YouTube. These are a couple of ways. Number one, like the video. That's probably the easiest thing you can do. You click one button and you're done. Plus, we're 57 likes away from another roulette spin, so that's exciting. Share the video like we mentioned. Click the share button, tweet it, text it to a buddy. I know you guys have NFL fans that are friends.
And you're all popular
family
people.
Members, social media, all that stuff. Subscribe, hit that big red button. The more subs we get, the more people that'll come back tomorrow and Saturday for days 2 and 3. Keep the live chat busy. Comment, shout out your favorite team, predict the pick, all that good stuff. Tell Tom and I that we suck. We don't care. Just stay active in the chat. All
Roulette
right.
wheel.
Oh, we hit 2,000.
You spin the wheel.
Rapid
I'll
fire
do the super
supers.
chat. Tyler Meek, Dallas trades up and snags Jordan Davis. I wouldn't be mad at it. I would be a little bit surprised. They did bring him in for a pre-draft visit, so there is some interest on that front. From Isaac Torres, what would it cost for the Eagles to move up to get Sauce Gardner? What would be the ideal landing spot? If you package your first and your second, I think that would be enough to get you to 6. It's a little bit under the typical value chart there, but the Jets aren't going to let you trade up because they might have interest in Sauce Gardner. They want to pick at 4. The Giants aren't going to. So 6 would be where you would have to get if you were Philadelphia. I do think the Panthers would have interest in moving down. I think your first one, 15, and your second at 51 gets it done.
Let me answer this one, and then let's get to the roulette. Will the Bears trade up again? No first rounder. I don't think they trade up into round 1. Poles wants more picks, not less. They're not trading up. By the way, game time. So do we pick a game?
Oh, let's get the List 5 logo up here. Game time. Haven't done this yet.
So here's the deal. Here's the game time menu. You guys choose. Type 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Number 1, one of us has to chug. I guess both of us.
Yeah, we race, and the loser does a shot.
We have 2 minutes to chug a Sprite, and we can't burp. So if we both
do,
burp, we have to take a shot.
Do a shot.
Number 2, Post-it, which we should probably have the explainers for these as well. The balloon game is easier to explain. It's we both blow up balloons, and whichever one is bigger that we're able to tie off without popping, that person wins. So you got to decide, have I gone big enough or not before I tie it? It sounds easy, but it's not. The Oreo game, you got to balance an Oreo on your face, and then try to trickle it into your mouth without using your hand.
By the way, it is unanimously one.
And then
it's not even. It is one. It's not even a race.
And then the balancing game. All right, so we're doing the Sprite chugging. So we'll get a couple of Sprites in here. In the meantime, we hit a couple of Super Chats as well, and then we'll explain the rules one more time and go from there. It'll be about time to get this draft going. Bloodslinger, real quick, Tom. Drake Jackson's thoughts, possibly Cowboys pick. And
not in round one. I think that'd be a pretty massive reach. He's 12th at edge on my board. He's a third-round grade. So second round, sure. First round, I'm not interested in any capacity.
Let me remind you guys.
That would bother me.
If it's less than $10,
Jesus, Jack.
If it's less than
you bring me a. I need
this
a
one.
napkin.
This one. Jeez.
What are you doing?
It's not. I don't think it's his fault. Let's go to the next Super Chat. Both of those Sprites were carbonated, very much so. Since my Dolphins not doing nothing today, I'm here for the coverage and the surprises. Give me a surprising.
I blame Jeremy.
Surprising pick in round one, Tom.
What's a surprising pick? How about you want to see a really wild ass pick that I don't think happens, but would be pretty crazy? How about Cam Jurgens before Tyler Linderbaum off the board?
Oh, don't say that. Don't even say it.
Yeah, that would be the wild one.
More buzz, by the way, of Trayvon Walker to number one. Nothing official, but that is where things are trending. One more here. Then remember, guys, if it's less than $10, we can't guarantee to get your shot. So let's play this game, and then we're playing the go game after that, right? We're doing type go.
Do type go.
The draft going. All right.
While we do it.
So let's do that. That's a good idea. We're 1 minute to go until the draft is officially open. Roger Goodell will hop on the stage and talk for a couple minutes, do all that BS. But here's the deal. If you're excited for the draft to start in less than a minute, type me. Let's set a record for most comments in a minute. Last year we hit almost 6,000 comments per minute. Earlier we hit 1,900. Can we get to 5,000 comments per minute? Spam me in the chat, and for the next 60 seconds, we'll get some shout-outs here in a moment as well. We're going to play the Sprite game after this, so stay tuned with us. We'll do that. They got a little fizzy on us. So they got to settle.
Very carbonated.
So I'll get some shout-outs here, Tom.
Yeah.
Chris says me. Connor says me. Hardball, Jason, Charles, Oreo, Juan. Continue to type me. Type it more than once. We want to see how many comments we can get as the draft is set to get underway. Gigi, Michael, Gregory, Timothy, Ahmed. We got Megan in there. You mid. Here we go. The NFL draft is going to get underway shortly. Continue to type me. We'll see you in just a moment. The 2022 NFL Draft is just about to get underway. Harrison Graham and Tom Downey, welcome into Chat Sports here on YouTube and on Rumble. Whatever platform you're following on, give us a follow, give us a subscribe. We would very much appreciate it. Tom, here in a moment, Roger Goodell will step up to the podium, put the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. A lot of buzz that Trayvon Walker is going to go number one.
That seems to be the potential outcome here. We'll see if it actually ends up going down on that front, but that has been the way the winds have been blowing at this point. So we'll see. I do think it ends up being Walker, though, when it's all said and done.
Did we see how many comments of me we got per minute? I did not see a number.
I can check. Peaked at 115.48.
Okay, almost 2,000. We'll revisit that. We'll try to beat that number later. In the meantime, shout out your favorite team, and then Tom and I are going to play the Sprite game. So shout out your favorite team,
and not the way you want it to be.
Wow. Let's give let's show the rules of the Sprite game. Can we show the rules? Shout out your team. We'll get some shout-outs.
I'll get some Rumble shout-outs from Prones, Linky, BNL, Pat13, Mickey Finanagian, Grayman Media, BNL, Imaginary Person, Susan for sure, DJ Bigley, Griffin64, L331T. We're all in there on the Rumble side.
4,100 comments? All right, that's pretty good.
All right.
It's not last year's record, but we still have time to try and beat it.
If we do go when we're chugging, we have a chance for it.
All right, here we go. Here's the Sprite challenge. Since we reached 2,000 likes and spin the roulette wheel, host will attempt to chug a Sprite in under 2 minutes without burping. If you burp, you lose and must take a shot. So should we stagger a little bit so one of us can talk? How about I go first?
Okay.
And then you kind of do
I
play-by-play.
have the stopwatch up here,
All right, here we go.
by the way.
I don't
All right.
even like Sprite, so this
Oh, you're what?
it's not my favorite.
All right, anyway.
Let's start before we get to the Jags pick.
All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. You guys can spam go in the comment section as well here. The stopwatch has started. In the meantime, while Harrison chugs, here's my big board. I do have Kyle Hamilton #1 overall. I'm not scared to be wrong. I love him. I think he's a fantastic football player. I think he's going to be a stud in the NFL. Evan Neal is 2, Aiden Hutchinson 3, Ika Mikwanu 4, and Kayvon Thibodeau at #5, all fairly tightly packed together on my board. Derek Stingley at 6 right there. Tags touching is the phrase with #7 overall, Ahmad Gardner. And then my guy Tyler Linderbaum. You chug that already? Tyler Linderbaum
No
at
burp yet.
#8 overall. So Harrison might win this challenge.
Did
here.
I do it? How much time's left?
That
was a cough.
You had a minute.
That was not no?
You had a minute 20 left.
All right, so if I don't burp for the next minute, Tom's on the hot seat.
All right.
So we'll have Tom go here in a minute.
Yeah, McDuffie's my #9, Cross 12, Davis 11, Wilson is #12. For those wondering, likely #1 overall pick, Trayvon Walker, 16.
Burp's trying to come. I'm trying to hold off.
Phrasing boom.
Bonk! Help us be the #1 watch coverage here on Chat Sports.
All right, I'm going to start.
Like the video. Keep the comments flowing. Subscribe. We'll continue to play some games. Tom's chugging his Sprite right there. I think I'm going to pull this off. I didn't think I could pull this off, but I think I'm going to. We're 100% free. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Rumble. We got you guys covered with the best NFL draft coverage here on the internet. So help us out. Type go in the chat. Continue to chant go for Tom, and let's keep that chat rate up throughout the night. By the way, we're less than 100 likes away from 2,500 because every 500 likes is a roulette spin. So once we get there, I will like the video. So hit that thumbs up icon. Every $10 super chat, we will get you on screen. If it's less than 10, we'll try to get to you, but once the draft gets going, it gets really hard. So $10 or more is what is a guarantee to get on the show. $20, we'll talk about your favorite team. For $30, you can advertise yourself, your Twitter page, your Instagram. We'll plug you. We'll give you some love as well. And then for $100, we'll pick a host. You guys can pick a host to drink. I can either do a beer bong or Tom can do a Jack Daniels pull. I think I'm good. I'm out of the woods, right?
Honestly, I think the Sprite exploding took some of the carbonation out of it.
I'm giving myself – have you burped yet?
No.
You're good. Wow.
And I'm a very burpy person.
I'm out of the
and
2 minutes,
too.
so I'm in the clear.
I'll let my clock run, but I feel pretty good about it here. So
that's good stuff.
Yeah, go figure, right?
All right,
Just kinda
Jacksonville
crazy.
about to be on the clock, Tom. A lot of the buzz. Shams Charania, of all people, says that hearing whispers that it will be Georgia's Trayvon Walker, which that's kind of been the whispers for 4 days, right?
Yeah, more or less.
So I don't know if that's new information he has or not.
So what is this, a crossover episode?
Shams occasionally will have some random NFL scoops. So,
Like you would think, I mean, I guess they don't want Woj tweeting that out since it's on ESPN and Shams has nothing there to deal with, so that's just interesting.
#1 overall pick, who's it going to be? Get your votes in. We're waiting, and then we'll boo Roger Goodell at a second.
44% Hutchinson, by the way. So,
that's interesting.
Which is pretty
Live
interesting.
Poll, which, by the way, let's be sure to change that after
I'll
this pick. AH for Aiden Hutchinson, T-Dub for Trayvon Walker, IE for Akeem Ekwonu, and then O for other. Basically, Evan Neal is probably the only other option. I think it's going to be Walker, but
I think so too.
Got almost 8,000 people watching live. John says Trayvon Walker. CA says Aiden Hutchinson. We've got Akeem Ekwonu from Danny. Got a $20 super chat.
All right, let's ride.
Evan says AH. Baker Mayfield from Cam. Farrell says
Bless
AH.
you, Jack.
Another $10 super chat. Remember, guys, $10 or more to guarantee to get your questions on the show. So we're waiting for Roger Goodell. We'll get a couple of super chats here. We got Karen Durham. Chances of Cowboys moving up or down? What do you think's more likely?
I'd say up, just with the buzz that's been out there. Sometimes I wonder I'm past the 2 minutes. I almost burped there. I was close. I'm past
You're
it.
out of the
I
woods.
just passed it. I literally just got through it there. That was dangerous. Maybe I'll do a sip of beer to balance it out.
Beer always balances it.
The buzz is that they want to move up. Sometimes I wonder how much that's other teams linking the Cowboys so they can trade down. Like that one report about the Cowboys desperately trying to move up, I am convinced came out of the Houston Texans camp.
That's funny.
Because they want to move down, potentially.
Did we hit that $20? Oh, here it is.
There it
Daniel
is.
D, real quick, and then we'll go to Roger Goodell, or at least we'll boo him. I want to shout out our new guy, Will Scott. Perfect addition to the Dolphins channel. I want some Dolphins talk just because, hey, Will's brought good energy to the squad. He's becoming a Dolphins fan, and you guys might see him on day 3 of the draft. That could be in the works, maybe even tomorrow night. We'll see what happens.
We'll see it back end of tomorrow.
Yeah, back end of tomorrow. They obviously made the big splash for
Kinda
Tyreek
brutal.
Hill, but we'll see. If they can get some good value draft picks later on. One more $20 super chat, and then let's boo the commissioner. Jaxo23, will the Bears move up in the first round in a trade with the Texans at pick 13 since the Texans want to move down? What are they going to trade, 39, 48, and 71?
Honestly, I think you got to move your one next year to go get that pick, and that's too much.
They're not. Poles doesn't want to trade future first. He just doesn't want to do it.
Nor should you.
And thanks for the $20 from Austin. He says, let's go Chiefs, and we'll talk about the Chiefs since he sent in $20. 2 picks at 29 and 30 tonight, Tom. Some buzz they could move up. I think they're intrigued by some receivers. I wonder if one of those top edges dipped, if they would take a big swing. Like, what if Thibodeau's there at like 10?
I like that idea.
I would love
that. Makes sense to me. There's your trade-up guy.
Edge is a bigger need than receiver for Kansas City.
Agreed.
There's no doubt about it. Make sure you guys are subscribing to Chat Sports. We got over 7,000 people watching live, nonstop coverage of the NFL throughout the offseason and, of course, our 3 days of the NFL draft. Hit the big red button and subscribe. The Jags are about to be on the clock, and then we will start focusing in on what they are going to do there. But hit that big red button. Myself, Tom Downey, the entire Chat Sports team, we bust our ass to get you ready for this event every year. Easy way to support us is to subscribe. All right, what would you do if you were at the draft in Vegas, Tom? You booing Goodell or you cheering for him?
Because it's fun to boo people sometimes.
Type B for boo, type C for cheer. It is fun to boo people. I was at the Mavs game the other night, and my wife, Hannah, said it was rude, but then she was booing very quickly when Hassan Whiteside tried to injure Luka Doncic.
The best one is when you have a guy whose last name's like Boone, and you can boo without actually booing.
People are always confused about Amari Cooper. They would do Coop, but people thought they were booing.
First time I went to a Reds game, I was like, I don't know, maybe 8. And I would just hear that because they had Aaron Boone back then, and they would boo, and I'd be like, I asked my dad why they were booing, and he said that they weren't, and I was an idiot. So
B for Goodell. Yeah, we're just gonna boo
get the
him.
boos
No
in
one's
there.
cheering for Goodell. He makes $45 million a year to hang out.
Hey, if we hit the chat rate record, I'll do a shot here for you guys too.
How about over 5,000 messages per minute? If we get there, spam B in the chat for the next minute. If we break our record, we will take a shot. How about that? Boo Roger Goodell. And then let's talk about the Jags as they're about to be on the clock there. So go ahead and boo them, spam boo, and then
Rumble and YouTube. You love to see it.
Let's get ready for pick number 1 here. Lots of boos coming in. Trying to let these comments come through. Charlie says boo. Tio says boo. Matt Production says boo. Surprise says boo.
Tyler
Early
Meek,
says
Chris,
boo.
JJ, Darrell, Albert, Richie.
I am Swan.
Eli. I can't keep up at this point. I got to freeze the stream.
Just got a super chat.
Lyric,
Jacob
Dylan,
says boo.
Bartow, Madden Guest. By the
Rex,
way,
William, Christie.
I think we owe another roulette wheel spin. We've passed the 2,500
I'll
mark.
spin that now.
More boos coming in from Rams. Just the Rams. Jalen Ramsey's booing. Interesting. Brandon Tinder, Joshua, Dave, Mindy Sutter, Jesse Howard, Caitlin Temple, Jordan Gillespie, I'm also told it's sometimes pronounced. Doge, Blake, Bike Life Ron, Giuseppe's in there too, Daniel Cortez. It's all boos.
Tom, you're
Hilarious.
up, and I hope you're ready.
Is it the thing?
Make a dolphin sound.
Oh, okay. Wait, should we have Will do this?
This is you.
Good thing I don't do animal noises very well, but we'll give it a shot, and you can all continue to boo me in the comments section. So we'll give it a shot right here. See? Can't do it. Can't do it.
There's my Dolphins.
Both of them were equally crappy, if we're
They
being
were
honest.
bad.
So.
They were definitely very, very
And
bad.
I think I need some beer for that one, too.
There you go. $10 super chat from Joseph. Do you think the Saints will go receiver or offensive tackle? Who dat? Saints Nation. Depends on how the board falls.
I think tackle might. If there's a tackle there, I think they go that route over receiver because the Chargers, I think, would just immediately grab whatever tackle you have in mind there. Now, you might lose your receiver to Philadelphia, potentially, but they also might take one at 15. So I think tackle would make the most sense.
Jay Elam says, let's go Cowboys. The Jags are on the clock officially, by the way. So there you go. A lot of Trayvon Walker buzz. Nothing official yet. Richard with the $30 super chat. Tom Downey, please take over. Hey, you know what?
We appreciate it, Richard.
We appreciate it, Richard. Let's go to something else, Sam.
I'll get a quick little shot for you here.
Appreciate that. Jacksonville is on the clock.
For 30?
Let's talk about the
Advertise.
guys in the mix here for the Jags. Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson, Akeem Ekwonu. It's one of those three, we think. Sounds like it's Walker, Tom. Once that's official, we'll bring that pick to you. If it is Walker, what's his ceiling?
His ceiling is super high. The upside of Walker is up there with any edge in this year's class. The athletic ability he brings, the length he has as well. The pure traits are probably top 5 in this year's class. The problem is he hasn't done it yet, and I think you start to worry a little bit about not having done it quite yet. You know, like that's kind of I think the red flag from that standpoint. So I would go Hutchinson myself. We'll have to wait and see what ends up happening on that front. Though,
Appreciate all the $5.
That's not clear at this
Appreciate
stage.
all the $5 from Cattle, Juan, Jaxo, and everybody else who sent those in as well. So the Jaguars, busy in free agency, Tom. You got to be thinking around Trevor Lawrence, even if this pick isn't going to directly impact the offense. That's got to be the goal for this year and next year, getting him the best chance to succeed in Jacksonville. Obviously, a new coaching staff with Doug Peterson at the helm, a Super Bowl champion coach. I think that will help. But it'll be interesting to see if they do go defensive end here, which is what it sounds like they're doing, maybe to see how the rest of this draft shakes out.
Fills a need, no doubt about it.
Yep.
Big time need there.
And they need defense. I mean, it's not like
and they invested a lot in the offensive line at receiver, so I understand the desire to maybe go defense early and then look maybe back towards the offense as things move along.
And look, they got pick 33. There should be some good receivers available there. We'll see what happens. Jaxo, as we await for the pick to come in, will the Bears trade Nick Foles to Houston? Okay, you're just trolling.
First of all, I don't have pick number 7. That's the Giants pick.
If
Nick Foles ain't worth pick 133.
No. Absolutely not. How about this? Over under 5.5 trades in round 1. We don't think that it's going to be the Jags trading down, but over under 5.5. Let's see.
I'm going to take the under. I think we get 5. I think there are a lot of teams who have interest in moving around in this year's draft, whether it's trying to move up for their last first-round guy or it is more of a buyer's market because so many teams would like to trade down. There is great depth in this year's class. The top-end talent is not ideal, but a lot of the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, etc., those guys, they're deeper class than what it was even last year. So that might be where you find some teams trying to find some of that depth and value.
Richie says over. Stacy says under. Kindred says under. Stacy saying under. Arnold says under. Gaming says under. Hank going under. Dog saying under. We got Kindred saying under as well. We'll see what happens. I think the quarterback interest could carry a lot of it. The pick is in. Are we good to go here? We confident with
just that it's in?
With the pick is in. We'll get that to you as soon as we have it. Once we get the green light from the production staff. All right, we're good to go. The number 1 pick is going to be Trayvon Walker here, Tom. The edge out of Georgia. He was your number 16 overall player. The momentum since the combine has been massive for him. Now he goes number 1 to Jacksonville. That's been the buzz all week, and Trent Baalke makes the pick once again.
Yeah, this was a tough one for me in terms of just the evaluation. I do love the upside. This is a guy who lined up from 3 techniques, standing up on the edge is kind of that 6 technique, not quite wide 9, but kind of similar to it there. He's got the length. He's got the size. He's got the mobility. 6'5", 272, 35.5-inch arms. Runs and moves like he's more of a 242 guy, which is pretty rare from that standpoint. The production is what's lacking here. His career had 9.5 sacks and I think 13 tackles for loss. That's like 1 year of production from Kayvon Thibodeau in his freshman year. But you don't find guys who move the way he does at that size. My player comp is Rashawn Gary, and I have a very similar grade as what I had on Rashawn Gary, where I see the upside. I totally get it, understand it from that standpoint. I just worry if he's going to get to that upside. He was part of a loaded Georgia defensive line group that didn't always ask him to, pin his ears back and go get the passer. They dropped him into coverage some as well. He's got some decent moves, but despite all those elite traits, why don't you have the production? That's my question mark. So Walker's a fantastic athlete. He's a top 16 player for me in this class. I understand the upside. There's nothing that on film, though, makes me go, Aiden Hutchinson and Kayvon Thibodeau are clearly worse than Trayvon Walker. That's just, that doesn't exist on the film.
So here's and that's kind of my problem is, if you're taking a player number 1 overall that's a better athlete than football player at this point, that's a bit of a risk for number 1. Is. At 12, okay. At 7, maybe. Number 1, though, I don't know. I want more of a chance of a certain thing, and I don't think Trayvon Walker's that. Doesn't mean he won't work out. Just means that there's not a guarantee. Give us your one-word reaction to the pick. We'll get a new live poll up as well in the live chat. Give us your one-word reaction to Trayvon Walker going number 1 overall. Expected but underwhelmed are 2 words I would say.
How about risky?
Risky. Very risky.
I think in general this is going to be a risky draft,
It is.
Which is the nice way of me saying possible busty draft, but there is going to be some concerns with Walker. Other stuff I haven't mentioned as your one-word reactions come in here. They played him on special teams a lot because of that speed, which was so impressive, the 4.51 40-yard dash. He did play well against Bama, by the way, which I think is important. He's got the length. He's got all the things that you want, but he's not yet the sum of his parts. And even though he's only 21, you have to worry about those guys getting there. So he could be great. He could be bad.
Variety of comments. Bad, garbage, average, dogs, bust, beast. We've got good, bad, meh, expected. Kind of all over the map, and I think that's fair, to be quite honest. $20 super chat from Golden Thumb. Shout out Hermit. He wants Aiden to Detroit. Go Miami. A lot going on there. I do think Hutchinson's the expected pick next, but we'll find out and see what Detroit does, Tom. Is now the Lions are on the clock.
Hutchinson was my pick. I know there had been some buzz within the building about Kayvon Thibodeau as well.
And they should feel good about having this option. Quite frankly, I don't think they would have taken Walker, too, if he had gone number 1. It is Aiden Hutchinson, by the way. He is the number 2 pick to the Detroit Lions. And, I like this for Detroit, quite frankly. I think it's better than Walker to Jacksonville, just my opinion.
Look, I've got Hutchinson above Walker on my big board. Now, I don't think Hutchinson is going to end up being a premier player in terms of, he's not going to be J.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, right? But he's good. Now, he does have short arms. The length is an issue here. 32 and 1/8 inch arms on that standpoint there. His dad, of course, was the All-American lineman at Michigan. I dislike the Hutchinson's not the athlete that Walker is because he is not the same caliber, but he is a great athlete. A 6.733 cone is incredible for a player size, even if the bend isn't quite that on film. He didn't show up that much against Georgia. He got doubled a lot. Maybe that's why the Jags bailed on Hutchinson, but I think they just liked Walker a lot there. Not the same elite bend on that front. I have a player comp for you, more so in terms of what I think he could be impact-wise than direct skill set or athletic traits. How about Everson Griffin? That's kind of what I have seen.
Peak Everson Griffin?
I think Jared Allen from others has been a popular comp as well, but I liked Griffin there.
Those are 2 really good players at their peaks.
And I think you're going to get a good football player. He was my number 1 edge, number 3 overall with the Lions. We're going to take offensive lineman or Kyle Hamilton, so not really anywhere else I would have gone with this particular pick for the Detroit Lions. Not an ideal draft class overall, but it's a good pick by Detroit. A- for me.
We got 9,000 people watching live. Grade the pick of Aiden Hutchinson to the Lions, A, B, C, D, or F. 9,000 on YouTube and almost 600 on Rumble. So wherever you're watching from, get your grade. And I'm with you. I think it's an A pick. I mean, I think they got the best and safest player in terms of among the elite players.
I don't
in
like
the
using
draft.
the word safe with draft picks, but I get where you're coming from.
On the scale of safety, he's much safer than
That's
Trayvon
fair.
Walker.
I'm just burned by Aaron Curry being a safe pick and then being terrible.
Yeah,
so.
it's that happens. That absolutely happens. Kalen says A. Kendall says A. B+ from Kindred. A for the Lions. F from Tyree. And quite frankly, though, Tom, the Lions need to hit some doubles, some singles.
They need players.
So do the Jags. You don't have to go for
Jags,
everything.
yeah.
Like, get a good football player. And I think that's what they've got.
And I think they do have a good football player. So I'm going to give it an A- myself. I'm trying to be a little bit not as nice with all my picks this year, but
right.
it is an A-
Mean
one.
Tom.
I've been accused of being too nice in the past, and I didn't give out very many first-round grades, so maybe I just need to be a little bit meaner here.
Jaxo 23 with a 20-piece. When do you think the Bears will move up? Maybe never. I think they're a trade-down team. Maybe they move up from 71. That could be a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think Poles is with the way that roster's built. Trading up
Dude,
doesn't
they still
make
have
sense.
25 open roster spots. They need more picks. So I don't think they're trading up. I really don't. I think they're at 6 picks now. They're hoping to maybe get to 8 or 9. I think that's what they would like to do.
Yeah.
Beef up the middle round picks. Get an extra third, extra fourth, something like that. Help us beat our number last year in terms of new subscribers. We hit over 3,700 new subs last year on day 1 of the NFL draft. We're over 500 so far today. Got 9,000 people watching. If you love the NFL, if you enjoy the NFL draft, well, we're just getting started. Subscribe, turn on those notifications. We'll be back live tomorrow for day 2 and for day 3 on Saturday. Tom Downey, myself, Mitchell Renz, Chase Sr., all the guys on the production staff, we've got you covered. Help us out, support us. It's free. Just hit that sub button. Over 500 new subs. Also, we're closing in on a new milestone of 300,000.
And we're
here on
2
our main
likes
channel.
away from a roulette wheel spin.
There you go.
We
Like
just
the
got
video. So subscribe, like the video, do all that good stuff, and we would greatly, greatly appreciate it. All right, Tom, while I spin the wheel, let's talk about Houston. A lot of people say this is when the draft starts.
Yeah, look,
here we are.
The Walker-Hutchinson picks weren't shocking. 3 is very much up in the air. Ika Mekwonu, the offensive tackle from NC State, has been heavily linked as a potential right tackle. Probably day 1 starter. Leave Titus Howard at guard, Laramie Tunsil on the left side. Derek Stingley has earned a lot of buzz to Houston in the past couple of, really, I'd almost say days, maybe weeks if we're pushing it there. The Stingley noise has increased. I wouldn't rule out Sauce Gardner either as a potential pick here. I don't think they'd go Kayvon Thibodeau. I don't think they would, but I think there's a real chance that they look at one of those corners or offensive linemen here.
So we will see where they go from here, and the pick is in. So we'll announce that shortly once we get that to you. And a lot of buzz that Houston could go either O-line or corner here, Tom, but looks like they're going to go defense as we're getting the pick into you guys, which means the first 4 picks could all be defense as well. Keep subscribing to the channel as we're looking to grow as much as possible. Almost 600 new subs today. Let's try to get to 1,000 as quickly as possible. Houston Texans pick is in. Then we'll go to the Jets after this in just a moment. Am I going to just say it here? Derek Stingley is the pick out of LSU. Tom, a lot of buzz in the last 10 days, really since his pro day when he tested really well. I think that checked a lot of boxes for teams after he hasn't played much the last 2 years.
The pro day buzz was weird to me because he didn't do anything that we didn't already know he could do. I think it was more of okay, he's healthy, he's back out there, and had he not done anything at his pro day, there would have been some big-time concerns from that stuff here. the peak of what we've seen from Derek Stingley back in 2019 as a true freshman in the SEC, when he had more interceptions than touchdowns allowed 38.3% completion rate. There were some big plays mixed in there as well, 15 pass breakups. The problem is since then, there have been 5 pass breakups, no interceptions, a couple TFLs, has barely played football the past 2 years because of injury, had the Frank surgery this year, was cleared in time for the combine, ended up running a 4.44 40. Those are the verified numbers, maybe not the ones you saw initially on social media, but that's the numbers that NFL teams are using out there. It's a great time for a guy that I was told was training for like 2 weeks before his pro day. Wow. So, he was not out there doing all those things like you would normally expect there. He's an awesome athlete. Arm length isn't elite, but I've actually never wavered on Stingley this pre-draft process. He's always been my number one corner because I know how good he could be because I've seen it at the highest level of competition in terms of college football. So, bit of a surprise the way it's gone down with the kind of late rise back up for Derek Stingley. He's my CB1. He can be a punt returner for you if you need it. He's got ball skills. He can play press man. That's always valuable. I got 2 player comps for you here, Harrison. Okay. A bigger Jason Verrett, which I threw in because of the injury concerns. Okay. And I think Stephon Gilmore comp works as well.
Was this a good pick for the Texans? Type Y for yes, type N for no. We'll get some shout-outs. Jets on the clock. We'll see what they end up doing here. Offensive line, wide receiver, a couple of spots they could go. Maybe edge as well. Kayvon Thibodeau.
The Giants, by the way, and the Jets are like, okay, we have our guys that we were looking at. Sauce Gardner, Ika Mekwonu, Charles Cross, Evan Neal. Some of those guys will end up being there in the end.
Y for yes and for no. A lot of no's coming in. And look, I get the hesitation. He didn't play much the past couple of years, but the upside is certainly massive.
I'm happy with it.
We'll see.
He's my number one corner. You could have argued Ika Mekwonu over him, Evan Neal over him, but you wanted a corner, and you got a really good one if he hits.
Yep.
There's some risk involved, absolutely, but I'm fine with it.
Got another roulette wheel spin because we got another 500 likes. Every 500 likes, we'll spin the wheel. $10 or more, we'll get you on screen. $20,
your turn.
We'll talk about your favorite team. Oh, wait, no, we didn't do the last one yet.
Yeah, we did.
$30, advertise yourself. $100, pick a host to drink. No, I got to do my best dance move.
Oh, you have to do that? All right,
so I'll just hit the infinite dab from Fortnite. How about that?
Okay, do it. Wait, let's go. There we go. There we go.
Woo, woo. Hit him with the dab. Woo, woo. Not much of a dancer.
Everybody boo Harrison, and somebody clip that for me.
Boo me in the chat. The infinite dab was great 3 years ago, but today is not 3 years ago.
Just long arms swaying back and forth.
Exactly. Hey, I got long arms. Draft me. $10, Brian Stevenson. Appreciate that. Feel free to ask a question next time. Jaxo23. I think Poles will move up. He keeps thinking Poles is going to move up, Tom. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think
if a first-round grade is sliding back of a first round,
you never know.
Maybe. I also want to shout out Ball So Hard Will. Says, can't wait for Tim Hasselbeck to be drafted. Harrison's Graham's Beard wants to know when George Pickens gets taken. I'll give you a specific number.
Late 1, early 2.
How about 42 overall to the Colts? Specific answer there.
If he's there at 39, I think the Bears will be interested. We'll see what happens. All right, here's your big board. Best available, Kyle Hamilton, Evan Neal, Ika Mekwonu, Kayvon Thibodeau. Jets are on the clock. We'll throw Ahmad Gardner in the mix for this pick potentially as well.
Yeah, definitely. I would guess it's Gardner or Ekwonu here. Thibodeau would be a nice pick. I'd be surprised. There had been some buzz about Jermaine Johnson here, which I would not like.
That's rich.
I think with Ekwonu and Gardner on the board, you can get a premium player. I believe that front office likes Ekwonu a lot, but also if you take Ekwonu, what are you going to do with your left tackle, Mekhi Becton, because you have George Fant there too. So they've shown some not happiness as it relates to Mekhi Becton, but there are no spots available on the interior O-line. So if Ekwonu's the pick, I think Becton's done.
Yeah, I think
now
you're right.
Maybe he's not. That's what I think happens.
Giants up at 5, Carolina at 6, and Josiana Anderson just tweeted out she expects Carolina to take a tackle. So if you're the Giants, you may not be able to wait until 7. I think that depends on what the Jets do here at 4. If the Jets go Gardner, Tom, then the Giants are in an interesting spot because all 3 tackles are available, but also the top 2 corners are gone. That was kind of their other big need.
Yeah,
so this pick could determine a lot here.
Yeah, I think that you Would you just go lineman and then see what happens at 7?
Trade down from 7?
Try hard to trade down, or you take Thibodeau at 7?
Ooh, I wouldn't mind a Thibodeau-Neal combination.
But before I shuffled my final mock draft, I had Thibodeau at 7, but then I wanted to get I put Stingley in at 3, so Ekwonu went to 4, and then Gardner fell to 7.
Help us out while we wait for this pick to come in from the New York Jets. Let's get more people in the party. We got over 8,000 people watching live. We want to get that number up just a little bit. Share this video with a friend that's an NFL fan. Click the share button, and then you can text it. It should give you a message option. You can tweet it out on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Share it somewhere, and let's get more people in here. We want to have some fun. We're already up to 8,300. Maybe a couple of you guys just did that. Help us out. Share the video, social media, text, email, whatever you guys do, and spread the word because we're just getting underway in round 1. We still got 29 picks to go, so Tom and I will be rocking with you for a while. We'll shuffle people in and out. Should be a lot of fun. So Jets on the clock here, Tom, and we mentioned a couple of names that could go. Gardner, Ekwonu. I think this pick could determine a lot for 5 and beyond.
This is going to start to impact the way teams approach the offensive line because if the O-line guys keep falling, things could get interesting beyond that.
Teams could start to trade up potentially. One of those tackles slips as well.
That early teens range start to look appetizing for teams that want to go offensive lineman early.
Wide receiver, another position the Jets would be interested in, but the pick is in for the New York Jets. It is Ahmad Sauce Gardner, the corner out of Cincinnati. So it happened, Tom. 4 defensive players to start an NFL draft. First time since 1991. Gardner goes to the Jets. 2 corners in the top 4 picks. When's the last time that happened?
I don't think it's happened. I'm trying to think back. Last time we had that many runs on corners, it's very rare for them to go top 5, period.
Yeah.
Let alone back-to-back picks in the top 5. So Jets have overhauled their secondary this year with DJ Reed, now Sauce Gardner coming aboard in round 1. That's your 1-2 punch. Maybe you put Reed in the nickel at points, but now you got to figure out what to do with Bryce Hall, who I like, but not the guy you hold off against in the end. So Gardner the pick here at number 4 to the Jets. I know the Giants are down a little bit here. The big wonder about Gardner entering the combine was just how fast is he? How quick is he? Now, Gardner, as you can tell, this is Derek Sling stuff, so we'll go to Gardner's here. Gardner did not do the agilities. He skipped those. I do think he's a little bit stiff, but he's so tall and leggy. That's okay. He does have great straight line speed. I wanted to come in under 4.5. He came in 4.41. I think there's athletic comp profile here. Stephon Gilmore makes a lot of sense. He's a good scheme fit for what the Jets are going to try to do on offense. Checks off your size box, almost 6'3", 190 pounds, 33-inch arms, 4.41 40 speed. You can see why this guy goes top 5 in a bit of a down class. So it's a quality pick by the Jets. Now we wait and see what they do at number 10 later on.
How do you guys feel about the pick? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Type L for love, type H for hate. I like the pick. Good player, good cover guy. Didn't give up a touchdown in college. That's kind of his claim to fame there. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. Maybe this means they're going to try and make it work with Mekhi Becton. Tom's going to get some shout-outs here. Then I have a couple of questions for you about the Giants because I think they're in an interesting spot here. But get some shout-outs.
A lot of L's for Loves coming in here. Jake Dunn lost. That one kid, Elijah, lost. Trouble Laker, Jason Schroeder, Breezy Ivory, Gaming Wizard, Smiley. H from Magmasher for the win. H from Lavelle Wesson. H from Robert Dard and Soapy Sponge. Mark Gabbert says L. So mostly L's for Love coming in on this one, which I'm inclined to agree with here. My instant draft grade is to give it a B+.
I like it overall. I like Sauce Gardner. I like Derek Stingley, so I don't mind that these teams have gone in that direction. So we'll see where we go from here. Giants on the clock at number 5. We'll get this quick super sticker that came in. Appreciate Austin.
I love the stickers because they don't work right.
Yes, pair character rolling on the floor laughing.
And
unfortunately, our software doesn't.
Pair characters got the headband on too,
yes.
by the way,
Hey,
which is
good
funny.
luck.
Hey, we're another 100, or not even 100, 70 likes away from another roulette wheel spin, by the way, folks.
That's good stuff.
There
What's
we go.
also good stuff is our Giants Only channel,
Yes.
who is hosted by Marshall Green. He's live right now. Giants fans, go tune in to Marshall. Go subscribe over there, then come back after the Giants pick. YouTube.com/GiantsTV. Marsh is feeling a little lonely over there. He wants more Big Blue Nation to join him as the Giants make a pair of picks here. So subscribe. Go check him out. YouTube.com/NYGiantsTV. We'll get that link in the live chat if we can, but if not, just search that link right there. You should see the live video at the top of his page, and you guys can go check him out as he's getting ready to announce who the Giants are about to take. So Marshall works hard. He's doing one of his first live shows. I think it's his third live show. So go show him some love as the Giants are on the board, Tom. And what I wanted to ask you, all 3 tackles still there, talking about Ekwonu, Neal, and Cross. I wonder if the Giants would try to trade down from this pick.
I don't know who wants it, though.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Because if you're trading down, you would assume a team is coming up for a lineman, not a QB. So that's your red flag there. Now, maybe you find a team who's not going to do that, which is awesome, but this isn't ideal for New York, assuming they wanted one of those corners in Sauce Gardner or Derrick Smith, because they're both gone right now.
They should take Thibodeau, man.
Honestly, I might take 2 offensive linemen.
You could go that route.
What
play
if I
Cross
got
at guard?
Neal and Ekwonu?
Play one at guard?
And play one at guard, play one at right tackle. I think that'd be fun. I
might go Thibodeau and then lineman.
See, I would, if you have a lineman you love, take him here.
Because Carolina's not going to.
Because I would assume that no one's going to trade up for Carolina, and they're going to take their best lineman. So then you can wait and still get Thibodeau at 7 or whichever route you want to go. But if there are 2 linemen who you love equally, then take the other guy in terms of other position and then stand pat and get your lineman still at number 7. So I think that's what's being discussed right now in the Giants' war room. I don't think they're that pleased with the way this just went down.
Are we all on the same page? And let us know, by the way, who should the Giants draft? It's a tackle or Thibodeau. I don't think there's anyone else it could be. You're not going to take McDuffie here.
Yeah, I mean,
You're not going to take a receiver, I don't think.
Hamilton at 7?
Yeah, you could take Kyle Hamilton with one of these picks.
Do you want to reach on McDuffie? I doubt they're going to go Linderbaum.
I think they're going to try and trade down from 7.
You mentioned receiver earlier. So
they're not going to trade here. The pick is in.
Giants are in a bit of a weird situation with, if those corners had been there, maybe they would have taken one of them at 5 and then taken the lineman at 7. The board did not fall that way. So that makes things a little bit dicier. So if they want to go with outside-the-box tackle, you can take one, double dip at 7. If you love 2 tackles, go a different direction and don't take that guy. Because if you are 2 you love, let's say it's Neal and Ekwonu or Neal, Ekwonu, and Cross, they're going to be there for you at number 7 overall. The way this board has fallen, the linemen are going to be there, guaranteed on that front.
Well, the pick is in, Tom, and we're about to bring that to you in just a moment. Remember, the Giants pick again at 7, and then Carolina in between them as well. Someone says Ekwonu in the chat. We've got Neal in the chat. Trayvon Walker's already gone, guys.
Walker's gone. Sorry.
They did what I said they should. Kayvon Thibodeau, Tom. The Giants must feel good about more than one tackle at 7.
Clearly.
Or they just love Thibodeau, and they say, you know what, we're taking the best player available.
Yeah, I am not mad at this one in any capacity. I had him, I think, falling a little bit more, but it's all good. This is where he should be going in worst case. Now, he's comped himself to Jadeveon Clowney. I think that comp's pretty accurate, actually. Depending on which game you lost, looks like the number 1 overall pick. Cal, UCLA, dominant in that one. The knocks on Thibodeau and why he's here at 5 instead of being picked number 1 or number 2 has been not that related to the on-the-field stuff. It's been the off-the-field issues of he's cocky. And these are not my words, it's just the reports out there. I love Kayvon Thibodeau, as you can tell, number 5 on my board. They're happy with the pick, but we'll talk about some of the negative stuff because there's a reason why he's fallen to this point. Cares about his brand a lot. Teams are worried he's cocky. And I heard similar stuff about like he cares about more than football around like Penei Sewell and Justin Herbert because they went to Oregon. Maybe it's Pac-12 bias, whatever
all
it
that
is.
Nike
like,
stuff.
I guess. I did hear, this was a Bobby Belt note, by the way, that he tried to opt out a few times this year when things got rough because he got so emotional after like the Stanford loss. They talked him back into it. There are some flags in his background too, but 4.58 40-yard dash. He's got solid length, 33 1/8 inch arms, good size, 6'4", 254. He dropped into coverage some, which is dumb when you deal with your pass rushers as far as I'm concerned here.
Yep.
Got the burst, got the bend. He's a very good football player. I have no issues with this pick, especially knowing I'm not going to boost my grade. I'm going to give this one an A-. You're going to get an A grade here, I think, in a little bit for the New York Giants here when they pick at 7, getting their star tackle.
Was this a good pick?
I assume.
By the Giants. Type Y for yes, type N for no.
Was.
I love the pick. Listen, I don't mind if my pass rushers are a little cocky. Go give me 10 sacks and you could celebrate.
The cocky stuff doesn't matter if you're good at football.
Exactly.
Like, of course, you were the number 1 overall recruit. Like, of course, you're going to be a little bit cocky. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, you've been told your whole life you're a beast.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how that goes.
And by the way, I'll also make this note real quick. Like the brand stuff doesn't bother me either, because welcome to life in the new college football era. You're going to have a brand. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
That's just how it goes.
All defensive players, by the way.
Yep, 5 straight. I wonder when the last time that has happened. First 6 in 91 were defense. I'm just saying. Saul says yes. Robert, yes. Caden, yes. Panthers on the clock, by the way. A lot of buzz that they're going to go tackle here. We'll see if they go quarterback, but sounds like it could be a tackle.
They have their pick of anyone they want.
Hey, Cray says yes. Inlayer says no. A lot of votes coming in. I think it's a good pick. I think Giants are getting an impact starter from day one. Help us out. Let's get to 300,000 subscribers on our main Chat Sports channel, which is what we're live on right now. We've almost gotten 1,000 new subs today already. Let's keep that train rolling. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. The link is blinking down below if you want to share that link with a friend. But you're watching on your tablet, your computer, whatever, just hit the sub button, and we'll have you guys covered throughout the NFL draft. So go ahead and subscribe, support us. It's 100% free. All right, Jaxo23, I think Poles should make a play. A lot of this Bears guy is bringing the heat, Tom. I got to give him credit. Make a trade with New England, Tampa Bay, or Kansas City. So 20s or 30s. Look, could they trade into the back end of the first round, Tom, for like a Treylon Burks? It's possible.
Yeah, that's the back end of the first, I think, starts to make a bit more. Like, New England's really expensive to go up and get, even if in a downer year.
21's pretty early.
30's a bit more doable. There's a working relationship there.
What if you traded 48 and 30 48 and Robert Quinn to the Chiefs for 30? Who says no?
Is that too much to give up? But I like the way you're thinking.
If you're not thinking you're going to win this year.
That values Robert Quinn as roughly a late third. It's a late third.
Probably about what
that's
you're hoping for. It's just an idea.
I don't hate it.
Look, if they keep Quinn, great. If they trade him and get a day 2 pick, that's good as well. I think they're in a win-win situation there. We'll see where Carolina goes now that they're on the clock. Tom, you're in charge. You drafting a tackle or a quarterback here?
I mean, I'm going tackle because this quarterback class is not good. The issue for Carolina is they pick at 6 and then not again for a very long time. And that makes it difficult to fill their 2 core needs right now, which are quarterback and offensive tackle. Whichever one you don't fill, I assume we're going to be getting all of the trade rumors about Carolina acquiring that other position here. So I am very interested to see what path they go, because this is a regime, specifically head coach Matt Rule, who is coaching for his job. If they do not win this year, he is fired. Or if they do not show immense promise this year, he is fired. So you have to find a way to win games right now. Maybe that's Kenny Pickett, who Matt Rule recruited at Temple, who owner David Tepper is a Pitt booster. Maybe that connection makes sense for Kenny Pickett. Maybe it's the lineman instead, and you plug and play Evan Neal or Ike Mekwonu or Charles Cross day one in there on the left side of the offensive line, and boom, that's your starter, and you go trade for a Baker Mayfield, you go trade for a Baker or Jimmy Garoppolo, and you solidify your team that way, and you pray that veteran QB is your guy. And my suspicion, by the way, is James Scott Fitterer, who is kind of with Matt Rule, but I don't think attached in the same way in terms of he might get fired too. He might say, you know what, Matt? Make the pick. Who do you want? And if it works, great. We all stay here. If not, you're the one getting fired, not me.
Oof.
Which is that's how teams operate. That's why I don't like having the whole not aligning your head coach and GM together. It gets a bit dicey on that front.
We did cross 500 more likes, so I'll go ahead and spin the wheel here. So like the video. If you're excited for the NFL draft, if you're fired up, if you're having a good time, hit that thumbs up icon. We'll see where Carolina goes.
I'll do a little. Oh, we haven't done it yet.
You're
I
up.
thought that was it. Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
Rap for 30 seconds.
Rap for 30 seconds. Okay. Let me get a good song here so I can actually do it.
Tom's about to rap. Spit some bars.
Here's the thing. I don't have very many skills beyond this
I
stuff.
saw you balling out on the way to Oklahoma on the party bus.
What was the name of that song again? I can't.
There's a lot of
That's
them.
definitely too dirty.
It's hard when you without music playing.
Yeah,
it's kind of
hard.
hard.
Let me think here. Let me think here.
You can look up lyrics.
Yeah, that's what I'm
if you
doing.
have an Eminem song you like or something
I do like
that.
Eminem. Yeah.
If you're having a good time, like the video. And, hey, we're about to hear Tom like. The pick is in, so we will get to that in just a moment from Carolina. And we'll hear Tom rap. Maybe. How about you rap about the pick? How about that?
I'll try it. I'll try it, I guess. That's a tricky one.
You want to announce this pick in rap form?
I don't think I can do it, honestly. It could be a disaster.
Pressure.
We'll do the pick, and then we'll come back to it.
All right, how about that? Pick is about to be announced, be official here.
Yeah.
So there you go. Who do you think it's going to be, Tom?
My pick, my mock draft pick was Kenny Pickett. I did not anticipate all 5 linemen being here, so your guess is as good as mine.
Things
folks.
happen. Things happen. We told you this draft would be unpredictable. So that is the way the cookie crumbles. Panthers are going to go offensive line, Tom. Akeem Ekwonu out of North Carolina State. They had their pick of the litter. They get their guy, Ekwonu.
Icky, as his nickname is, there's my number 4 overall player, the first offensive lineman off the board. I do have Evan Neal higher. Those grades are basically touching here. It's not an issue from that standpoint there. Long arms, 34 inches, is only 6'4", 310. Now, he took a big step forward this year, has some left tackle and some left guard experience from that standpoint. He is a bully ball lineman. So if you want to run the football like Matt Rule wants to do in Carolina, this is your guy. He's got great power. He'll finish. He was better in pass protection this year, specifically with his hand usage. I think the best run blocker in this year's class. The traits are overall they're all there. The ability to do what you need him to do in the run game and the athletic traits to hold up in pass protection are there. The technique is not great. He tends to overset and then can get beat on the inside. The timing of when he throws those hands into your lineman and where his footwork is at that time can get him into issues. He'll get off balance, and that's how you lose leverage and you have issues there. He needs some development. All offensive linemen do. My player comp, and this is a deep reference here. Do you guys remember the 49ers Anthony Davis? Not the basketball player. The lineman,
man.
Anthony Davis. That's the player comp here from an athletic standpoint. That is a deep cut. If you want a more recent player, I'll shout out Bleacher Report. I like theirs, was Jason Peters.
Okay. I like Jason Peters. He's not someone you want to get stuck in the alley with, and that's how I want my linemen to be. Just scary, powerful people. Grade the pick, Ekwonu to Carolina, A, B, C, D, or F. It's an A grade, man. They got to choose a lineman. They got a good one, at least one that we think is going to be good. I can get a couple shout-outs here. Paul says A. Rel says B. By the way, Giants back on the clock. Eric says F. Stormy B. Kelly A-. Robert D. Peyton says C.
Niners
Damon
and Browns
says A.
like this pick a
Michael
lot, by the
says
way.
A, C- from Caton. Where's the rap? Oh, that's right. You're not getting out of this rap.
I'm ready for it. You ready?
All right, he's ready.
All
Let's
right,
go.
We're going to do Till I Collapse by Eminem.
We're going to grade the rap,
By
too.
the way,
A, B, C, D, or F.
You can just type in F right now. It's fine. We can get over it there. I am not a good singer in any capacity. All right, you ready, Harrison?
Let's do it.
Till I collapse, I'm spilling these raps long as you fill them. Till the day that I drop, you'll never say that I'm not killing them. Because when I'm not, then I'm stop penning them. And I'm not hip-hop, and Now it's not Eminem. Subliminal thoughts when I'm going to stop sending them. Women are caught in web, spin them and hawk venom. Adrenaline shots of penicillin could not get the illin to stop. Amoxicillin just not real enough. The criminal cop killing hip-hop villain. A million swapped cops millions of hip-hop listeners. You're coming with me, feel it or not. You're going to feel it like soda or
pretty
die.
good.
Terrible,
that's better than an F.
Hey, you also threw me at the end.
Did you like the beatboxing?
That was good. It helped.
Did you like the
It
beatboxing?
actually helped a lot.
All right. A++
It
from Amy.
absolutely is not an A.
It was better than I thought it would be.
It's a B for boomer.
You are a boomer when it comes to rapping. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade the rap. New York back on the clock.
Whoever wrote in, please make it stop. I agree.
I'm going to predict Charles Cross here.
I went Evan Neal at 5. I know there's been a lot of buzz that they like Cross a lot. I'm going to stick with my guess of Evan Neal.
I would take Neal. I think they'll take Cross.
Lots
of ace coming in, dude. They liked it.
If Neal slides, I think there's a lot of teams to be trying to move up here.
Could Atlanta just take him at 8?
They don't. Well, I mean Caleb McGarrett kind of sucks, so I wouldn't hate it.
Seattle at 9.
Yeah.
I mean, they would. You'd have to be thrilled if you're
I don't even remember who I had the Falcons taking in my mock draft anymore.
I had Jameson Williams in my mock.
I think I had Thibodeau. I don't know anymore. Who knows at this point?
Mocks are. They're done. They're done. We'll see what the Giants do here. By the way,
I mean, it's offensive lineman.
Marshall Green, yeah, unless they trade down. Marshall Green still live. YouTube.com/NYGiantsTV. Breaking down what the Giants did at 5, getting you ready for this pick as well. A team that was quiet in free agency, Tom, didn't have a lot of money to work with. A lot of buzz about maybe trading or cutting James Bradberry to clear some cap space. Maybe that happens during the draft. Who knows? But you get Thibodeau and Neal or Cross, that's a pretty good haul. I like that.
If they get Neal and Thibodeau specifically,
that's a win.
This is a home run draft for the Giants, as best as we can grade immediately afterward. If they go Cross or Penning, I'm not going to like it quite as much. That would actually kind of...
Don't take Penning. It's too high for him.
It is too high for him. I think it's a little too high for Cross, who I like a lot as well. So, look, it's a little weird why Neal is sliding. I think there was a report of a medical thing that his agent denied, so maybe that's an issue there.
Any other players that could be in the mix here? I don't really
honestly
think so.
it would be such a shock. I wouldn't like if it's not Neal, Cross,
or
just
Penning. Love one of the receivers.
If it's not Neal, Cross, or Penning, I'll do a shot right now.
I'll join you.
They need line help.
We all
know they need lineman help.
If it's not Neal or Cross, I'll take a shot.
I will see you and match you here.
All right, sounds good. Other teams coming up. We got the Falcons at 8, and then Seattle at 9, Jets again at 10, and then Washington at 11. Don't sleep on Washington for maybe taking a quarterback. I think it could happen. Tyler, who do the Lions take at 32? Pick is in, by the way. D at the 2 spot. I'm thinking run.
If they take running back with DeAndre Swift,
is fine.
I'd hate it. I'd look safety, linebacker, receiver, maybe dark horse cornerback. Or not cornerback, excuse me, quarterback at number 32. So
I could see them going quarterback.
I could see him taking a Georgia player, whether that's Lewis Cine, Kobe Dean, or Quay Walker. Just kind of jump all over that one, and I think that'd be a pretty quality pick on from their standpoint. So they I think would also like to trade down pretty heavily as well. That 32nd pick does have value, just because they've got the option to get that 5th year as well, which I think is actually a little bit overblown, but I do think that's the likely outcome here.
The pick is in. We'll have it momentarily for you guys. As quite frankly, the first round's flying by.
It is. I appreciate that.
It's not even 9 Eastern yet, and we're about to be through 7 picks. It is Evan Neal, Tom.
Great pick.
Joe Shane. Sometimes picks just fall in your lap, but you know what? You still got to make them. Thibodeau and Neal, I love it.
Checked in at the Combine at 6'7.5", 337, 34-inch arms. Did not do the drills. That's okay. We did not need them to do the drills because we know what he moves like on film. The people this size are not supposed to move as fluidly as Evan Neal actually does. Now, he's been bouncing all over the line for Alabama. Left tackle this year, right tackle 2020, left guard 2019. The height and the weight and the size, all of it is just insane, as you can see here. I think he moves just as well as Ike Mekwonu. And for being such a bigger guy, your concern is that edges can get up underneath you. You can lose the leverage game. Hasn't really been an issue for Neal. If anything, I think he should play with more power than what he does. He gets a little bit over his toes, and he is not a finisher. And what I mean by finishing, not the dirty stuff that's in your guys' mind, but rather is driving your man to the ground, taking him out of the play, the pancake blocks.
Finish the play.
Owning the rep. There are sustainers, there are finishers, and there are crappy offensive linemen. Neal should end up as a finisher. He's a bit more of a sustainer at this point. Got to keep the weight in check. He was 390 in high school. I think playing one spot on the offensive line is going to be a great benefit for him. Ready for my player comp? Andrew Whitworth, the longtime offensive lineman.
He worked out kind of well. So
he was good.
Hey, Thibodeau and Neal, if Giants fans were told that's what they would end up with, you'd have to be pretty happy. I mean, we'll see what happens this year in year one with Daniel Jones. Hey, you can draft a quarterback next year.
Yes, you can.
Like if the Giants stink this year, that's okay. Like they can get a quarterback next year. Let's break the chat record here at Chat.
Let's do it.
Type go as many times as you
Let's
can,
go.
as many times as you want. We break the record, we're taking shots. I want to get the fireball going, which, by the way, it's in the freezer, and we should get it out of there.
Oh, yeah.
Type go. It's the bigger one in the freezer, I believe, in the middle there. Jack, if you want to go, check that out. Type go in the chat. Let's break the record.
I'll give some shout-outs here. All right, rapid fire. Russell James, Matt Matrix, Reagan Moore, Claptimus Prime, great name. Kristen Bravo, Gravel, Ryan, Austin, Kai, Janssen, Dylan Heck, Mimosas, Christopher, Famous XD, Ephraim, John, Polar Splash, QB, bass player, Paul, Adam, Dom, Rod, Kevin, Mitch, Tyree. The more you type, better chance to get a shout-out. Marcus, Lamar, Alberto, Clayton, Joaquin, Sterling, Avian, Loss, Saul, Austin, Camden, Soapy Sponge, Manuel, Timothy, Isaias, Patrick, Austin, Lafayette, Daniel, Nathan, Brandon, Kevin, Nathan, Rich, Nick, a different Nathan, John, Jesus, Tyler, Arnold, Edwin, Simplex, Sear, Tony Holder, Richard, Landon, Kai, Brett, PBM, Joshua, the Ryan River, Ty, Carl, KY, Jacob, Mac Jones, Gaming Wizard, Hansel, Guerrero, Worth the Flight,
Keep spamming
Saul, Aiden, Justin, Tyler, Kaiser, K-Bills, Simplex, Brandon, Rebecca, Andy, Gaming Wizard, Joe, MLS, Dom, Wolf King, Tony, Romo. Wait, that's Tomo, sorry. Rich, Rebecca, Brandon, Raekwon, Freudian slip right there. 49ers, Emmanuel, the back of the classroom, Kyle, Dana.
We want to take
Missouri.
shots.
Okay, you're up, Harrison. Woo!
All right, Butler, Jay, Elio, Los, Brett, Saul, last night, the Register, Jeremy. We got a few on Rumble, Screaming, Vocal, Nighthawk, Mikhail, Trasher as well. All right, we'll see when the numbers come in here in a moment. Let's beat that record because I want to take some shots at this point. We still giving shout-outs? Still giving shout-outs? All right, Dustin. Keep spamming it in the chat. Keep it going, and we'll try and beat that record. All right, the Atlanta Falcons, Tom, they're on the clock. They've got some flexibility. All the receivers are there.
Receiver, right? Got to be receiver,
Unless
right?
they love Malik Willis.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wouldn't love that, but or Kenny Pickett, I guess, too. I think Willis is from Atlanta, so that'd be interesting there.
I would like Willis.
Yeah,
better.
Kyle Hamilton is there. Safety's not a big need. I'm looking at quarterback, receiver, edge. Jermaine Johnson had Billington as a potential top 10
Does
pick.
Ryan Pace screw this up? Now that he's
you
in the
can
Falcons.
blame Ryan Pace. That'd be funny. Look, Falcons are in a tricky spot. They were not going to try to rebuild. You end up losing Matt Ryan because you went after Deshaun Watson. That didn't go very well in the end. You add Marcus Mariota. You basically the only spot you couldn't take right now, I feel like, is tight end with Kyle Pitts. And I feel like you could not take Linderbaum, the center, because you have two actually pretty solid centers here.
The pick is in, and by the way, no trades yet through a quarter of the first round.
I kind of thought the range might open around 11.
Well, here we go.
Maybe 12.
That's probably why we've had a swift start here. Teams have been decisive. Trades have not happened. We'll see who the Falcons are going to take. Who should they draft here? You've got Garrett Wilson and Drake London out there. I mean, you could go Kyle Hamilton if you just want to go best player here.
My issue for the Falcons is, can you take a tight end and a safety back-to-back first round?
Yeah.
Like, that's not
Non-major
that's not
positions.
maximizing your top 10 pick value.
Yeah, that's fair. That is certainly fair.
Yeah.
Pick is in. We will get that to you guys here in just a moment. And let's get some shout-outs here. Waiting for
I
them to
see
come
JJ's
in.
Insights, Bike Life. I will say the peak we got to, Harrison, that I see on the go, I see 3,600. Did we get to 46? 46? Okay.
That's close.
Higher today, but
wasn't the record.
Yeah, not the record.
We got to be men of our word. We can't just take shots because we got close. So
I see some McDuffie, some Ritter, Malik Willis as well.
All right. Well, first receiver coming off the board here, Tom. Drake London. And by the way, the rapper Drake, I think, put $100,000 that he would be the first receiver off the board. I thought Jamison Williams might be the pick here, but listen, 6'5", fast. They need weapons. I like the pick.
Depending on which team you talk to, I think some had Jamison Williams as receiver 1. I had Garrett Wilson as receiver 1. I had Drake London right in that tier. Those were the big 3 receivers for me this year. I was very impressed by Drake London. I know that the knock on him was, separation. I didn't see it on film, honestly. I saw a player who got open, and his quarterback was cheeks and couldn't throw him the football. He carried the offense this year. 8 games played, 88 catches, over 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns. He was a slot receiver to begin his career for the Trojans, then thrived on the outside. So my question entering the year was, okay, we saw him do the underneath stuff. Can he win vertically? Absolutely was the resounding answer on that one. He's been a football-only player, Harrison, for 1 year.
Wow.
He was doing basketball stuff at USC. He didn't play very much, but still, he was technically
collegiate basketball player.
Technically played at USC,
impressive.
which is kind of crazy on that front there. He's not just a big body guy. They used him on screens. Great frame. Skinny Mike Evans comp is pretty fair for me, frankly.
You see some of the basketball skills on tape where he high points the ball. He can block people out on those jump balls.
Awesome.
Good contested catch guy. Quite frankly, I know it's the cheating answer, but the Mike Evans comp I think is really good for him.
Brandon Marshall, too.
Not quite as thick is Evans, but
Skinny Mike
big
Evans
and fast and can really catch the ball downfield.
London didn't run at his pro day. He was coming off of
That's why I wondered if maybe he would dip a bit if teams were concerned, but turn on the tape.
Kind of thought he was going to go maybe 4.55.
Let us know how you
speed.
Let us know how you feel about the pick. Type L for love, H for hate. By the way, Seahawks on the clock, and there was buzz of this before the draft. They are fielding calls, according to reports, to potentially trade down. So we'll see what happens here. Maybe our first trade. Why don't you give us some shout-outs here, Tom?
Yeah, I see a decent split here. Semi-H from WW Traveler, some semi-Ls in there, which I think is fair. By the way, my grade, I gave it a B minus grade. I like the player, but I would have picked Wilson. As I just saw someone put that in the chat and I missed it. H's from Matt Matrix, Roberto Pole, Elio in there as well. H from Troy Cole. Malachi says go Hawks. Take Willis as well. L's from Rob and Mike Honcho and Ryan M and L Dahl and Tio Tube. So decent split. I think the L's have it a bit more than the H's. I like this player a lot. I'm a big fan of Drake London, so I'm not going to complain about this one.
Look, if you went London, Wilson, or Williams, I would have liked the pick. You got to get weapons there. Not even really so much for Marcus Mariota, but just for whoever the long-term quarterback ends up being, you need more than what you have. You're hopeful Calvin Ridley returns in 2023. You pair him with Drake London, that's a fun 1-2 punch. You can find the right quarterback. The pick is in for Seattle at pick number 9. Sounds like they did field calls, but no trade is going to happen here. They're going to make a selection that we will get to momentarily. Cross still on the board. There's been a lot of buzz there, Tom. They could go offensive tackle. We'll see what happens.
Give me the offensive tackle. Give me Cross. Do it. That'd be a strong pick by the Seattle Seahawks.
Real quick, Falcons, they just picked. If you are a Falcons fan, go check out our Falcons only channel, youtube.com/FalconsTV. Let's get to 6,000 subs over there as soon as possible. So Seattle on the clock. The pick is in. We'll see once it's official here. We good to go?
Yep.
Another tackle off the board, and this is the right pick. Charles Cross. A lot of edges early, Tom, but then now you've had your run of tackles here with four edges, 3 tackles in the first 9 picks.
A lot of buzz. It was going to go tackle and offensive edge rusher heavy, excuse me.
That's kind of how it's going.
Look, the Seahawks did the smart thing in the first round for the first time in what feels like forever.
Can you change your profile picture now?
Maybe I have to now. I like this pick a lot. I got a first-round grade on Charles Cross. There's too much upside and production as a pass protector to not be a first-round grade for me. Now, he's awesome in pass protection. I would argue better than Evan Neal and especially Ike Mekwonu right now. The athletic traits are there. He played really well against Alabama. 0 pressures allowed. The red flag here, power isn't great. He's a little skinny for an almost 6'5" guy who's 307 pounds. You can add some mass there. Only about 20% of his snaps were run blocking. That offense at Mississippi State wasn't a, put your hand in the dirt, 2 or 3-point stance and go bully the guy in front of you. It was a 2-point stance, often some weird sets and some weird pass protection sets and whatnot, and allow them to go forward on that front. So let's assuming this is the pick here for Seattle. Cross is a big one. This is a smart one. You get the left tackle and you fill in a massive need with the best tackle left on the board. I had thought and gotten cute. Maybe they were going to go weird with Trevor Penning or a linebacker. They did the right thing here, as far as I'm concerned.
Some buzz that there could be a last-minute trade here for Seattle, but if Cross is the pick, I certainly am a big fan of it. 3 tackles go in the top 10, and that's kind of what we all thought all along. That's the one thing we felt good about, that these tackles would go early.
Yeah.
So,
and it's a good one here. It's a good one.
Jets would be on the clock next at pick number 10. They, of course, selected earlier, so we'll see what happens on that front. Let's circle back to the Jets here in just a moment for pick number 10. Charles Cross is the pick. That is confirmed. We'll get it earlier to you guys. That's how we roll. Manscaped, they launched the Ultra Premium Collection a couple of months ago, and they shipped me mine. And hey, I've been living on this stuff in the shower: shampoo, conditioner, body wash. I love the body spray too, Tom. Quick jog, quick run. If you don't have time to shower, a couple of sprays
coming
of that.
at you. Boom.
Yes, boom. You're good to go. And you're going to be smelling nice as well. The deodorant is solid. The lip balm is really good. Also, get it all for $39.99, 20% off plus free shipping. It's a really good deal, less than $40 there before tax. Promo code chat gets you that 20% off. Manscaped's awesome. They're a men's grooming product. They keep you smelling clean. They keep you nice and groomed downstairs as well if you use the Lawnmower 4.0. And they are an advocate of spreading awareness for Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. If you buy this limited edition Purple Lawnmower 4.0, percentage of proceeds go to donations to try and do more studies on testicular cancer and try to cure this awful disease. So go support Manscaped. They're an awesome brand, and they're an awesome sponsor here at Chat Sports. Manscaped.com/chat for 20% off plus free shipping. I'm about to swap out. Are we doing this first, or am I swapping out? All right, speaking of Manscaped, help us out. Go to Manscaped on Instagram. We'll get the link in the chat here. Just search Manscaped on Instagram. We'll get the link in the chat as well. Go to their most recent post on Instagram. Comment chat. We want them to feel the love from us here on our NFL draft coverage live. Yeah. Go comment chat. I'm going to go do it myself right now to get the ball rolling there. Comment chat on Manscaped. That way they're like, hey, man, these guys are for real. They've got a lot of people supporting us as a sponsor and a lot of people supporting Chat Sports. So go ahead and do that. Looks like it's a little video, their most recent post. So go spam chat.
Go help us out. Makes us feel better and makes them feel great about being partners here with Chat Sports. So go comment chat on their most recent post.
And we'll get some shout-outs, too. I already see a few in there, too.
Yeah, I'll pull it up there, and I'll give shout-outs here
TJ, David, King, Owen, Franklin, MMAC, Matt, 4P, Adrian have all spammed chat in the comments. Here's the deal. Tom's going to continue to give some shout-outs. Mitchell Renz is going to come over and swap in for me. I got to get some food in me. You guys will probably see me a little bit later, so I'll sign off for now. Tom will take it solo for a sec, and then Mitch is going to hop on.
Waiting for the Jets pick here at number 10 overall. I know the major networks only just announced Charles Cross, so we are a little bit ahead at this stage here. They had number 4. They took Sauce Gardner with that selection, so that cornerback need is in pretty much great shape right there. I'll give some shout-outs here. Lena, Thanks for watching, Lena. Happy to have you again. Harrison is in there. Jack is in there as well. Get in there and go comment, chat on the latest Manscaped Instagram post. Just helps us look good in the eyes of our sponsors so we can keep doing these round-the-clock draft coverage videos for you guys here. So I'll refresh and keep giving shout-outs as those come in throughout. In the meantime, let's look ahead as we are almost out of the top 10. Who will win Super Bowl 57? Make your prediction for me right now. Who you got? See, Lone Wolf is in the Instagram as well. Who you got? I got Buffalo Bills, Dallas. You guys have been chatting on the YouTube side. Thank you. But go do it on the latest Instagram post from @Manscaped. I'll put it in the comments as well here. That's the most recent one. Go do it over there, folks. Dallas, Lions, Dallas, Dolphins, Titans, Niners, Dolphins, Lions, Cowboys, Bengals, Dolphins, Bengals, Chiefs, Steelers, Bills, Dallas, Raiders, Steelers, Tampa Bay, Bucks, Chargers, Packers, Bengals, Rams, Steelers, Niners, Chargers, Chiefs, Titans, Patriots, Chargers, Bills, Steelers, Dolphins, Raiders, Niners, Bengals, Browns, Titans, Bills, Eagles. Let me recheck the Manscaped side and give some shout-outs on that front here once it loads. I see Beatrix in there as well. I'll put the link in there one more time for you guys here just so you have it. I see Panthers, Bears, Ravens, Vikings, Dallas, Niners, Cowboys, Titans, Chargers. Again, we got a bit of a lull as we wait for the number 10 pick to be made here. Eagles, Patriots, Colts, Chargers, Giants, Saints, Chiefs, Eagles, Patriots, the Commanders, Chargers, Niners, Saints, Bucks, Ravens, Browns, Saints, Lions, Patriots, Broncos, Bengals, Patriots, Giants. Can you mute Tyler for me if you don't mind, Sam? Thank you. Raiders, Jags, Lions, Bills. I'm going to refresh the Manscaped side here. I see Richard Harris in there. Thank you, Rich. You and Lana. Happy to have you guys in there. There you go. Broncos, Bears, Bucks, Lions, Dallas, Packers, Jets are in there as well. As once again, I am Tom Downey, and now we'll welcome in Raiders Report host Mitchell Renz. Mitch, welcome aboard, my friend.
Thanks.
How you feeling?
Good. I didn't get the memo. I guess I got to undo a button around here. So
A little hot in here.
Appreciate everyone who's always tuning into our Chat Sports live streams here for the NFL Draft. I've been here at Chat Sports for 4 years, always breaking it down with Tom Downey, and there is nobody better in the business than Tom. Nobody does more homework than he does. I don't know about y'all, man. This has been a fun NFL draft. It's been moving a little bit quickly. We've been getting the picks a lot earlier than what you've been seeing them up on television. And as always, we're always ready to rock and roll. And you know what, Tom? We got the pick, and it is in the New York Jets. They already went ahead and they took sauce. Went a little bit saucy there. I kind of liked it. And this pick here at number 10 is another one that I like a lot. I'm glad they're going this route. You're going to look for good offense here. You're going to build around Zach Wilson. And at pick number 10, the New York Jets are going to go ahead and select wide receiver out of Ohio State, Garrett Wilson.
I like this pick a lot. This does, I think, end the Deebo Samuel rumors to the Jets, by the way. R.I.P. those. I am a big fan of what Garrett Wilson brings to an NFL offense. He is my number one receiver in this year's class. Body control is what he's great at. The ability to make plays after the catch, adjust to maybe not the best thrown balls, contested catches. He's really good in that area. Some punt return experience. He's a little skinny. 5'11", almost 6 foot, 183, ran a 4.38 40. You love that. He's not the Chris Olave route runner. Sure. That's okay. There aren't that many of those types of guys as rookies. He's actually built a lot like Odell Beckham Jr.
Interesting.
But my player comp for him is more Justin Jefferson, or play style is more CeeDee Lamb in the sense that you might want to give him some slot reps in year one to get him some free releases.
Okay.
But Garrett Wilson is my number one receiver. He's really great.
I think the one thing that scares me with Garrett Wilson going to the Jets is if you would have paired Wilson with a quarterback that I think would allow him to be the athlete that he is, you would see the upside. What scares me with any time anybody goes to the New York Jets is you don't know what that organization is going to do. They're a dumpster fire for a reason, and if you're a Garrett Wilson truther out there, you might be a little bit worried about his overall upside. He's a phenomenal talent. I don't think anybody's going to dispute that. but Wilson, the talent, might not pair well with Zach Wilson and that offense, which that's my take on it.
Which I think is maybe more of a anti-Zach Wilson.
Sure. You said it, not me. All right, man, we got a super chat.
You said it.
No, you said it. Super chat coming in from Arnold Adams. What's
There
up,
we
man?
go, Hundo.
I'm drinking Crown Apple mixed with Fireball, Mitch. Go grab the Fireball from the fridge. We're drinking when the Ravens pick. I hope for the ND safety. I mean, I can't believe Kyle Hamilton's still on the board. Your number one overall player.
It's because the NFL's stupid. I think he's going to go 11.
The underwear Olympics.
I think Hamilton goes 11 here to the Commanders or 12 to Minnesota.
Okay.
That's going to be my guess. I thought that I thought the Jets have been linked to Jermaine Johnson. Didn't take him. He is on the board still, which I find interesting.
Okay.
He had a lot of top 10, even number 4 overall buzz. But whoever takes Hamilton, you're getting an A+ for me in my draft grade. So if that encourages you to do it, you should go do it.
Oh, dude, I hope it's somebody from the NFC East. That way it just absolutely kills you. So, all right, guys.
Mitch who has to do it.
Yeah, somebody go get me the Fireball. I'm ready to
Mitch.
rock and roll. Oh, Jesus.
How drunk are you already?
I'm fine, to be honest with you. Well, there's a lid on this bad boy. All right, Arnold Adams, you a real one. Also, I want to give a shout-out to my Raiders fam watching over there on the Raiders Report. We're live here on Chat Sports with Tom Downey, the best in the biz. Cheers to the nation.
By the way, it appears the Commanders are trading down with the Saints.
Oh.
The Saints are jumping up
Saints.
here. We don't have the details as to what the pick actually is.
The Saints are marching in. Let's go.
So Trevor Penning is there. Now they're jumping ahead of the Vikings,
Okay.
the Texans, the Ravens, and the Eagles. So there are a lot of guys that they like, and of course all the QBs are still on the board here. So our first intrigue of the day, Mitch, in terms of trades.
We talked about trades, and before the show went live here in the studios, we said 5.5. Over, under 5.5 trades end up going down in round one. Personally, and maybe this is me just thinking this way, am I the only one that thinks that they're going to trade up for a quarterback here? Malik Willis still on the board. They need a QB. The fact that New Orleans has already been so aggressive this offseason trying to make the trade that they did with Philadelphia. Now you have extra draft capital. I didn't anticipate them going out and making a swing for Malik, but the fact that this guy's still on the board here at pick number 11, it is very intriguing to me. My prediction is the Saints are moving up for Malik Willis.
That would be bold. I don't know how I feel about that. They've been linked to the quarterbacks, of course. I would love Trevor Penning for them, just from a need standpoint.
Right tackle makes a lot of sense, but do you think that they would try to put Penning at left tackle, be it a Teron Armstead replacement?
Penning has played left tackle, so I think that's where they would play him. Because
Okay.
they do need that Teron Armstead replacement pretty
He
badly.
is mean. He is a nasty player. He's one of my favorite guys coming out of northern Iowa. I didn't anticipate him going in the top 10. I had him somewhere between like 14, had him even somewhere in, I don't know, 22-ish range. He was a guy definitely I thought that the Raiders could have taken.
I will
but
say Garrett Wilson went off the board, so the receiving crop is getting a little bit thin as well. They could
Sure.
be looking at Olave or maybe more likely Jamison Williams, which would be a pretty fun pick as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Jamison Williams is a phenomenal athlete,
He's
and
a burner,
I think you would admit this. If Williams was 100% healthy, didn't tear the ACL,
he would've
number
been.
one receiver, right?
Yes, he would have been.
So we just talked about Drake London. We talked about how much we like Garrett Wilson. Jamison Williams is that player where if you want somebody that gives me Odell vibes, I see Odell vibes from Jamison. Just when
That's
he's
not
on
bad
the
either.
field, he's just athletic, and you can't make up what players are able to do. And when you turn on the Jets and you can get away from the defense like that, it is absolutely spectacular. So we did have a trade, ended up going down, and here are the full trade details that just happened here. You're getting him first on Chat Sports. The New Orleans Saints, they received the number 11 overall pick. The Washington Commanders, they get number 16, so they swap there with New Orleans. And a
checking the math
third-round
here.
pick and a fourth-round pick. I believe it looks like the 98th overall pick and the 120th overall pick is what I'm getting. So 98 is in the third, 120 is in the fourth. If you're Washington and you need to go ahead and try to build some of these holes that you have left behind, this is a good deal for Washington. I mean, I think it's a good deal for Washington. But I also think that the Saints are going to get really aggressive here. What an offseason, though, for New Orleans.
This is right about on the nose value-wise. So it's a slight overpay. But it's the value to get to 10. This is 11, so the Saints are aggressive. They've gone up for a non-QB before.
Yeah.
Marcus Davenport, so I wouldn't be shocked if they went that
way
route.
high for him.
Yes,
that didn't work out, though.
Yeah, it was a disaster.
Not good. All right, guys, so how about this? Let's go down to the comments section right now. I'm going to give some shout-outs here to the peeps that are watching us live on the Raiders Report and us live on Chat Sports as well. I want you to go ahead down to the comments and shout out, who should the Saints go ahead and draft? Let me know down in the comments section right now. And, I know we're live here on Chat Sports. I just got a $100 soup, though. Little $100 soupy from Raider Ron. It's about to get wild. It's about to get turned up here. I'm ready to have a good time. Woo, man, it's all good. We'll get to it. Ron, when I head back over to the Raiders Report, I'll hit you up with that super, and we'll start getting some fans going. Let's go. Let me know who you guys think is coming off the board here, going to New Orleans. Could we see Kyle Hamilton? Malcolm Jenkins, they just let him go. They need another safety. You don't have Marcus Williams there anymore. What if they get really desperate? It would be a desperate move. But I do think he's the best player on the board. He was somebody who I thought could go in the top 5. Yes.
He is for me.
What do you think? If they were to make this move for a safety,
he's my number one guy. I'm a sucker for safeties. I'd be all for it. The Saints have never been one to shy away from aggression.
Yeah.
So the buzz was, hey, they might not be done when they made that first trade to get the second-round pick. Now they have. So I'm going to guess it's offensive line or receiver.
Okay.
That's going to be my guess because they never trade up for QBs. They do it all the time.
Okay.
Jamison Williams is my best guy.
Wow.
I'd go Penning or Jamison Williams from a pure need standpoint. So.
Well, Tom, I am interested to see what happens here. So Anthony says Kyle Hamilton. Ray Nunez says Chris Olave is going to be the pick. More people coming in say Kenny Pickett, Jamison Williams. We have the pick. Mm-hmm. The pick is in, and are we going to announce it?
We'll do sub-read here, folks. If you haven't already, subscribe. We're over 1,000 so far today.
Not bad.
Thank you guys so much, but we're about a third of the way behind of what we did last year on day 1. So I would like to get that changed in the not-too-distant future.
I hear you.
As far as I'm concerned. So hopefully that happens soon.
So if you guys could, hit that sub button. Whether you're looking for NFL news, NFL rumors, we're always keeping you guys up to date. Plus, we're getting the picks before you see them on TV. Yeah. Not only kind of sooner, a lot sooner. So hit that sub button. Turn on those notifications for the number 1 NFL draft coverage over on YouTube. We're Chat Sports. Let's chat it up. All right, with the number 11 pick, the New Orleans Saints, they go ahead. They trade up and they take wide receiver Chris Olave out of Ohio State. Tom, what are you thinking about this pick here? I like Olave a lot, but I think it's a lot to move up.
Yeah, clearly the Saints did not think Olave was going to fall to them at 16. Maybe they were worried about Philadelphia in that standpoint, or Houston at 13 maybe could be an option there. I am surprised to see Olave go off the board at 11. Had he gone off at 11, I actually thought the Commanders liked him quite a bit, so that's interesting there, but they got a good value there. Olave is the best route runner in this year's class. He gets open, and then he kind of stands pat from that standpoint here. 4.39 40-yard dash, doesn't bring you yards after the catch value. He is a good complement, however, to what Michael Thomas brings at the wide receiver spot. So I actually had Olave as with my second Saints mock draft pick, I think, but I'm not mad about this one here at all. So the Saints jump up. They take Chris Olave at number 11 overall, getting them a number 2 receiver to pair with Michael Thomas.
Also, Tom, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, go for it. This is needed.
We just had a trade that went down. The Detroit Lions, they have traded back up now to number 12. The Minnesota Vikings, they had the pick. The Lions, they go ahead and they trade up. So remember, the Lions had pick 2, and they had pick number 32, which was from the Rams. This is interesting. I think this is a quarterback. I think this is going to be a quarterback.
You're jumping from 32 to 12.
This is huge.
As Kyle Hamilton's slide will continue, because I mean, maybe the Lions take it. That'd be pretty lit. But you're moving up from the back end of round 1 to remember who you're jumping ahead of, right?
Correct.
The Houston Texans, the Baltimore Ravens, the Philadelphia Eagles. Then I guess it ends up being the Commanders there at number 16 now. And I am very intrigued to see what ends up happening here. A lot of picks involved as well, but the Vikings trade down, the Lions moving up here.
Man, I'll tell you what, man, this is absolutely crazy. This has been one hell of a draft. There's no doubt about it. You know what, man? We got a super chat coming in from Raider
There we
Ron.
go, Raider.
That's my guy right there. Mitch is the man repping the nation. Yo, Raider Nation is always wild, and I know I'm live here on Chat Sports. I'm also live on the Raiders Report. I said every $100 super chat will take a shot of Fireball, so
Pound it.
cheers to y'all.
You love to see it right there. We'll get to the details on this Vikings-Lions trade in a second, but there are also some more super chats that we do want to make sure we get you guys to as well. From Merc Sniper 09, Mitch, take it away.
Woo, Merc Sniper.
I'm
It's
checking the
me,
math.
Merc Sniper 09, representing the IMPs right here. I was hoping to trade Jimmy Garoppolo to the Texans for an early third-round pick, but nope. You know what? No question, just a simple comment, but you know what, man? That's what Chat Sports is all about. It's literally in the name. Chat Sports, we're talking about it right here. So if you guys want a shout-out, you want to get featured up here on the show, you want to hang out with me, Tom, Harrison, Chase, Sam, Jack, the entire squad, send in that super chat, and let's get this party going. We've been here since 8 a.m. We're about to put in an 18-hour day. That's real math. 18-hour day, so show us some love. It's a free source out there. It's why you guys don't have to pay for cable, because Chat Sports got you covered. And I'm a competitive SOB, Tom. No doubt about it. We're falling behind last year's Super Chats.
Sad.
I want to beat that number, or else Tom and I get beat by our bosses. I don't want that to happen. Yeah, it's not a pretty
Don't know
thing
if we're
either.
supposed to say that.
I'm a pretty guy, and if I get beat up, then, well, I don't have much going for me. Jack's taking off his clothes. I don't know what's happening here. I need you to super chat right now. It's getting wild. All right, Tom, we did just get the final details of the trade that ended up going down. The Lions, they received the number 12 overall pick, which they traded up for. They also get round 2 at 46 overall. Minnesota gets 32, 34, and 66.
Yeah.
This is a great deal for Minnesota.
I've got the trade chart pulled up here. Minnesota gets volume. This is below market cost. So this is
Interesting.
what I thought was going to happen. Teams moving up.
You did say it was a buyer-friendly.
It was a buyer-friendly market.
Yes.
In the trade value says they probably should have thrown 96 in here as well. They did not have to. So the Lions get a bit of a friendly deal. The Vikings wanted to move down.
Yep.
They're able to do so, and the Lions get ultra aggressive. Excuse me.
I mean, they definitely got pretty aggressive here. And you know what? They're going to go out and get a phenomenal wide receiver, Tom. They're trying to build some talent there. They're going to go out and get the guy from Alabama. It's Jamison Williams. They got a little bit of a run of wide receivers going.
I mean, I don't hate it. Jamison Williams is freaking awesome at football, man. He would have been my wide receiver one had it not been for the torn ACL. Now, he's not a power player. He's not going to win a bunch of contested catches, but he does bring you yards after catch ability.
Yep.
And given how fast the turf was, the new turf, by the way, at Indianapolis this year at the Combine, had Jamison Williams been able to run, I think he would have broken John Ross's mark.
Wow.
I think he would have broken it because the turf was souped up this year. Almost everyone ran faster. Awesome production. This can be their number one receiver. And now the Lions have some speed at receiver.
Sure.
Amon-Ra St. Brown lined up in the slot.
DJ Chark.
Jamison Williams, DJ Chark. Maybe you buy Williams some time. Be patient for him to get healthy from that torn ACL. Dynamic vertical ability. He gets open. He's deadly after the catch. He's a speedster. The track background, by the way, did punt gunner coverage at Alabama, too. Kick return here of Alabama's 11 biggest plays this year, Mitch. Jameis Williams had 10 of them.
You said 11?
Of the 11. 10
Of the 11, 10.
A little high on the drops, not terrible, though. On my board, Williams checked in 14th overall. The last of my big receivers on the board. There's the pick.
All right, y'all. So the Detroit Lions, man, they got Aiden Hutchinson. They traded up for Jamison Williams. Yo, I'm just curious what y'all are thinking about these two picks going down right now. I thought Aiden was going to be the number one guy off the board a few weeks ago. Jamison Williams, week 1, he's going to be ready. He's going to be dynamic. He might actually be able to make Jared Goff look, well, decent. So grade the Lions picks so far. Go down to the comment section right now. 0 is this is the worst draft you have ever seen. 100, they're absolutely killing it. I think that the Lions are doing a lot of the right things. I'm going to go ahead and give it like an 89, 90 type of grade. But, Tom, you get paid a lot more than I do, so you tell me what you think.
I'll give it like maybe I think a 90 is pretty good here. Just to acquire your receiver that you clearly coveted pretty heavily.
Yep.
It's a pretty decent trade value, so I'm not going to complain too much about that one.
Oh, you know what, Tom? You hear that noise?
Yeah.
It sounds like we got another trade going down, so it was slow early on. If Philadelphia Eagles.
3 in a row.
They're moving up. Moving up in the trade, so the Eagles, they make a swap here with the Houston Texans. Moving on up, we're going to get all those trade details in. But this is how the NFL draft goes, man. The NFL draft gets wild. Also, it's not just a straight-up trade. We will get all the picks in here.
TBD coming.
It's just, we're just showing you what ended up happening. So the Eagles, they end up getting the 13th pick here. Oh, man.
Oh, they moved quite a bit. They moved their
did a lot.
5th
Okay.
and their 6th. So unlike that Lions trade,
interesting.
Eagles paid a premium to move up here. Again, who they're trying to jump, right? They're jumping, of course, the Texans, technically speaking.
Yep.
Specifically the Ravens.
Interesting.
So
You think?
Kyle Hamilton,
I was going to say,
Jordan Davis, those are going to be my 2 guesses here. Maybe you can write in Trent McDuffie as well. But that's going to be my guess.
see, I would have said Trent McDuffie. You're a little bit higher on Trent McDuffie than a lot of other people are,
Yes,
but
I am.
that's because of the NFL
But that's
Combine.
because I'm right.
I watched the tape on McDuffie. I could actually make the argument he might be the best coverage corner in the NFL, minus some of the athletic traits that those other 2 great guys have.
It's the length in particular.
This is interesting, though, man. The fact that the Eagles went up. I didn't see the Eagles moving up in this draft. I am glad that they didn't have to give up a first-round pick next year because the quarterback class is a little bit better for the guys in Philly. But, man, interesting pick here. So we're going to wait to see what the pick is, and here's what the trade ends up being.
Did Philly just not want to have 5th-round picks? I mean, they have one more, but this is a pretty heavy overpay relative to the trade value
They must really
chart.
like someone.
Honestly, I'm looking at the chart right
Dude,
now.
imagine
The
if it's
4th
Malik Willis.
The 4th, oh my God, could you imagine?
Dude, if it's Malik
There's
Willis.
no way it's the QB,
If it's Malik
though.
Willis, I'm
There's
taking my shirt off.
There's no way it's the QB.
If it's Malik Willis, the
There's
shirt's coming off.
no way it's a QB.
Brett, you heard it. You heard it here. My boss
It's got
looked
to
at
be
me.
one of those defensive
If it's
players.
Malik Willis, the shirt's coming off. Let's get it going.
No way it's the QB.
No way?
I would be so shocked.
If it's shocked, you should take off your shirt then.
Maybe I will.
Oh, man.
You can see my dad bod that no one wants to see.
You've had a dad bod 4 years before you had a dad, or you ever had a kid.
Hey.
I know.
The truth hurts.
The truth hurts sometimes, but it's all good.
Look, they're jumping the Ravens.
Yep.
That's why I think they're worried about Baltimore taking their guy, whether it's Davis, McDuffie,
Sure.
Hamilton. I got to be one of those 3. And they did pay a premium
I think
in
it's going
day
to be
3
Kyle
to go get it.
Hamilton.
Hamilton to Philly,
Hamilton
I
makes
would
a lot
love
of
that
sense.
pick.
I think Hamilton would fit really well with the Eagles fan base as well. It's not an easy place to play around. Hamilton's a tough dude. He's going to work his freaking tail off. And again, if you're in that division, you need to be able to have good safety play. Here we go. Pick is off the board, and it's a big guy. You like fat guys, Tom.
Fatties only.
Fatties
Maybe.
only. All right, so let me know down in the comments. Who should the Eagles go ahead and pick here? Let me know down in the comment section. This personally is one of my favorite prospects coming off the board. I think he's a phenomenal talent from top to bottom. But let me know down in the comments. What? What'd you say?
You said bottom.
Did I say bottom?
Yeah, I'm just.
You know what?
I'm being 3rd. You're good. Let's do it.
We're ready? All right, let's get to this. So you go ahead. The Philadelphia Eagles, they jump over the Baltimore Ravens, who definitely were interested in Jordan Davis. Davis, the defensive lineman out of Georgia, you can make the argument, had the best NFL combine ever by a defensive player, off the board here at number 13.
Yeah, I think the Eagles thought the Ravens were going to take Davis, which is what a lot of people, myself included, had mocked.
Yep.
You do not find human beings, and I think just in general, intelligent life in our universe or others who is able to move at the size that Jordan Davis does. 6'6" and almost a half, 341, 34-inch arms, a 4.78 40-yard dash, a 32-inch vert, all of which is elite for any defensive lineman, let alone for a friggin' 340-pound D lineman. Now, the reason why that level of freak athlete slides to 13, I think I had him 11 overall on my board, is he did not impact the pass rushing game.
Yep.
Now, less than 50% of his snaps at Georgia this year, 25 snaps a game.
Sure.
He's got to play more to make this pick and trade up worth it for Philadelphia. He is a power player who doesn't offer you right now pass rush. But with that athletic ability, you got to figure it's going to come.
This is a Howie. This is a Howie
This
pick.
is Howie Roseman, man. Two sacks this year. I wouldn't be surprised if he doubled that. There were some weight issues at Georgia. 380 when he arrived, got that down. It's high school to college. It's all good there. You're on your own. The food hall's open. Unreal athletic testing. Nick Saban says he's about as good as player I've seen as a defensive lineman. 9th in the Heisman voting. Didn't play football till high school.
Yeah.
Vince Wilfork is who I think you can get here. So I'm all for this. High price to pay and to trade up, but he's my number 11 player, so I ain't going to be mad at it at all. I promise you that.
All right, guys, go down to the comment section right now. Let us know. Was this a good pick by the Philadelphia Eagles? Type Y for yes, or you can go ahead and type your N for no. When I think of my Mount Rushmore of NFL draft prospects, he's on there. Like, if you want to talk about testing, he tested as well, essentially from height, size, speed, as Calvin Johnson. Like, that's a legitimate – no, he's not Calvin Johnson, but that's how athletic Jordan Davis ended up testing out.
Yeah.
And I think Calvin Johnson ended up being a pretty damn good pick here. There's no doubt about it. So was it a good pick by Philadelphia? Y for yes and for no. Let's get loud down in the comment section. Tom, you're our NFL draft analyst, and you carry the load here.
Phrasing.
Yeah, well, that's why I said that you carry the load. Here's where I chip in. I'm the hype man, and I like to have a good time. And if you guys are ready to party, if you guys are ready to get this thing rocking and rolling, here's our Super Chat menu. Every 500 likes that we get on this video, we're going to spin the roulette wheel. I got the roulette wheel right here, ready to get it going. So if you're watching on Chat Sports, if you're watching over on the Raiders Report, start liking those videos right now. You send in a $10 Super Chat, we're going to give you some screen time. Put you up on screen, give you a little bit of love. A little bit of love. Talk about your favorite team. If you got a favorite team over on Chat Sports, hey, send in the $20 Super Chat. Tom and I will talk about it. If you have a company, if you want us to advertise your Twitter, your Instagram, maybe your dog has an IG account. Shout out there, it's Chuck the Pup. $30 Soupy there. And if you want to pick a host to drink, whether it's me, whether it's Tom, whether it's some other guy in the back of the Chat Sports studios, you send in a $100 Super Chat and we'll start ripping some drinks. Also, I want to give a shout out to our $100 Super Chat Club. Over here at Chat Sports, we had Jeremy Bookhart, Arnold Adams, a few of the guys over on the Raiders Report. We had Raider Ron send in a $100 Super Chat. We had So Obvi Love, 818 Raider over there, John Lord. I mean, dude, we've been rocking and rolling this draft coverage for as long as I've been here at Chat Sports. So I just want to say thank you to everyone tuning in. Thank you, everyone who is watching right now. And yes, it's the NFL draft, but this Chat Sports style, yo, let's start this party. All right, we got one coming in from Austin Messenberg. What's up, dude? Who you got the Chiefs picking?
In my mock, I had Dax Hill and Arnold Ebiketie as my final 2 picks for KC. We'll see if they get aggressive. The receivers kind of getting picked over has maybe impacted those game plans, but they got 2 late-round picks. Still be able to wheel and deal if they want to. 5 top 100. If Trent McDuffie slides, I might go get him. And Jermaine Johnson is still on the board, which he had some top 5 buzz, which I never bought.
Sure.
But he's still there in the end for that standpoint.
All right, we got one coming in from Arnold Adams, my super. Wants to take a shot for the Ravens pick. Hit it again, Mitch. Let's go. Oh, man. I'll say this. I'll take a shot for you, Arnold, and I appreciate you always watching our content here over at Chat Sports. You a real one, and I'm drinking Fireball.
Some shout-outs from some of the smaller super chats I want to mention. Aaron Harvey, thank you, my friend. Dylan Heck is in there, says forget bracket burning, mock draft burning. We knew it was going to be weird. I'll finish about average at this point. Knoxville Predator Catcher says, go. Thank you, my friend. Merc Snipers, we got his earlier. Exciting stuff. Baker to Seahawks or Panthers. It makes sense. Maybe Jimmy G to the other one now. Dakota Elm says, let's go Saints. Who dat nation? They just made their big-time move. Jacob says, I hate the Eagles now more than I already did. There you go.
All right, man, we got a few super chats coming over from the Raiders Report side. So, Avi Love, that's my girl, always supporting. Let's get these super chats up, Raider Nation. I will say this. We're, true. We're about 196 away over on the Raiders Report for me doing a beer boot. I don't know about y'all. 3 beers, 1 boot. Sounds like a good time. We got Jacob Murphy. Let's go Raiders. If you're watching right now and you rep that silver and black, start spamming Raiders down in that comment section. I want to just feel you. I want to feel that. Just feel it. Feel all the black hole energy coming. That's what I want to see. We got one coming in from Titan. Can you talk Titans? Thanks, guys. Tom, I'm going to let you talk about the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, they're going to be able to be in an awkward spot. We'll see if the guards or receivers are on the board. They've been linked to QBs. I wouldn't keep an eye out for a trade down, or rule out a trade down, by the way, for the Tennessee Titans. They're in a tricky spot. If they were 22, they'd be feeling great. 26
Pick is in, Tom.
Might not be feeling quite as good at this point.
The pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. And when I was a kid, my favorite thing to do at the park, Tom, was go down the slide. You know whose slide stops right now? It's the safety from Notre Dame, Kyle Hamilton, going number 14 to Baltimore. This is a good pick for Baltimore. And you know what?
This is not a good pick.
See, I think it is.
This is a great pick.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
I got him. There we go.
I was like, what am I doing? What am I doing wrong?
Kyle Hamilton is my number one player because the film and the athletic ability are wildly impressive. A rare blend of size and those athletic traits. 6'4" and change, 220 pounds, 33-inch arms. Kyle Hamilton is a baller with elite instincts. He knows where the ball is going. Even though he only ran a 4.59 40, which is still pretty good for a 220-pound guy, he is able to get to the ball when it needs to go there. The Ravens drafting Kyle Hamilton is why smart teams stay smart. They stood pat. They got my number one guy in the class at number 14 overall. He does not miss tackles. He's got great range. He has done pretty much everything you ask out of a safety. Don't ask him to cover slot receivers, but he can play in the box. He can play deep. The safety pairing of Marcus Williams and now Kyle Hamilton is incredible for the Baltimore Ravens. Got to check out some knee issues he had in the past. You know, I don't love him as a short area quickness guy, but he had better short area quick testing than Derwin James did.
Yep.
If you want similar athletic testing, Hamilton is taller, and it of course comes later on in life, so a bit of an adjustment there. Darren Woodson. That's the athletic testing to me. Maybe a bigger Harrison Smith.
Okay.
Worse 40, better agility than Derwin James, Kyle Hamilton had. He is a stud. He would have been like number 8 or 9, barely top 10 in last year's class. To get him at 14, steal. Best pick of the first round.
All right, y'all, how do you feel about this pick right now? Let me know down in the comments section. Whether you're watching this on YouTube, whether you're watching this on Rumble, let me know what you're thinking about the pick. Type L for love, type H for you hate the pick. I know there's going to be a lot of people out there that might not like it because safety is just kind of this unattractive, sexy position. But at the value is value. And Kyle Hamilton, to me, is a better player than Derwin James. And I know how much Derwin James can impact an NFL game when he's fully healthy. So let's go ahead and give some shout-outs here to the people that are watching. Shout out to Kristen Villa. Again, type in the comment section, L for love, H for hate. I got Tux watching, Tim Durante, DJ Gusto doesn't like it. Daniel Ramirez is typing L for love. Luis Ramos, he don't like it either. Keep those chats flowing in right now. L for love, H for hate. Something that I love. Super chats. Why? It brings me life. Like, you guys want me to get live and lit? This is what it's about. So, Jaden, I see you. Been a fan of Chat Sports for years. Go Hawks. Are you like an Atlanta Hawks fan, or are you rocking out with your Seahawks?
Got to be Seahawks.
Okay.
NFL.
Well, hey, you never know. We have NBA content here. We're Chat Sports, not NFL sports. Or NFL chat, I don't know. I don't see the Hawks having 4 quarterbacks on the roster this year. If we don't go quarterback in the second round, think Mayfield trade is still in play.
Yeah, I do.
Holy shit.
I think that makes a lot of sense in the event he's on the board.
Raider Ron.
Is Raider Ron getting wild on Raiders for you? Your sugar daddy taking care of you?
Raider Ron. Wow.
Anyway, to answer your question, Jay, got distracted a little bit. My bad here. I think that if the Texans,
Eagles,
Jesus Christ, Seahawks,
Eagles,
Texans are on the clock. There's an Eagles trade coming again.
Eagles traded up again. Let's go.
Traded up again. If they don't go QB in round 2, yes, I think Baker makes a ton of sense for Seattle at that point.
Wow.
All right, who are they going for?
The Eagles, they traded up again.
Oh, wait. They're jumping the Commanders and the Chargers here. So, I don't think they'd go lineman. Burks, linebacker? Penning? Shocker. I don't know where they're going here, actually.
Dude, I don't know either. This is wild.
McDuffie? Maybe they're where the Chargers are going to take him?
McDuffie makes some sense. Do you think they go edge Jermaine Johnson?
Maybe, yeah.
He's been falling.
That could be in play.
Jermaine Johnson's been a guy.
He's fallen to where he should go.
Sure, but Johnson definitely has that upside. You mentioned there's a few scouts out there that thinks he could go pretty high. We'll see what ends up happening here. This is kind of weird, though.
Yeah. Conflicting reports out there if they've traded up or not, so we'll wait and see.
Yep.
Look, it's Texans were on the clock here. Sounds like the Eagles are trading up with Houston Texans. We'll see if that actually ends up being the case. Offensive line maybe could be in play. Trevor Penning is there. Kenyon Green is there. Zion Johnson is there. Linderbaum, McDuffie, Devin Lloyd.
See, Devin Lloyd would be a good pick.
So I don't know. Maybe they haven't moved up after all.
All right, so we do have conflicting reports.
We've got conflicting reports on what's actually happened here.
So
we'll wait and see.
Yeah. We're gonna pump the brakes here a little bit.
I don't think Philly's moved up, actually.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think they have.
Okay, so we're still waiting to see what the pick is. And now I believe that there wasn't a trade. I still think that the Texans, they held on to the trade. It seems like the Eagles were close to making that pick. However, it seems like the Texans, they're going to hang on to that number 15 overall pick. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to announce the pick.
In a minute here. In a minute.
All right, we will announce the pick. But first, guys, hey, Tom, he's married. I got a girlfriend, and we got a boss back there. He's had so much, you know what? He had to get snipped. You know why? We all use Manscaped products. So if you're trying to stay in just like the best view down there possible, you got to go to manscaped.com/chat. 20% off and free shipping on the best male grooming products out there. The reason why I love the Ultra Premium Collection, Tom, from the moment you step in the shower, whether you're using the shampoo, the conditioner, you're using the body wash, then you come out, little deodorant on here and there, little lip balm, and then you're ready to rock and roll. Manscaped is going to make sure you guys are taken care of. And congratulations to you. You're going to be celebrating your first Father's Day.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Tom uses Manscaped.
Mother's Day.
Tom uses Manscaped, and he's going to be celebrating his very first Father's Day. Yeah, you're right. You do have Mother's Day. But you know what? This gift, guys, it's going to be good for her, too. Guarantee you that. Studies have shown that women actually like the way a man smells more than the way he looks. Manscaped's not only going to make sure that you guys look good, but they're also going to make sure that you smell good as well. So please take advantage of the deal that we got going on right now. It's manscaped.com/chat. 20% off and free shipping on the best male grooming products out there. And with April being Testicular Cancer Awareness Month, not only are you helping out yourself, you're also going to go help a really terrible thing going on in the world, and all the guys out there, even all the women out there, we're impacted all the time by cancer. Hell, I got a tattoo on my arm, cancer awareness. So I feel it as well. Manscaped, I appreciate you guys for always supporting the show, for always turning on the lights, and for always turning on all the chat sports ladies around here. If you guys haven't heard the hype around Manscaped yet, make sure you go ahead and check us out. It is manscaped.com/chat for 20% off and free shipping on the best male grooming products out there. All right, y'all.
There's a lot going on here.
There's a lot of shit going on. Have we even announced the pick yet?
So we'll get to the pick. There's also a trade.
This is why it's getting wild.
Yeah. A real trade.
Oh, man, like an actual trade. Marquise Hollywood Brown, he's going to the Arizona Cardinals.
The Cardinals have given up pick 23 for number 100, a third, and Marquise Hollywood Brown, which I find fascinating.
This is nuts.
That's a lot to give
Shout
up for
out
Brown.
to Manscaped.
Trying to make Kyler happy?
Maybe.
It's wild here, folks.
Or maybe they're just sick of Lamar Jackson. I mean, Lamar Jackson just had this conversation where he was like, no way he gets traded.
Let's get to the Texans pick here. Let's get the Texans pick.
Seriously. Yeah.
I'm just going to announce it. Kenyon Green is the pick here for the Houston Texans at number 15.
Yep.
They're taking the local kid to an extent, which I find interesting. I'm very curious where they're going to end up putting him in terms of their offensive line. I didn't think guard was a huge need. You signed A.J. Cann. You've got Max Sharping, Titus Howard.
Yep.
Do you play him at right tackle and then keep Howard at left guard, or maybe you keep Howard at tackle, whatever? But Kenyon Green is the pick here by the Houston Texans. I like him a lot. He was my fourth best player on the board, 17th overall. Bit curious on the fit. Clearly trading down was acquiring more assets, so I'm fine with it. I don't love it. It is just a little bit. I thought I was going to be higher than most on Kenyon Green, and I ended up not being that case in the end.
Well, the Texan selection so far, they have taken Derek Stingley Jr. and Kenyon Green. I'll say there's a lot of upside in this Derek Stingley pick. I do not see a lot of upside in the Kenyon Green pick. He's a good player. It's a bit of a reach for me. He was a player who I thought was a fringe round one style of a guy. However, Tom, we also got the next pick coming in here, and it's from the Washington Commanders. A lot of wide receivers going off the board. It's Jahan Dotson, the receiver from Penn State.
Okay. Confusion reigns for me on this one. I did have Dotson going in round 1, but certainly not at 16 overall. He's a good football player. He's my number 7 receiver. I had a solid second-round grade on him. I am very surprised to see him going over Treylon Burks in round 1. That's a bit of a shocker to me. I'll give credit to NFL.com here for this particular player comp because I saw them had it first before I kind of actually got to it on my own. Emmanuel Sanders, I think, is a good player comp for Jahan Dotson. The Commanders wanted a receiver. They traded out of the Chris Olave pick who I thought they might take. The receiver run continues here with Dotson going early. I probably put him in the slot. He played outside receiver for Penn State, but he's got the arm length and the size and press concerns make me want to kind of put him on the inside. Fantastic hands, punt return value, really good route runner. He's got that crispness in his routes to snap him off and get separation there. Didn't play much in the slot, as a bigger, not wingspan, but range of catch than you would expect for a guy that's sub 5'11 with sub 31-inch arms. Didn't have the yak I thought he was going to, but he's a good football player. I'm just surprised to see how early this is going for him. Bit surprised by that one.
All right, guys, grade the pick here. Dotson to the Commanders, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know down in the comment section what you're thinking here about this pick. I love Dotson as a prospect. I think he's a really good player, but the pick for him going to Washington is a little bit peculiar to me because personally, if they were going to take a receiver this early, I would have rather than maybe they just stay at 11, get the best wide receiver prospect overall instead of trading back like they did. Did they get extra draft capital? Yes, they did, which is good. However, it's a bit of a reach here for me for Dotson. That's my 2 cents on it. I'll give it a C grade. Tom, what do you think?
I'm going to give it a C-, and that's me, I think, being generous. I like the player. This is early for me for maybe 10 picks at that front. So,
all right, guys. Well, continue to get those picks in.
Kidding.
And unfortunately, the company doesn't view me as a commander here. They just view me as a private. But shout out to Manscaped anyway. But all right, guys, I'm getting ready to head back on over to the Raiders Report. We're going to bring on Harrison Graham here. He's going to take over for me. He was able to get some food in his belly. Tom, you keep killing it here. Shout out to Jack. Shout out to Sam. Shout out to the entire Chat Sports team. I'm getting ready to head over to the Raiders Report right now.
All right, let's see it by Mitch. Everyone type by. Harrison will be on momentarily. Our Super Chat menu, we got to get caught up. There was a lot of crap that just went down here. Every 500 likes, roulette wheel time, and I think we might owe one on that front here. I want to shout out Roberto Pohl, which hit it for Burks. If he doesn't pick him and jump ahead of the Packers, maybe. I might jump up for somebody if this is about the Cowboys. The guys I had my eye on at 24, that list is getting thin. Zion Johnson, Treylon Burks. I'd be fine whichever penning in round 1. He's not there. Big super chat coming in, then I'll get to some of the other ones here. From Douglas Sherman. He says, Doug Fresh, BMW of Ridgefield. Buy BMW, we have cars. This is one of the pay to advertise. So Doug Sherman, Douglas Asham, we appreciate that very much. If you need to buy a BMW, go do it with BMW of Ridgefield. Thank you, Douglas. From Jaden. Tom, do we move Forsythe to right? Tell him he with Jake Karong, start Cross at left. It's about the Seahawks. Yes. Or maybe you let Forsythe be your backup. Or you even draft a new right tackle, but Cross is your left tackle, unquestionably. We're not re-signing Dwayne Brown, so happy to see my name here. Thank you for watching, Jaden. I appreciate that. I want to shout out Ari, by the way, to a super chat a moment ago, $2. Fun fact, I was dunked on by Jahan Dotson. Look at the timing on that one, Arav. I appreciate that. Blake Taylor wants to talk about the Commanders. We did with that pick of Jahan Dotson. Dan Shavers, it's almost Steelers time. That's coming up. Ariv had asked about Jahan Dotson, so there you go. I went 16. I would not have said that, by the way. I thought he would have gone maybe 26. Gwendolyn says, in my opinion, Lions Jameson should be the hot seat because of Jameson Williams. I like him a lot. That's a rebuilding team, so I think they'll buy some more time there. All right, pick 17. The Chargers are on the clock here. Tyler Linderbaum is on the board. Trent McDuffie is on the board. Devin Lloyd and Zion Johnson are the top 4 players here. I've got 3 true first-round grades, and my first/second round grades are beginning to disappear here as well. Kyer Elam, Nakobe Dean, Daxton Hill, Breece Hall are the last of my first/second round grades. Then I get into a big run of second round grades that I've got. Jermaine Johnson, Traylon Burks, George Karlaftis. One of my guys who I don't think goes today in round 1 in Roger McCreary is also still on the board here. I also want to shout out, Brett says, scale of 1 to 10, how worried are you with Green gone? Getting a little worried. The interior linemen are going a bit earlier than what I thought they were going to end up going. So that is I am surprised that Green went up for it. I thought Zion Johnson might go in this range, but Green being gone is the issue here. So that's about the Cowboys, by the way, on that standpoint in terms of the pick. As the Chargers are on the clock here, pick number 17 overall. Feel free to get your predictions in with who you think the Chargers will take at number 17 overall here. They're picking at 17. You can just go to me. We'll get Harrison on here in a little bit. It's all good. Chargers pick at 17. We're awaiting the pick is in. Excuse me. The pick is in. Don't have the details quite yet on it yet, so stand by. I'm sure we'll have it in the near future. Chargers at pick number 17. There it is. Zion Johnson, the pick for LA in round 1. The interior offensive lineman going early here. Zion Johnson, Kenyon Green were neck and neck on my board. I did have Green above Zion Johnson to get the pick here in the first round, we'll get to that in a little bit here as well. The Chargers, I know, Harrison. Chargers take Zion Johnson. I'm a big fan of him. This is a plug-and-play left guard for me. Great athlete, highly intelligent football player who had a great path in the NFL, was a high school golfer, then made the transition to football, was a non-scholarship FCS player at Davidson. His O-line coach goes to Boston College, says, hey, come with me, plays left tackle in 2020, then plays right tackle in left guard in 2021. I think he's going to be a really good football player at guard, so I'm a big fan of this particular move here as Zion Johnson gets locked into the LA Chargers in the first round. Intelligent player. I don't think he's an elite like power player, but it's a good pick for LA as we bring in Harrison Graham with some news.
I love Zion Johnson. We're moving on, though, because according to Adam Schefter, the Eagles are trading for A.J. Brown, the wide receiver from Tennessee. And I don't want to pat myself for number 18 and a third-round pick. I don't want to pat myself on the back. My Mockwood draft or with Blockbuster Trades had this exact trade. Tennessee
really?
trading
Seriously?
up to 18
Look
for
at
A.J. Brown and a first and a third.
Hey, tweet that out later tonight or tomorrow. So the Titans are now on the clock. I think they're on the clock here. As they jump up, A.J. Brown's gone. Jack's down.
Wow.
Jack is down bad right now. Wasn't a Deebo Samuel trade in the end. It was an A.J. Brown trade in the end.
Do you go Traylon Burks here?
I mean, I think you have to.
He's
now.
the best receiver left,
Take
right?
Burks, and that like makes you feel better. Like the player comp I have for A.J. Brown is for Traylon Burks is A.J. Brown.
So how do you feel about the haul of Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown for Howie Roseman?
Eagles just taking dubs left and right. That's what they're doing. Like what a haul for Philadelphia.
Strong night for the NFC East.
Yeah, that's not like when we do our round 1 grades, we won't fully get to that one, but it's an A for Philly. Wow.
I think that's the word. What's your one-word reaction? Wow. Things are heating up, Tom. It was a little, I don't want to say boring at first, but not a lot of trades. But once we got to about pick 10, Tom, really once I left,
it got off the rails, yeah.
And then I came back. So here we go. One-word reaction to the trade. Win for Alex. Wow from Eldol. That's the word. Wow. A.J. Brown. The buzz around these receiver trade rumors, there's some truth to them, Tom. Definitely some truth to him.
Yes, there is. Wow. I mean, I figure you got to take Burks here, right? Like that has to be your pick. Because otherwise, like what
what do you have?
Because now receivers, like this isn't on our team needs card at all.
It's a need now.
Tight end or receiver is now your number one need for Tennessee.
Yeah, because
you've got Robert Woods and a 4th round pick who couldn't make the roster in year 1.
You cut Julio.
Like this is by far your number one need now. This is getting dicey.
I think this is pretty good value for Roseman. I mean, the receivers fell off the board here. You get A.J. Brown. You only have to give up an extra third. I don't mind this. I love it
for Philly.
I think for Philly, this is worthwhile. Look, you're giving Jalen Hurts help, right? This year's all about Jalen Hurts now. Like if he can't deliver, they're gonna draft a quarterback next year. So Howie Roseman, he wheels and deals, Tom. He gets another one here.
I mean, you got to figure. And I think the Packers had their eye on Burks at 22, by the way. Or maybe this deal was in place a while ago for, hey, Philly, if the right guy's there in round 1 at 18, we'll make a deal for you. So the Eagles, they're like, I got to check what draft picks they have. I think they still have a 2nd and a 3rd, by the way.
Yes.
After moving up and getting an A.J.
And they
Brown.
have 2 firsts next year.
This is why I love trading down and acquiring draft cap. Like that's what's so fascinating from my standpoint. So this is getting dicey for Tennessee, and I think I got some Titans fans who might be down bad right now. I know Jack is down bad, who runs our Titans channel here, but that is, woo. All right, I'll give some shout-outs here. Who should the Titans – Harrison give shout-outs here? Harrison give the shout-out. Cool.
I'll get some shout-outs, and we'll see who they end up drafting here. Tannehill is a bum from Alex. Pinning to the Cowboys from Russell. AJ says boring trade. Draft a we're not going to say that, MG.
You got MG's in there too.
We're not going to preach that here. Draft Willis from Shanav. New England should trade with the Raiders. Give us some more shout-outs, Tom.
You got it. Firing off one quick tweet here. Shout-outs coming in on live on YouTube and Rumble as well. I see Burks. Not a shot there. Malik Willis. Oh, interesting on that front there. Traylon Burks, Trent Dilfer.
Pick is in, by the way.
Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, Traylon Burks. Matt Corral, he is available. All the QBs are still on the board.
Hey, can we talk about Kenyon Green going 15?
I am surprised by that one. That's one of the big.
I like Green, but
I had a very high grade on him. I did not think he was going to go top 15, but I have a high grade, so I'm not mad at it.
Okay, all right. There you go.
So that's Kenny Pickett, some Christian Watson votes. I know you love that one, Harrison.
Oh yeah, he might go round 1 at this rate.
Yeah,
is he your best? After Burks,
no,
who's your next best receiver?
Sky Moore, George
I mean, you
Pickens,
can't tell me
Christian Watson.
There's no more receivers going to go in round 1. There's 14 more picks.
I think I took the over 6.5, and we're going to hit it.
Are we hitting it right here? Is this number 7?
This is 6.
This is number 6?
If my math is good, which sometimes it's not.
Well, pick is in. Tennessee replaces A.J. Brown with Traylon Burks. And quite frankly, the size is actually pretty similar. Big and physical, Tom. I like Burks a lot. I know you feel pretty good about him as well.
Yeah, Burks, like the A.J. Brown comp that's out there is very accurate. There are similar builds, run after the catch machines there. The drop rate is good, 5.5% drop. He is dynamic after the catch. The size and the speed combo, although not what was hyped, is still really impressive. Now, I kind of like less athletic Dez Bryant.
Okay.
In the sense that he can do some of the after the catch stuff that Dez did. I didn't see the same win above the rim that Dez was so great at there. He's got some punt return value. He torched Alabama. My number one concern, and why I had a second-round grade on him, even though he's number 25 overall, so it's a fine pick, not factoring in the trade, I guess, here in the end, is that I worry about the separation. I didn't see consistent separation. He's built like an X, but he was a big slot at Arkansas. And the good news is, this is Burks, by the way, we'll get to, not Dotson. You can use him as a big slot in Tennessee. The A.J. Brown role is now Traylon Burks.
Well, and that's more common nowadays, where teams put their best receiver in the slot and these bigger slots to get those mismatches on safeties and linebackers and undersized nickels. Traylon Burks should be able to feast in that area. This draft is really it's heating up. I mean,
yes, it is.
This is a lineman, edge, receiver draft. No other position matters. I guess the 2 corners early, but that's how this thing has gone.
If the Saints walk out of here, and there's already a new deal for A.J. Brown. This was done in advance.
4 years, $100 million.
Why would the Titans pay that?
I don't get that.
Why wouldn't they just do that?
I don't know.
Okay, that's weird. 4 years, $100 million, 57 guaranteed. That is a lot, but I just would have done that.
That's kind of the market now.
That's just okay. Is what it is, man.
All right, Tennessee. There you go. Maybe the injuries were concerning. He was starting to pile up. I would have paid him that. Help us out. Let's get to 300,000 subscribers here on Chat Sports. Hopefully by the end of the draft, we've already crossed 1,300 new subs today. We appreciate you guys. We should at least get to 290,000 tonight. Come on. Let's do it. Let's get there. Just less than 1,000 away from that milestone, and then just another 10,000 to 300,000. We got NFL draft coverage all weekend long. We'll have NFL draft grades at the end of every single night. And hey, we're bringing you the latest blockbuster trades coming out, like A.J. Brown. We got to that way faster than the networks did. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Hit that big red subscribe button. We'd like to welcome in our Dallas Cowboys Report audience. I'm here with Tom Downey on Chat Sports, who, of course, is the host of the Cowboys Report. Tom, it's been hectic in the NFC East and throughout this draft. Dallas, of course, coming up here in a handful of picks at pick number 24. How do you feel about how this draft has gone so far? And then here in a moment, we'll talk about maybe what Dallas could be thinking here in a couple of picks.
Yeah, let's run through the picks, and we'll focus it here as we welcome in our Cowboys audience a bit more on that side. Trayvon Walker, Hutchinson, Derek Stingley, Ahmad Gardner, nothing shocking
crazy
there.
No.
Kayvon Thibodeau, Ika Mekwonu, Evan Neal. Drake London at 8 was a bit of a surprise, but Cowboys liked him. He wasn't going to fall to them.
That started the receiver run.
It did. It really did. The O-line receiver run was right here. Charles Cross, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jamison Williams as the Saints, Lions, and Eagles all back-to-back move up. Then other guys the Cowboys had their eye on. Jordan Davis, off the board.
NFC
Kyle
East,
Hamilton, off the board. Kenyon Green, this is the one that hurts. There had been some buzz of some knee issue. Not the case. The Texans take him at 15. Jahan Dotson at 16.
That felt early.
Zion Johnson then goes number 17. So those interior offensive linemen that you had your eye on for the Cowboys, they're gone already. Off the board in the top 17. Then the Titans take the other receiver you were looking at in a double whammy for the Cowboys as A.J. Brown is now a Philadelphia Eagle. So my tweet was really more about Zion Johnson also works for A.J. Brown, as now the Cowboys are not where they want to be. Beyond Trevor Penning, they're in danger zone of getting picked over all the way.
Well, let's add this.
This is bad for
Let's
Dallas.
add this for the NFC East. Philly just got better with Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown. The Giants, I think, had a hell of a coup at 5-7 with Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal. And now a lot of the guys Dallas was interested in are off the board. In a bit of a pickle is Stephen Jones and company. So we'll see where they end up going.
I'm trading the pick right now. I'm either moving up to get Trevor Penning because I got a big gap on my guys with the offensive linemen. I've got Penning at 31.
Who could take Penning before Dallas here? Green
Saints,
Bay, maybe?
The Saints with this pick.
Yeah.
I am terrified the Saints are going to take Trevor Penning here.
Well, and they probably should.
And then that's dicey at that point. So Penning, and then if not that, I'm trading down.
Let me ask you this.
I'll trade out of round one altogether.
Were you surprised the Saints traded up and took Olave over Jamison
Yes,
Williams?
I was.
I was too.
I had Olave as the mock, so I'll take it.
I don't hate it. I like Olave, but Michael Thomas doesn't give you a lot after the catch. Neither does Olave. Why not take the guy that gives you some? But, hey, neither here nor there. Here's your best available, Tom. I mean, could they take Tyler Linderbaum? It doesn't sound like they were that interested, but I think the way this draft has fallen, things could change.
Yeah, I look, if they take Linderbaum,
you'll love it.
I'm dancing through the streets of downtown Dallas and we're getting hyped. I've heard they didn't like him. I would love nothing more to be wrong, because if you give me Linderbaum, A+ grade, and I'm ecstatic. So I guess I should include Linderbaum on that side.
Who else on your big board, like, if McDuffie is there, you just go BPA?
I would take McDuffie, but he's got short arms. So do the Cowboys like him? I don't know. Devin Lloyd, that's fine. I take him too. Kaiir Elam and Andrew Booth fit a little bit better. Booth more so in terms of the length. I'd be fine with Kobe Dean too.
Elam's traits
honestly,
his traits intrigue me.
Look, Karlaftis and Johnson, I didn't want those guys, especially Karlaftis. I'll take him over the Tyler Smith nightmare scenario.
Oh man,
could
you imagine?
I don't want Tyler Smith.
If Penning goes here, that possibility, it's potentially a reality. Not a reality, but it's a possibility at that point. It really, really is. So, pick is in for the Saints. By the way, we'll get to that momentarily here as we keep things moving along.
So
here.
We'll see what ends up happening here with the Cowboys. We will, of course, for those of you watching on our Cowboys channel, we're not just going to do Cowboys. There's the entire draft we're going to talk about since we're simulcasting on Maine and on Cowboys right now.
Yeah, simulcasting on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. And, of course, we're live on Rumble on both channels as well. Rumble.com/NFL Daily. Our Rumble Cowboys stream should be up momentarily. Rumble.com.
It is live now.
/Cowboys TV. Rumble.com/Cowboys TV. There you go on that front. Well, Tom, there goes another lineman. Trevor Penning goes to the Saints. A couple of notes here. One, another lineman off the board. Two, first draft in how long that a QB has not gone until at least pick 20.
Hey, pick 20, the Steelers, they're
Pittsburgh
there.
coming up.
We'll see. Anyway, back to Penning. Really tough evaluation for me. I gave him a second-round grade. Very clear pros and cons. Massive human being, right? 6'7", 325, long arms, awesome athletic testing as well. The coaches are going to love this guy because he is a bully. He will bully you. The problem is sometimes too much so. He will – there's the Senior Bowl clip of Trevor Penning throwing his guy into his quarterback. You never, ever do that. You can't do it.
That
his
tough.
Technique has to get better as a pass protector because he was penalized way too much. We're talking double-digit penalties at the FCS level.
Yeah.
So he's got to tighten that up. It was the hand usage, particularly his hands were not in the right spot, so he's behind, he's grabbing, and he's just getting out of position. That's not great there. He does play through the whistle, which is great, and sometimes several beats after the whistle, which is not good. So Penning has the upside to be a really great left tackle. If he doesn't tighten up some of his flaws, he's going to have issues. I kind of like the Taylor Lewan comp just from an attitude standpoint. I also got Colton Miller vibes of a guy that I did not like Colton Miller coming out of UCLA because I didn't think his film was great. I didn't love Penning, so that's why he's a second-round grade for me, not a first-round grade. But the traits are all these guys don't get out of the top 25 in the end. So you got to factor that in.
Let me say this with the Saints. Going in, if you said, hey, you get Chris Olave and Trevor Penning, be pretty thrilled.
I thought it might be a different order.
Yeah, or you didn't know you'd have to trade up for Olave, but at the end of the day, I still think pretty good for the Saints. They fill two needs, right? Receiver and offensive tackle, so I think you got to feel pretty good about that. Grade the Saints pick so far. I'll go a B- because I think I would have gone Jamison Williams over Olave, but I'm not going to rip the pick. Olave is a plug-and-play, I think, number 2 receiver from day one in the NFL, and I think Penning can start. So I think it's a solid B- overall. 80, 85 is somewhere where I would rate this. What about you?
I'm actually going to give it a B overall, so I think we're in the right range. So we'll give it an 80-ish on the lower end there. These players don't last very long, and I do want to be aware of what the positional value is. After Trevor Penning, I have no other lineman in the top 50, or no other tackles in the top 50 of my board. I've got one more second grade, but he's a right tackle. My next best left tackle is 56 overall. That's Bernard Raymond. He's a left tackle. Lucas is a right tackle. Tyler Smith is there. I am nervous as a Cowboys fan. That's going to be the pick. We'll get back to it later because this draft has not gone the way the Cowboys wanted it to go. But
hey, it's unpredictable.
Saints, I'm a big fan of what they've done. A bit aggressive to go get Chris Olave, but it's been a lot of people had Olave Penning as the picks, and ends up being the case there in the end.
So Pittsburgh on the clock, and fun note here, Tom. First time since 1997 that not a quarterback has been drafted at this point. Jim Druckenmiller to the 49ers went 26th overall in 97. Now we're at pick 20 in this draft. Do you go Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett? And we've got that weigh-in. We can flash that as well.
Yeah, we
better
got
QB.
Better QB.
Here's what they
first
draft.
QB taken, Pickett or Willis. They're both there. I don't know who's going to take the two QBs here. Steelers make sense, but Panthers passed on it. The Patriots, Packers, Ravens, Cowboys aren't going to take QBs, so
They don't have to.
we'll see. I mean, maybe the Packers take QB. That'd be pretty funny.
They're gonna draft
There
a
you go.
QB.
That'd be pretty funny.
I think Pittsburgh is.
I think they're going to QB. I agree.
Couple super chats. The pick is in. We'll get to it momentarily. Lance Dunbar's burner is GM Tom pulling a Cardinals-Ravens-like trade in this round. Would you give up Anthony Brown, let's say, for a pick?
If I get a corner, sure.
Yeah.
If I take like Trent McDuffie with 24, yeah, I'll do that.
Trading Anthony Brown becomes harder after the uncertainty around Calvin Joseph, I think. Right? I mean,
Yeah, I think it does.
I think you're going to have
unless
Joseph,
you draft a
but you
corner
don't know.
early. Yeah.
Aaron Foster calling it now. Deebo stays with the Niners. Agree. At this point in the draft, it's hard to see him getting traded, right, Tom? I mean, maybe they trade him after the draft for future capital, but you could just do that next year. You could just tag and trade him next offseason. So I tend to think that staying with San Francisco is a decent possibility. All right, Tom, first quarterback off the board. Kenny Pickett staying home. Goes from the University of Pittsburgh to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
It's not Malik Willis.
Not Malik Willis. So interesting here. Pickett stays in Pittsburgh. He's certainly comfortable with the elements of that region. There's some question marks about the hand size. He wears gloves, but first quarterback off the board finally, and he stays local.
It took us a while to finally get one of those guys. Pickett's jump this year, and we'll spend some time this since it is a QB after all, was significant. His production this year from a touchdown perspective was basically, it was more his entire career at Pick. He's a solid over prospect all around. There are some issues under pressure. He gets happy feet. He gets antsy. He's got some scarring from his bad offense line at the beginning of his career with the Pitt Panthers. But big jump forward. He's got good mobility. Not like Malik Willis mobility, but it's good in that area. More than enough. He can make plays out of structure there. Offered some rush touchdowns at Pitt there. The arm is not elite, but it is good enough in the end. 4-year starter. Technique, the footwork, the mechanics, I'm all fine with that there.
Decently mobile.
Did run a pretty solid pro-style offense in the end. We have to mention the hands. They are small, and that only becomes an issue if you have a fumbling problem in the NFL or in college. He had 38 career fumbles at Pittsburgh. That's a problem. So so that's why I talk about it. If you don't fumble like Joe Burrow's not a chance, doesn't fumble. Kenny Pickett fumbled. Got to hold on to the football there. That does matter. He is an older prospect, turns 24 in June, does hold the ball a long time. I want to work a little bit quicker as a processor. I think he can be a low-end starting quarterback for you. 20 is a lot better than 6 for him in this year's class. Yeah. I've got 2 comps for you. Teddy Bridgewater, Jared Goff. Guy you can start, not sure he's going to be your franchise QB. But it's a fine gamble, I guess.
So you have a bridge quarterback in Mitchell Trubisky. You might have just drafted another one. Is that what you're saying?
He barely cracked my top 50. So trying to be nice, but
we'll see.
Honestly, I would have gambled on the upside of Malik Willis, who is not great.
Type KP for Kenny Pickett, MW for Malik Willis. Who do you guys think will be the better quarterback in the NFL? I think the upside, like you said, of Willis is there, but we'll see what happens here. I'll get some shout-outs here. Maddie says Malik Willis. Trill says Malik Willis. DJ Malik Willis. BS says Malik Willis. Urban. KP for Caitlin. More Malik Willis is in, but the Pittsburgh Steelers opt to go the safer route with Kenny Pickett, who probably has a higher floor but definitely has a lower ceiling. So the New England Patriots now, Tom, are on the clock. We'll see what they do here. Devin Lloyd, I think, makes some sense
makes
here.
So much sense.
I mocked Lloyd to New England.
Keep an eye on Quay Walker.
Okay.
Keep an eye on Quay Walker too.
Here's our super chat menu. I'm guessing we just owe another spin at this point.
Yeah, we definitely do.
Safe to say, and we're 10 likes away from another one. So like the video if you want us to spin it again. I also want to
shout out Jace Dyson on YouTube, the Cowboys side. Thank you very much, my friend, for your super chat. Just a thumbs up. Thank you.
It's game time again.
Is it? Okay.
We're playing another game.
We'll come back to that, see what we have available. We already did the Sprite chugging. So
that was something. That was something. $10 or more, we'll get your super chats on screen. $20, we'll talk about your favorite team for $30. You can advertise yourself, your Twitter page, your Instagram, podcast, YouTube channel, business. hell, your gaming account, whatever you want, you can advertise it. Then for $100, one of us has to drink. I have to do a beer bong for $100. Tom will have to do a Jack Daniel's pool. If we get a $100 super chat, you guys can decide who you want to drink. Russell says Cowboys should trade down. Tom,
yeah, I'd be all for that. I'm right now. I am in Tyler Linderbaum or bust or trade down. Now there are other players I'd be fine with: Devin Lloyd, Trent McDuffie, Jermaine Johnson. At this stage, though, I think I would try to trade down because I'm looking at the guys I've got left. Like the guards and receivers, it's not a great grouping. Their linebackers, interior D linemen are there. You're kind of picked over the high-end impact need spot. So I would want more picks. If they take a Devin Lloyd, if they take a Jermaine Johnson, a Karlaftis at this stage, Nakobe Dean, Devin Lloyd, I ain't going to be mad at it. But I think I would trade. Like what I would do is try to trade down, acquire extra assets, and you'll still get a similar player, I think, with wherever you end up trading down to.
So for New England, Tom, guards aren't there. That makes sense. You got your choice at linebacker, Lloyd, Walker, Dean, whoever. I don't think receiver is going to be in play here. You'd be reaching at this point. I think it's McDuffie or one of the linebackers. That's what I think.
They're trading down.
Ian Rappaport says they're trading back. And we just got a $50 super chat.
Hey-oh, there we go. Oh, wait, got conflicting reports here now. Hold on. All right, maybe they haven't traded down.
Stay tuned. Maybe they aren't trading. Let's get to this super chat in the meantime.
Yeah.
$50 from Pure Religion TV.
All right, it'll sync up here in a second. We'll verbalize it. We owe a roulette spin too, right?
Yes.
We'll do the game.
Yeah, we got.
Do another one. Just spin it.
Yeah,
Call it a freebie here.
We crossed the next milestone anyway. Texas Elite Flooring, follow us. Hey, go check him out. He's we promised to promote you guys. Go search that on Google, Texas Elite Flooring. Go give them some business. I assume that's some kind of tile, carpet, something. I'm just guessing there. Go give them go check them out. Texas Elite Flooring. Google it. Go see what they're all about. Mac and cheese ice cream time.
Oh, let's do it. I'll do it.
Tom's up.
Let's do it.
And then we're playing a game as well. We'll wait and see what the Patriots are doing here at 21. Jordan with the super chat.
Yeah.
Real quick here. Dallas needs to trade down.
And I want to get caught up on some other supers that we missed here earlier.
Tom says yes, trade down.
Fred Bear, we hit that one earlier to trade down. Fred Bear Plush says Malik slips in the second round for Seattle. I wouldn't hate that one. Fred Bear Plush shouts out Ashley McGuire and wants Daniel Falele. VD Cool Shark says I can still Titans trade Brown, but why would the Eagles just draft Burks $700 million? Because in the end, Traylon Burks, AJ Brown's really good at football.
Looks
so
like
you get the guaranteed thing.
Chiefs have traded up.
Okay, we're getting wild and wacky here.
Chiefs have traded up.
How about this? Let's ride, baby. We'll get to the details on that. Don't know who they're going to take. Who do you want them to take, Harrison? McDuffie?
I'd be fine with McDuffie. I wouldn't draft any of the receivers here.
I agree. Jermaine Johnson?
Karlaftis, Johnson. I think it's one of the edges of or McDuffie. I think it's one of those picks. You lost Charvarius Ward. You need to get a corner there. I thought they might trade up for a receiver. They did not. I think it's got to be defense here. It's got to be a defensive pick. It's got to get better. Here are the details, by the way. 29, 94, and 121 to the Patriots for number 21.
Third and a fourth there. John Haddock says, Philly fan who should the Eagles grab in round 2. How about a defensive back? At this point,
I think I like McDuffie.
I'm just getting caught up. Yeah, you can keep the Chiefs. I'm just getting caught up on the super chats here. Mason Roy, who the Vikings take at 32. Great question. A corner, maybe? R&R cash. And what would the Bears do? I think they're going to wait till day 2. Jordan King says Dallas got to trade down, target Dean, get Sean Ryan. I'd be down with that one. Mason Roy, I saw your super chat. We'll see if we can't get caught up on those here in a little bit. Twizzy, what's up, Tom? Dallas trading up for a fake name. I like the effort there. And Dylan Heck, I see your super chat. What will the Bengals do? I'd say corner here as well.
Here's what we're going to do, Tom. Yep. I'm going to go break down this Chiefs trade and pick. Chase Sr. is going to hop on, so Tom will carry it solo for a second. I'll probably be back later, so see you guys.
We'll have Chase coming on here momentarily. In the meantime, just me simulcasting on Cowboys and on our main YouTube channels here for Chat Sports. Wheelin' and dealin' continues as the Chiefs have jumped up to number 21 1 overall. Their pick is in because, they made a trade. So we'll wait and see what happens on that standpoint here. We're waiting on the exact details for who it is. I know Harrison predicted Trent McDuffie. We'll see if that ends up being the case here. Chiefs have needs on the defensive side of the football. They are in the market for adding help on that side. Cornerback these are my needs, not Harrison's, by the way. These are my needs for the Chiefs. Cornerback was the number one need for them. Then edge. So at those spots, Trent McDuffie, Kyer Elam, Jermaine Johnson, and George Karlaftis, the top 4 at each of those spots. The pick is in. Trent McDuffie out of Washington. I absolutely love this pick by the Kansas City Chiefs, going up and acquiring my number 3 corner and a guy that I have a first-round grade on. That leaves just 2 more on the board. And positional value-wise, you got to love it. Right now, McDuffie is not that big. Sub 5'11", sub 30-inch arms. That dinged him. That's why he fell out of the top 20. But he has been awesome the past 2 years. He was targeted 36 times for the Huskies this year, allowed 16 catches for 111 yards. That is it. That is all that McDuffie actually allowed from that standpoint there. He was awesome. Jair Alexander vibes for me. Leon Hall, if you want to go way back to former Bengal corner, he also makes sense there. Look, he's sticky in coverage. He's got great awareness, allowed 2 20-plus yard catches in his entire career. Good tackler, some punt return value. I love Trent McDuffie. For me, as I look at my big board right now, a top 10 player for me. You're getting at number 21 overall. You trade up. I don't like trading up in general because I want more picks. It's a crapshoot, but you got a damn good football player. So I love this pick for the Chiefs. I'm spamming in my L in the comments section, and I want you guys to do the exact same thing for me. Or type H if you disagree and you're not a huge fan of it from that standpoint there. H or L? How do you feel about this particular pick here? I'll give some shout-outs as we get Chase Sr. Moved up here in a little bit. Yes, we are going to ban some guy. All right, L's coming in. Joe, Jobley, Nicholas, Kanye, Sam, Jake Mayer. That's tough. So Neal, Sam Weish, Drip, German L, WTF YouTube, NL. I do want to see if we can get the trade details up, by the way, too, Sam. People are asking for that. We'll get to those momentarily. Just to give you guys background, I'm cold. DeQuell going in with the L. Some of you had asked, whoa, I want to see what the trade details were. Here you go. 21 in exchange for 29, a third and a fourth round pick. So I will do the quick math here on the fly in terms of the trade value. So let me check here. So they're giving up 29, 203 on the chart. They're giving up 94, which is 41 on the chart, and they also gave up 121, which is 25. That gets them up to pick 20, so a minimal overpay, but that's good value. That's about right. So I like it from the Patriots. I probably would have taken Trent McDuffie if I were New England, but they do manage to acquire a key player for them in terms of an instant impact guy for Kansas City, high-end corner who's going to be, I think, a day one starter for them. Big value on that standpoint. So I like this move a lot for KC. Patriots do get picks back, and Bill Belichick does love to do that. So the Packers are now on the clock at pick number 22 as we welcome in Chase Sr. Hello, Chase. How are you today, my good friend?
TD, my guy. So to start the NFL draft, it was somewhat uneventful. I would have went with Aiden Hutchinson with that number 1 overall selection. Didn't really like the pick of Trayvon Walker. And then there was a run on wide receivers, and we're like, oh, yeah, that's cool after a little bit of a run on offensive linemen. Then everything just went crazy. I mean, this has been a bonkers night 1 of the NFL draft. And I want to say thanks to the NFL for moving the draft along at a pretty swift pace. It's been pretty awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's barely 9:30 right now.
Yeah.
We were talking about going live on Cowboys at 10 because we thought the timing was going to be that, and they did not have to do that at all. So quite fascinating from that standpoint there. So today's sponsor is Manscaped. If you haven't already, check them out. Manscaped.com/chat. That link will be in the comment section and in the description. The Ultra Premium Package is now available. They've got body spray because if you're like me, it's a little hot in the studio, gets a little bit warm, got to smell a little bit better. Just go boom, boom. There you go. Set on that front there. Boom. They got body wash, shampoo, conditioner, deodorant, which I'm going to have to apply at some point later tonight. Mine, I think, has worn off at this stage, so apologies, guys. I didn't use the Manscaped one. That's on me. Lip balm as well. 30 or 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com/chat. Remember to use promo code chat as well and as needed to keep yourself covered and get that free shipping and 20% off. Manscaped.com/chat. Jason, I know you're a big fan of their products as well, my friend.
Huge fan of Manscaped. You know, it was actually 2 weeks ago where the weather started to get warm here in Dallas because that's where we're based out of. And I went for a swim after a run to just cool down a little bit, recover the muscles a little bit. I looked down at my chest, and I'm like, my chest is way too hairy. So I used the Lawnmower 4.0. Shout out to Manscaped. Was able to trim that down. Now I'm looking a little bit better, and I'm more comfortable with my body. But also, you can use it on your balls as well.
All right, pick is in here. Quay Walker, the first linebacker off the board over Nakobe Dean, over his teammate, Dean, and Devin Lloyd as well. Now, I'm not surprised to see Walker go in round one. He'd gotten buzz in the past almost month of being a potential surprise first-round pick and a potential surprise, first linebacker taken.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at with Quay Walker here. I'm intrigued by it from that standpoint. It's very interesting. I would not have taken him as my first linebacker. I think he looks the part, right? He's almost 6'4", 241, 33-inch arms. I had a second-round grade, hit-and-run linebacker, good tackler, can blitz a little bit, can hold up in coverage. Isn't a instant playmaker, but he's a good football player. So it's a little bit of a reach, but not a bad reach for me on that standpoint.
And because there was a run on wide receivers at the early start/middle portion of that first round, Tom, Aaron Rodgers can't get himself a wide receiver.
Yeah.
And Treylon Burks was taken. So many mocks and so many draft evaluators had Treylon Burks going to Green Bay. They go linebacker because really at this point, would you be reaching for a wide receiver? Now, Jahan Dotson, borderline 1, maybe a 2. He ends up going a little bit earlier. Could you have gone George Pickens? They go Quay Walker instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's the edges. Karlaftis was there. I might have considered that one too. The lack of the receivers being there, I think, does hurt as well. So it's fine, but nothing special for me. Trade is in as well as the Ravens have jumped the Cowboys. They're going up with the Buffalo Bills here. Actually, the Buffalo is jumping to 23. I misread that, by the way. The Bills are on the clock. The Ravens got the 23rd pick from the Marquise Brown trade, and now the Bills are jumping up. So they're jumping the Cowboys. They got to be going defense here, right? You think, Chase?
I would think so. I think defense is the play here. I think it just makes a lot of sense. I mean, some people had said Breece Hall to Buffalo,
but they wouldn't need to jump
one.
the Cowboys
exactly.
for that.
That doesn't make any sense. So I'm thinking because of Sean McDermott and his defensive background, Devin Lloyd would be a really good player there. Kaiir Elam, the cornerback, maybe is in play for Buffalo. I no longer think they're going offense here, though. I could be wrong, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at maybe Linderbaum would be a bit of a shock, but I'd love it. I'm thinking corner, linebacker. I would say edge, but they don't need an edge here. They are fine from that standpoint. They've got Von Miller and 4 other guys. So I'm going to guess corner. I've got Kaiir Elam and Roger McCreary as my top guys left on the board at this stage. So my guess would be they're jumping the Cowboys. They thought they might take a corner in the end. So pick is in, by the way. Chase, do you have any predictions for where they're going to go here?
No, I really don't. I mean, corner, I'm thinking cornerback. I think they do go corner.
I'm pulling up my final mock draft to see who I had them taking. I had them taking Kaiir Elam. So if that is, well, we'll go to it now.
That
here.
It's true.
It's in.
You're a genius.
It is Kaiir
There
Elam.
you go.
And I'm a big Kaiir Elam fan. I have him 19th overall on my board, my number 4 corner, the best corner left on the board for me at this point. I'm a huge fan of what Elam is able to do. I thought he was undervalued. So to get him here, I think is a good selection on that standpoint for Kaiir Elam off the board of the Buffalo Bills. There was a comp. I'll shout out Dane Brugler here. Carlton Davis, the Bucs corner.
I like that.
I'm all for it. Great size, speed blend is there, tested well, good ball production, great at the SEC. I'm giving this pick an A. I think it's a good job here by the Buffalo Bills. Chase.
Yeah, size, strength, physicality, athleticism. I love his toughness, too, and I think that's where that Carlton Davis kind of comes in play. But, Tom, hey, we're live on the Cowboys Report, so just take it away.
Yeah, Cowboys are on the clock here. We've got Tyler Linderbaum on the board. I would love it. I am terrified right now of the Tyler Smith pick. It's not what I want. It fills a need of your tackle guard. I think you get similar players later on. So Devin Lloyd, Nakobe Dean also on the board here. My best available, my big 4, right? Linderbaum, Lloyd, Dean, and Daxton Hill are the top 4 on the board. I would like to trade down here, and I don't know if the Cowboys can make that happen. It does require a willing dance partner at this stage. I'm also surprised that I think I've had all the guys I had going in round 1 have gone so far, which is very rare for me to have through 23 picks here. The Cowboys got picked over. For those of you just now tuning in on our main channel, Chat Sports, and on the Cowboys YouTube channel here as well, the Cowboys have been picked over. The guards are gone. The top receivers are gone. There are some intriguing edges on the board. So I don't want Tyler Smith. I would want Tyler Linderbaum. I would be fine with Devin Lloyd, Nakobe Dean, etc. Any of those guys make a lot more sense. So, they threw a safety in for me. Daxton Hill. I'll make note that I
like Daxton Hill, by the way.
I do too, and I'll make note Todd Archer name dropped Lewis Seen, by the way.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on that particular name here as well. I'd be okay with Jermaine Johnson. The way the board has gone, much like last year, I thought you were going to be able to get one of your guards with where you were sitting. Ends up not being the case. So who do you want the Cowboys to draft here? TL for Tyler Linderbaum, DH for Daxton Hill, Tyler Smith type in TH. I will make note that Stephen Jones right now is on the phone. So he's on the phone early right now, which would make me suspect the Cowboys are shopping this pick trying to move down, which I would be fine with. I want volume. I like the ability to move down and get extra draft capital from that standpoint. So we'll see if they do it. I'm not sure quite how much time they have on the clock because we're like 2 picks ahead of the major network, so we don't even have the clock up at this point here. I'll give some shout-outs specifically on the Cowboys stream right now. TL, a lot of TLs in there from Bo Smith, JH, Raven. Some write-ins for Devin Lloyd. I'm fine with that one there. Someone says drafting their Des Bryant. Yeah, if only it were that simple, right? JH says TL. A lot of if you want to type in trade down, type in TD. Works for me and everything else on that standpoint. There are TLs, Devin Lloyd, Jermaine Johnson. I have not seen a single. Oh, there's one TS from. Oh, I just lost it. There's a JJ for Jerry Jones, I guess. Someone said trade for Deebo. There you go. There's a lot of routes that they could end up going here in the end. TS from Shanav. TD from Jerome Johnson. King Toss from TI. TI says, is this comment from King Toss? Nakobe Dean is in there too. TS, ND, TD, ND, TD, JN for, who is that? It's JN. I'm not sure who that one is there. TS, TL, JJ. JJ Jermaine Johnson, duh.
There you go.
Jermaine Johnson. That makes so much more sense on that
Randy
front.
Gregory replacement?
Yeah, look, I thought Johnson would be long gone. He's my 24th overall player, so we're talking about the right value. I've got a bunch of guys who are above my 24th or at my 24th value. Tyler Linderbaum, who is still there. Devin Lloyd is still there. Nakobe Dean is there.
Love him.
Daxton Hill is also on the board. Then I've got Breece Hall. If they take a running back, I will be in absolute shambles. I promise you on that front there. Jermaine Johnson, then George Karlaftis, and then Roger McCreary, Booth, Devontae Wyatt, Sky Moore, etc. All right, Chase, why don't you do this next one here for me?
Yeah, if you're having a good
driver,
time, just hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. I do want to give some shout outs to those of you watching us on Maine, Mr. F, the Dude, Brad Brown, and all that. We did reach a milestone, too, in terms of likes. 5,000 likes on night one of our NFL draft coverage. So you know what that means. You know what that means. It's another roulette wheel spin. So I'm going to spin the roulette wheel over here. See what we land on. I see already you guys have been busy in here.
Yeah.
On the roulette wheel.
Harrison, I don't know if you saw, I got the Bean Boozle again.
Finish your beer. I haven't cracked my beer yet. So I guess I have to just shotgun my beer? I'll do that.
We'll both finish them. How about that?
Yeah, that's fine. Because I didn't even get to crack my beer yet. So it's one way to finish it. Celebrate night one of the NFL draft. Just
as Chase almost drinks his beer before I finish mine. In very classic form for you, my friend.
Cheers to everybody for watching. Main Chat Sports YouTube channel and the Cowboys Report. You guys are the best. Thanks for supporting us.
Having fun here. Here's our Super Chat menu, folks. Every 500 likes, it is roulette wheel time. $10 to get you on screen. I do owe some rapid-fire shout-outs. Mark, who wants to go Tyler Linderbaum. Philum says Packers could take another made-up name. Arnold Abrams. There were some other $10 supers we'll get to here. And again, I'll try to go quick. Mason Roy, where are the Vikings going at 32? Corner? Linderbaum? Would be fun on that one. Yeah, it's a big-time trade down for not great value. I was kind of surprised by that one. Twizzy, what's up, Tom? How do you feel about Dallas trading up for Quandale Dingle? Again, not a real name, but I appreciate it, Twizzy. It's a fun one to say. Dylan Heck, what do you think the Bengals will do? I think they have their eye on Andrew Booth. Does he get there? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see on that standpoint if he is on the board for you in the end. Crispy had one. Do you think Malik Willis could fall to the second round? Maybe, unless Tennessee takes him. I don't think the Ravens are. The Bucks aren't. Packers aren't. Chiefs aren't. Lions are off the board at this stage. Maybe a team jumps up to go get Malik Willis, but very real chance he does slide down there at this stage. Michael, I think John, our GM, told Pete there's someone else to talk to you. Then he locked the door on Pete. Only explanation for the Hawks drafting a good lineman at number 9 overall. Well, there you go. So they did the right thing in the end. The Seattle Seahawks did. It was a good pick there. Chase, tell us about Manscaped.
Yeah, Manscaped, the presenting sponsor of our NFL draft coverage, especially the Ultra Premium Collection. 5 products available for just $39.99. Honestly, I think it's the best deal out there. If you're looking for the best men's grooming products, Manscaped is certainly the answer. Also, April is Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. That's something that we take seriously here at Chat Sports. Obviously, Manscaped takes it seriously as well. But I'll tell you about the Ultra Premium Collection. I actually have it right here. 5 products, all for $39.99. You can get shampoo and conditioner, body spray. You can get deodorant, chapstick, which is producer Coop's favorite. So all you have to do, manscaped.com/chat, enter the promo code chat for 20% off and free shipping. That link is available in the comment section as well as the description of this video.
All right. We also asked you guys earlier to comment chat on the most recent Instagram post from Manscaped. Cowboys pick is in, by the way, so they didn't is it in? Okay, it is in, but we don't have the actual pick yet. I'm literally just going to ignore what is going on here as I got I'm the wrong side here. I am worried. I'm not looking up at the screen. I'm not looking at the pick. I am worried they're going to do the thing I don't want them to do. So just tell me when it's in, and in the meantime, I'm going to look at the shout-outs here. You guys are laughing. Makes me know who it is. I don't like it.
Oh, no.
Richard, Jack, Lena, Harrison. I'll put the link in both sides here. Go comment chat on the most recent Instagram pic. Is it in? Can I look up? Are we doing the full screen reaction thing? Okay, am I when do I look up here? Just tell me when to look up. God damn it. Tyler Smith is the pick. Look, I do my grades way in advance of who the Cowboys pick is. And I didn't like the Micah Parsons pick last year because I thought that Parsons was on an edge rusher. And it turns out he was. Tyler Smith, though, we can go back to that other slide, too, because I want to mention it. If you guys didn't like Connor Williams because of his holding machine penalties, you're going to friggin' hate Tyler Smith. 16 penalties this past year. All right? 12 of them were holding calls. Tyler Smith is one of the biggest boom or bust prospects in this year's entire NFL class. If he hits, he can be your new franchise left tackle, your Tyron Smith replacement. Or he's Greg Robinson 2.0. That makes it a very difficult deal. The traits are there. He only just turned 21 or turns 21 in a few days here. Got the arm length, got the size, got the athletic ability. The traits are there. But his default technique is to hold. All right? Now, moving to left guard, where I think he starts this upcoming season, might help you mitigate those issues. All right? But you got to rebuild his whole technique. That's a big-time issue for me. So I don't like this pick. He's 70th on my board.
Yeah.
This is the biggest reach of round one so far. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'm down bad.
Yeah. Well, the good news is that Tom Downey, our NFL draft expert here at Chat Sports, is going to be able to go to the Dallas Cowboys report solely to react to this reach of a selection going with Tyler Smith, the tackle out of Tulsa, and he's going to be able to vent for as long as he wants. And clearly, as evidenced by what he just said, he's kind of in shambles right now. The 70th overall player on his big board going to the Cowboys in round one. There's no doubt that it's a reach, but if Tom is in shambles, at least other people are with him, and at least people are super chatting us $100. Thank you for the Benjamin Franklin from OG Run Tag. Here you go, Tom. You need this. What the hell, Cowboys? And with that, Jack will take a pool. Tom will take a pool of Jack. I'm looking at Jack Lauderay, my guy, though, who's also in shambles that the Patriots moved back in the first round. Yet again.
All right. I'm signing off.
Is he staying live on the Cowboys report?
We're going to go.
Or are you just doing VOD?
We're going to go do the breaking news cut here for Cowboys fans.
Okay.
So stay tuned for that.
Cool.
We're going to make the VOD cut of that, and I'm down bad.
Awesome.
So,
yep.
Bye.
Well, Tom is down bad. He's also out of here. So let's run through all of the picks so far in the 2022 NFL Draft. It has certainly been eventful, and my boy Marshall Green, whose New York Football Giants have had a really nice night one, will join me momentarily. So we'll run through all of the selections and get you caught up with all of the madness. Right now, 7,300 people watching live, $1,200 in Super Chats, 5,400 likes. Thanks to all of you for rocking and rolling with us. Kira, shout out to you as well. Trayvon Walker went number 1 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Edge rusher out of Georgia. Aiden Hutchinson, another edge rusher out of Michigan, going to the Detroit Lions at number 2. The hometown kid able to stay home. Somewhat of a shocker if it happened a couple of weeks ago, but there was recent buzz about the LSU stud cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. going to Houston at number 3. That ends up ringing true. Then another cornerback gets selected, and Ahmad Sauce Gardner going to the Jets at number 4. The cornerback out of Cincinnati certainly gives me Richard Sherman vibes. So those were the top 4 selections. You look at 5 through 8 here. Kayvon Thibodeau going to the New York Giants following that Jet selection at 5 overall. I think he has the opportunity to be one of the best edge rushers in this class. Ike Ekwonu, the offensive tackle out of NC State, going to the Panthers at number 6. Are they now going to trade for Baker Mayfield? Maybe even Jimmy Garoppolo. We'll see. Keep your eyes peeled for that. Evan Neal, another tackle out of Alabama, I think is a little bit better than Ekwonu, going to the Giants at number 7. So you get your edge rusher and your offensive tackle. I love what Joe Shane did in his first draft overall, coming over from the Buffalo Bills, now the general manager for Buffalo. Drake London, the first receiver taken at number 8 overall to the Atlanta Falcons. That then really started somewhat of a wide receiver splurge for a lot of these teams. Charles Cross, another offensive tackle, going to the Seahawks at number 9. Then Garrett Wilson to the Jets at 10 out of Ohio State. Chris Olave, his teammate, to the Saints at number 11. Jamison Williams out of Alabama, coming off the torn ACL that he suffered in the national championship game, also going to the Lions at number 12. Jordan Davis, as the Eagles traded up, the defensive tackle, 6'6", 340 pounds, ran a 4.7 at the NFL Scouting Combine. The Eagles had to jump the Ravens to take him at number 13. Then the Eagles went out and traded for A.J. Brown. Kyle Hamilton to the Ravens to team up with Marcus Williams. That's what they gave him, $70 million in free agency, going to Baltimore. Round 114, they also traded away Hollywood Brown to the Arizona Cardinals, the team back up with Kyler Murray, his collegiate teammate. Kenyon Green out of Texas A&M, the guard, going to the Texans in round 1. Then Jahan Dotson, somewhat of an early pick for him, 16th overall to the Washington Commanders, probably the best hands among the wide receivers in this draft class out of Penn State. And then 17 through 20, as we get closer and closer to getting you caught up here, then we'll welcome in Marshall Green, Zion Johnson, guard out of Boston College, to the Chargers at 17. They continue to build that offensive line to protect Justin Herbert. Treylon Burks, 18th to the Tennessee Titans. They made that deal with A.J. Brown, and then they drafted Treylon Burks, who might be, at least try to be, the A.J. Brown replacement. Trevor Penning then got drafted right after him. And here is that trade between the Eagles and the Tennessee Titans. The Eagles received A.J. Brown, who now teams up with Devontae Smith, Miles Sanders, Dallas Goedert, with the really good offensive line for Philly. They sent away the 18th overall pick and the 3rd round pick, 101 overall, to Tennessee. We'll get you caught back up here. Trevor Penning to the Saints, as I talked about. And then the first quarterback taken, it is Kenny Pickett to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He stays home and gets to play his pro games at Heinz Field, where he played his collegiate games in Pittsburgh. So all hail to Pitt. Kenny Pickett staying home. This is the longest that a quarterback has lasted in the draft in many, many years. And then Trent McDuffie, after the Chiefs and Patriots completed a trade, round 1, 21 to KC. Quay Walker out of Georgia, round 1, 22 to the Green Bay Packers. Kyer Elam, the stud cornerback out of Florida, to the Buffalo Bills at 23. And then the pick that sent Tom Downey off of our main Chat Sports NFL draft coverage, Tyler Smith, offensive tackle out of Tulsa. Tom Downey is our draft expert here. He had Tyler Smith penned at his 70th overall slot in his overall prospect rankings. He goes to the Dallas Cowboys at number 24 overall. Tom Downey now going on to the Dallas Cowboys report to react to that pick. So with the Ravens on the board now, on the clock, who do you think Baltimore should draft? We'll give you some shout-outs here, and then we'll bring on the homie Marshall Green, who's really elated as far as what the New York Giants have been able to do in round 1. First draft for Joe Shane as well as Brian Dable. Get your names into the comment section. We'll give you some shout-outs here. Who should the Ravens draft as they are on the clock right now? Certainly need some offensive line help. Tyler Linderbaum could be the pick here. I see somebody commented that. Okay, sounds good. Dadrian Padrian, appreciate your comment. N'Kobe Dean coming in from Andrew Sains. Stuart Sneath typing JJ. Arnold Adams saying the center. Could that center be Tyler Linderbaum? We will see. Devin Smith commenting saying, I'm a worried Cowboys fan. V2 Skelly, Eagles won the draft. It's hard to disagree. Chase Watkins commenting, Chase, what up, man? Good name for you. So with the Baltimore Ravens now on the clock at 25th overall, I'm being told that their pick is in, and the pick officially is a selection that a lot of the commenters were calling for. Best center in this draft class, one of the best offensive linemen in this 2022 class. It is Tyler Linderbaum out of Iowa. Guy's an elite athlete. I love his versatility in terms of his athleticism. Now, his positional versatility, he's really slotted in only as a center, does not give you guard flex, but this guy has a nasty streak. He has that wrestler mentality where he's really just mean and rugged, can get out in space in a zone scheme and really maul guys downfield, but is also good in pass protection. Now, a lot of people do have some concerns about the measurables. Let's take a look at him. He's only 6'2" and an 1/8 inch, 296 pounds. And I understand some of the concerns that people have for Tyler Linderbaum. Here's the thing. Jason Kelce, when he was coming out of Cincinnati, when he was drafted in the 5th round by Philadelphia many years ago, was about that same size. But he's very athletic, really good out in space. Linderbaum is my pro comp for, I kind of compare him to Jason Kelce to a certain degree. Nice hand size. The arm length is a little bit of a concern for some people. There's no question about that. But I really don't care about that. I mean, I'm worried about the player. I'm worried about the movement. I love the athleticism. I love his nasty streak. I do like his athleticism. This guy's a special player, and you needed to fill that void of losing Bradley Bozeman in NFL free agency. You fill that void by drafting Tyler Linderbaum. So on top of Linderbaum, Ravens are having themselves a pretty good first round. Kyle Hamilton, my number 1 safety in this year's draft class. Ravens took him at number 14 overall. Stud out of Notre Dame who has center field ball skills, great range from sideline to sideline. You now pair him up in a secondary with Marlon Humphrey, Marcus Peters, Marcus Williams, and now you put Kyle Hamilton into the fold. That's a really, really good Baltimore defense. And then Tyler Linderbaum, round 125, center out of Iowa, is now going to be the future center for the Baltimore Ravens. With that, welcoming in my boy, Marshall Green. It's been a little while since we did a show together. NFL free agency. Yes.
Let's ride.
Let's get it. Post this question for the people and encourage them to get that comment section popping.
Grade the Ravens pick so far. Are we talking both picks? Just the Tyler Linderbaum pick? Lamar Jackson, he's not happy. He just tweeted on Twitter, WTF.
Yeah.
If you know what that means, you know. I'm sure he's not happy Hollywood Brown is packing his bags and heading to Arizona, but at the end of the day, he doesn't have much say-so, and he's looking for another contract extension.
Yep.
So if you're trading my favorite wide receiver, probably my best friend, how do you feel about that? I think the Ravens, they did really well in the draft. You get Tyler Linderbaum, and you get Kyle Hamilton, 2 guys that are top 5, top 10 players respectively, and you get them at spots where they didn't go early in the draft. But at the end of the day, does any of that really matter if your quarterback's pissed off at you?
Yeah, you know who's happy though? Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray
Gets
is
the team
one
back
happy
up with
short
his
little fellow. His
college
legs right
teammate.
now are just moving like this.
Kind of runs like this. Gets the team back up with Hollywood Brown. They were certainly making some noise with the Oklahoma Sooners back in Norman.
100%. You get that college duo back together. I know our producer, Sam Brown, the table's going higher and higher, if you know what I'm saying. But if you're the Ravens, you have to be pretty freaking happy that you get a guy like Kyle Hamilton and then Tyler Linderbaum.
Yeah.
Honestly, probably the best interior offensive lineman in the draft. The Ravens, it's a home run draft. We have a trade alert.
Yeah.
Chase, take it away.
Yeah, so a trade alert. Yet another trade in the first round of the NFL draft. Here are the details for you. We'll pop this up on your screen here momentarily. We're waiting to really figure out the final trade details. What we do know as of right now is that the Jets have moved up in a trade to number 26 from the Tennessee Titans for 35, 69, nice, and 163. So those are the trade details. And with that selection, New York Jets are having themselves a really nice first round.
I love this pick.
Jermaine Johnson, this guy's an athletic stud. Actually used to play for Jason Brown in that Netflix U series.
He was there 18
Last Chance
months.
U. He was there for 18 months. Jermaine Johnson, some make the argument he's the best edge rusher in this class. Tom Downey's ranking, number 4 edge, 24th overall, and he goes 24, Marsh. Let me know what you think about Jermaine Johnson.
I was watching some highlights last night. This is someone that he's a do-it-all 3-down player when it comes to being a defensive guy in a front 7. He's going to be your outside linebacker, your stand-up type of guy, but he's just as good as getting to the passer as defending the run. This is a guy that started off at Independence Community College, like you said.
Mississippi.
Then he went to Georgia for 2 years, and at Georgia, he played more of an off-ball backer, a Sam backer type of player. Then he went to Florida State because he said he believed he was a pass rusher, and now he's a first overall pick in the NFL draft, a first rounder, that is. This is someone that hasn't had a lot of reps at the edge rusher spot, but he already has very veteran and savvy moves. He has all the technique already for a guy that looks like he's been playing that position for 7 to 10 years, but he's only been doing it for 7 to 10 months. His ceiling is extremely high. I like the pick of Jermaine Johnson. The fact you get him at 26, he was mocked as a top 10 pick. Here are those trade details. The Jets, they received the 26th overall pick. They also get 101 from the Tennessee Titans. In return, the Titans receive from the Jets pick number 35, pick 69, nice, and pick 163. I like Jermaine Johnson. What do you think of this trade, though?
No, I like it. I think the compensation is pretty equal there. And as far as the player goes, I love his array of pass rush moves, and I think that's going to allow him to immediately make an impact for the New York Jets. And honestly, what Joe Douglas has been able to do so far in this draft, I really like it. And it's not often that we get to be complimentary of the New York Jets, at least with the previous regimes. But with Joe Douglas, they're making some really good trades. I mean, Ahmad Sauce Gardner and some really good selections.
Might be the next Revis.
Sauce Gardner, Revis reminds me a little bit of Richard Sherman with the length and the nastiness to his game. I love his swagger as well. You get your number one wide receiver.
My number one receiver on the board.
And Garrett Wilson, 10th overall. And then Jermaine Johnson, 26 overall. That is excellent value. Some people were saying Jermaine Johnson was going to go top 10, top 15. You make that trade back up to 26 as we broke down, and now you get a future edge rushing stud. We also have another trade to get to between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Jacksonville Jaguars. It had been rumored for a long time that Tampa Bay was looking to trade out of this slot. Stockpile picks. Obviously, that roster still is somewhat stacked, even though they have lost some players in free agency while retaining some of their own. Of course, Tom Brady coming out of retirement. But those rumors end up ringing true where the Bucs trade out of 27. They trade it to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And we'll see what Jacksonville does here. As for what the Jags have done so far, only one selection. It was a lone pick atop the NFL draft. I didn't like the selection. I would have gone Aiden Hutchinson.
Agreed.
I think he's the more proven player with better pass rushing skills and a lot more production up to this point. They go athletic upside in Trayvon Walker.
Yeah. The trade details, the Jaguars, they're acquiring the 27th overall pick in exchange for picks 33, 106, and 180. So it's a good haul in return. And I think this is going to be a big pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's a restart. You got a new head coach. You went kind of the opposite direction of everybody else with the first overall pick of Trayvon Walker. For the past 3 weeks, it's been Hutchinson. Hutchinson. Walker, he was a combine riser. He pretty much tested every single test out of the waters. And now you're getting a guy with high upside, and now you're trading back into the first round. I'm very curious to see who they're going to take in this spot.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you look at some of the priorities for Jacksonville. They kind of cross off edge with Walker. They signed Christian Kirk to that deal. They lose DJ Chark. Do you go wide receiver here like a George Pickens? To give you
Sky
a big-bodied wide receiver. Sky Moore, I really like his game. Do you go linebacker with Nakobe Dean?
Nakobe Dean or Devin Lloyd here?
Nakobe Dean, Devin Lloyd would be excellent value.
Those were guys that were top 10 picks 2 months ago.
Yeah. And then Daxton Hill at safety. You could go Daxton Hill at safety here because that's another one of their needs.
Yeah, so here's Chat Sports best available.
Yeah.
Devin Lloyd, we just talked about him, as well as Nakobe Dean. Then you got Daxton Hill. He's the third best available. Tom Downey's 22nd overall prospect. And maybe you go running back. I don't think so because of the running back you took last year, Travis Etienne, who's actually going to play receiver or was with Urban Meyer in that disaster. Who knows what he's actually going to do right now? And the pick is in, and it is – wait. How about you wait? We wait till you – well,
That's what you call the ultimate tease.
Yeah, honestly, I feel bad because, I took you to the store to buy them, and then you know what I'm saying. All righty. Can we do it, Sam? Let's do it. The Jacksonville Jaguars have selected Devin Lloyd. They traded up with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they select the inside linebacker out of Utah, Devin Lloyd, with the 27th overall pick. Chase, break him down for me.
Yeah, he really plays with excellent speed. He has suddenness to his game, especially with his movements, and he can certainly weave through traffic, has really good athleticism. I love his ability to really change directions. He can also make plays in coverage, which in today's pass-happy NFL is extremely important. There's no doubt that there is some room to improve in terms of his play strength. Does he always take on blockers? No, but he does a great job just being really scrappy and sifting through some of those blockers with some slippery athleticism. The concern there is that he's 237 pounds, and sometimes he can get locked on to some of those blockers, but can play at the line of scrimmage, can drop back in coverage as well. He really doesn't come off the field. This is a guy who can give you really good production on all three downs. on blitz packages, but also back in coverage. His numbers at Utah this past year, en route to going to the Rose Bowl, were fantastic. 111 tackles, 8 sacks, 4 interceptions, 6 pass breakups. He's a guy, Marsh, you watch on film and you're like, that sideline-to-sideline speed, it reminds you a little bit of some of the better linebackers in the NFL, like a Fred Warner, like a Devin White. He just plays with his hair on fire. Yep. And I think that what he lacks in some bulk, he can make up for it with being able to dissect plays early and just having that elite speed sideline to sideline.
Yeah, 6'3", 237 pounds. The Jacksonville Jaguars are getting a player that does it all. He's a true linebacker. He also had 22 tackles for loss last year, which we didn't talk about. He's always making plays in the backfield. He reminds me of a little bit more athletic Darius Leonard, a guy that can get after the passer. He's not, a hand in the dirt, line up on the edge, but last year he had 7 sacks. The year before 2, and the year before that 6.5 sacks.
Yeah.
So you're getting an off-ball linebacker that's also going to help in the pass rush area. You get 2 guys now. You got Trayvon Walker, and you also got Devin Lloyd. That's going to help the Jaguars' pass rushing ability improve much, much more in an AFC conference this year that's loaded with quarterbacks and playmakers on the outside.
Yeah, so Devin Lloyd to the Jaguars at number 27. Bossman James had called me out for saying Jaguars and not Jaguars.
Yeah, I'm a Jaguars as well,
Dude,
but we'll go Jaguars
so,
on the today's show.
The UARS makes it very, very difficult. But either way,
you get a hell of a football player, Devin Lloyd.
To the Jags, Duval, Jacksonville. I like that pick a lot better than Trayvon Walker. Okay, we're going to play another game because we like to have fun during our NFL draft coverage, and we're built different than anybody else. So, for the next 60 seconds, if you give Marshall Green a follow on Twitter, at Marshall Green, he will give you a shout-out in front of almost 7,000 people watching live right now.
That's right.
So, starting right now for the next 60 seconds, I'm pulling up the clock.
I'm putting the link in the comments section
there
right
you
now.
Go.
All
Good
you
work
gotta
by
do,
you.
Click it, hit that follow button, and maybe I might follow every single person back that follows me in this 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Let's ride.
And you'll get a shout-out. So, I'm starting the timer right now.
Let's ride.
The timer is on.
The
next
link
60 seconds
is in the chat.
Give him a follow.
Look, I mean, what I offer, it's good content. I'm funny on Twitter. I like to tweet about the New York Football Giants, NFL, NBA. Look, if you want to stay up to date with NFL news and rumors, specifically New York Knicks, New York Giants, I'm your guy. Give me a follow on Twitter at @MarshallGreen_.
25 seconds in.
25 seconds in. I'm now going to pull up my Twitter and see how many followers I'm getting.
That's a good idea.
It's quite a bit, but let's keep it going because I have a lot of expectations for you guys.
Silly Sniper 45 says no one follow. Do the opposite of Silly Sniper.
Silly Sniper, you're silly, and I'm about to snipe you. Let's ride. Follow me on Twitter.
15 seconds left.
Was that too much?
Is that a threat?
Dude, it's pick 28. We're getting loose.
Bro,
we've got Fireball.
It's 2022. You better be careful.
You're right. Honestly, don't cancel me. Do not cancel me. Yeah, we are also on Rumble.
Yes, sir. All right, minutes up.
Someone says doing the opposite. All right, I think I just got 100 followers.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go down the line, and you can still follow me just because the shot clock's not off.
Some people are saying, what is Twitter? How do you not know Twitter now that Elon Musk bought it? You have to know what Twitter is.
Elon Musk. All right, shout-outs. Chris Machucha, Jamie, All Hail, Oilgark Musk, Brandit, Benser, Austin, Jacoby Foltz, Jerry Walker, Jacob, Ace, The Bake Dury, Nick, Joseph, Nova, Luis Thurston, that's a nice name, Thurston, Jeffrey Wiseman, David Chestnut, Paul Martello, CB, LV69, Nice, Cobbs, Cage Ellis, Diego, Justin, Sunrise, Nikki B, Gustav, Aiden, Chris, Dakota, Ryan, Chase, Giovanni, Michael, Mamias Unit, Austin B. I know where to play football. Let me know. I'm down to throw the pigskin. Nolan, Looney God, Caps Property, Brandon, David, Jamari, David S. Skill, Isaiah, Glosson, Kieran, Mike, Cameron, Brandon, Allen, Michael, Arnold,
That's Fantasy. A lot of followers.
There's a lot. I mean, I honestly can't give everybody a shout out right here, or I might pass out.
Can we do that game for me?
Yeah,
my
honestly,
goodness.
Let's ride. I'm going to put it a couple more times in the comments section.
My goodness.
Let's
pick us in for the Green Bay Packers. Pick is in for the Green Bay Packers.
And some of the biggest needs for the Packers, they need a wide receiver. You just traded Devontae Adams, and you drafted Quay Walker in the first round. There's a stat out there, I think, that the Packers have not drafted a first rounder with Aaron Rodgers at the quarterback spot, and it sounds like that streak is going to continue as the Green Bay Packers select the interior defensive lineman from Georgia, the Bulldog, Devontae Wyatt, 6'2" and 7/8, pretty much 6'3", 304 pounds. He was one of the dogs, many dogs, on that Georgia Bulldogs defense. 39 tackles, 2.5 sacks. He's best at a 3-tech spot on the defensive line. He's just a well-rounded prospect. He's going to be able to help in the run game and in the pass game. One of the best run stoppers in the NFL draft. I like his ability to get off blocks and make plays at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage. While his production was limited with 5 career sacks, I think he's going to be a great run stopper in the NFL for the Green Bay Packers. I know it probably is upsetting for some Packers fans. It's not a wide receiver, but this is a guy that's going to make a difference day one for the Packers, Chase.
Is Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show? Because he's
Punching
probably
air like this?
Yeah, he's probably unhappy by the fact that, one, there was really a stretch there in the first round where wide receivers were going off the board like crazy. But once again, it's Green Bay not prioritizing the wide receiver position, which is of importance considering they lost Devontae Adams. Instead, they prioritized defense here in the first round. Now, Devontae Wyatt, he was somewhat overshadowed by Jordan Davis, literally, and on the stat sheet, but at 304 pounds, the fact that he ran a 4.77 40-yard dash is ridiculous, and he really is a good athlete. This is a defensive tackle who has the opportunity to be a very good player for a long time for Green Bay on a defense that they've done a great job of developing prospects over time. So I like the pick. I think a lot of people don't know who Devontae Wyatt is because of Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, who hasn't been picked, by the way, and a lot of other these, defenders on this national championship Georgia team. But this guy is certainly a beast. Okay, make sure you subscribe to us here at Chat Sports, because who else is doing what we're doing? Not just during the NFL draft, where we're live all 3 days, all 7 rounds, breaking down every single pick, but every single day of the calendar year, we're bringing you NFL, NBA, and college football content. New subs so far today. We've gained 1,500 new subscribers. Now, last year, day one of the NFL draft, that number was almost 4,000. So for those of you watching right now, a lot of you are subscribed. Some of you are not. Make sure you hit that red subscribe button, because we certainly have some work to do to catch up to last year's total of nearly 4,000 subs on night one of the NFL draft. It's been a successful night one of the NFL draft. There's no question about that. Trying to get a little bit better, though, in terms of those sub numbers.
We got to beat last year.
Should we go sub only here after a comment, Driver?
Look, you got to be better than you were yesterday, and we got to be better than we were last year.
Yeah,
I say we get to 4,000 subs this year throughout the NFL draft.
Yeah.
I don't think that's on it. I think that's doable. Look, if you're wondering why the hell would I subscribe to Chat Sports, it's because, look, who's doing what we're doing right now?
Nobody, baby.
We're having a two-way conversation about the NFL draft. Mel Kiper, Todd McShay, they don't give a damn about you. Us at Chat Sports, we do. We thrive off audience interaction. We can't do what we do, which is multiple videos for free every single day around the latest NFL news, rumors, NBA news, NBA rumors, and college football news and rumors. Look, we're the best place on the internet to digest sports content, so go down right now and hit that big red button. If you haven't yet, you're losing in life. You can fix it, though, right now by going down and hitting that big red button. The New England Patriots are on the clock. Round 1, pick 29. Their draft needs, according to Tom Downey, an offensive guard, a linebacker, a wide receiver, and a quarterback, and the pick is in. We're going to wait on it because that's what we like to do. It's called a tease. We get you ready, and then we deliver. I'm going to let my guy Chase Sr. take this one away. Chase, what do you think they need right here?
I like Tom Downey's kind of evaluation there of their draft needs. You look at offensive guard. There's been some changes to that offensive line, And at 29 overall, a couple of good offensive linemen available who could also last until round 2. But with the 29th overall pick in the first round of the 2022 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots indeed going offensive line. Cole Strange out of Tennessee Chattanooga, the center who also has guard flexibility. 6-year player, tested incredibly well in the lead up to the draft. His intelligence is clear, and obviously that's something that Bill Belichick does prioritize. This pick coming after the Patriots had traded back with the Kansas City Chiefs. 3.71 grade point average, academic all-conference all 6 years that he was in college. Will face obviously a monster jump in competition going from Tennessee Chattanooga to the National Football League. But when you look at the combine and pro day numbers, they do translate to him being a good player. 40-yard dash of 5, and given that size, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, I like Cole Strange a lot. He was a Senior Bowl winner. At the Senior Bowl, he played center compared to what he did at Tennessee Chattanooga. This past year, he played 535 snaps at left guard, 160 snaps at left tackle, 2 snaps at right tackle, 0 snaps at center, but he went to the the Senior Bowl, played at center, and that's when his stock started to rise through the NFL draft process. He's 6'5", 307 pounds, and he's a really do-it-all center. He's not really ever going to overpower you. He's not the quickest guy, but he does everything at a good level. He's a good run blocker. He's a good pass blocker. I mean, if you're going first round, pick number 30 out of Tennessee Chattanooga, you got to be a damn good football player, and that's what Cole Strange is, and that's what the New England Patriots are getting.
So we do want to welcome back our Dallas Cowboys audience because we are simulcasting once again on the Dallas Cowboys Report. I'm Chase Senior. He is Marshall Green. Round 1 of the NFL Draft really rounding out in a quick fashion. It really is flying by. So Cole Strange going to the Patriots, round 1, 29th overall. Are we doing the giveaway? Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So we're doing a Manscaped giveaway. Today's presenting sponsor of our NFL draft coverage is Manscaped and the Ultra Premium Collection. 5 products for a grand total of $39.99. Shampoo and conditioner, body spray, deodorant, also body wash, chapstick, as well as deodorant. You can get all these products 20% off and free shipping by going to manscaped.com/chat. Enter the promo code chat for that deal to apply. The fact that you can get all these products for $39.99 is absolutely awesome. Now, if you go to Manscaped's Instagram and you comment chat on their IG, we will pick one person and DM them, and we will give you a free Manscaped gift. So go to Manscaped's Instagram on their most recent post at Manscaped, comment chat. So I want all of you watching right now, Manscaped's Instagram, at Manscaped is their handle, comment chat on their most recent post on Instagram. We will be giving a package away to one lucky person, and then we will DM you on Instagram from our Chat Sports account, which is at Chat Sports. So one more time, Manscaped's most recent Instagram post, comment chat, and then we will pick one lucky person to give them a giveaway, and then we'll DM them after we choose that one lucky winner.
The thing I love about the Ultra Premium Collection is it literally takes care of you from the moment you walk into the restroom to the moment you walk out. Shampoo, conditioner, body wash, deodorant, body spray. This isn't Axe. Throw your Axe away. Leave the middle school spray in the past. Get hooked up with Manscaped. 20% off plus free shipping. All you got to do is go to manscaped.com/chat. The best male grooming products in the world. Look at this. You got body wash. You got shampoo and conditioner. You got a little spray. My producer,
4.0.
Sammy Brown, he's a little stinky over there. I just sprayed him down. Let's ride. We're rolling with Manscaped, today's proud sponsor of Chat Sports' coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. Get hooked up. 20% off plus free shipping. Manscaped.com/chat.
Okay, pick us in for the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll relay that information to you as soon as we get it, because the Chiefs making their selection here in the draft momentarily. We will break down that selection in the waiting moments. You take a look at Kansas City's offseason profile. They traded away Tyreek Hill, but replaced him with Juju Smith-Schuster. Ronald Jones, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, as well as Justin Reed. They lost Tyreek Hill and Charvarius Ward, and they're also making an addition that I happen to really, really like along that defensive line. They restructured the contract for Frank Clark earlier this offseason, and now opposite of Frank Clark, they have another edge rusher in George Karlaftis, the edge out of Purdue. Not really a bendy rusher, but he's got NFL-ready power at a high level, really, really strong hands. The effort is there, has a high motor. So what he might lack in some athleticism and some really elite spark, he makes up for it by just being overpowering. I like to really compare him to Ryan Kerrigan, who wasn't the sexiest player, but the sack numbers were always there. For Tom Downey, our draft expert, number 5 edge rusher, 26 overall prospect. He falls a little bit later to number 30. I like it. What do you think, Marsh?
Yeah, he's a great prospect. 6'4", 266 pounds. And some people question how good of an athlete he is. When you're that big and you weigh that much and you run a 4.78 40, is it eye-popping? No, but he can get it done. He has all the traits to be a 3-down edge rusher in the NFL, and that's what he's going to be for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's someone that plays with a really high motor. He plays from the start of the whistle to the echo of the whistle. Yes, the echo of the whistle. He plays 110%. I like him a lot. He's someone that was being mocked in top 10s just a couple of weeks ago, and now for the Chiefs to get him at 30 overall, that's a draft day steal, in my opinion. It beefs up a defense that started off slow in the 2021 NFL season, but when the playoffs rolled around, the Chiefs were one of the best defenses in the NFL, and they continue just to retool and rebuild that defense, adding Trent McDuffie, one of my favorite cornerback prospects in the draft, and now you get George Karlaftis, a potential guy that could have went top 10 in this draft easily.
Yeah, and we think about the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, used to be Tyreek Hill, Andy Reid, offensive heavy.
Offense.
But so far in the draft, they've gone defensive heavy. And that's something that I think they really needed to improve upon, because that defense to start last year was one of the worst over the course of NFL history. Now, they did get a little bit better as the season has progressed, or as the season did progress, I should say. But Trent McDuffie, one of the best corners, some might say the best corner in this draft class. You get him at number 21. I think that's good value. He could have gone in the teens. And then George Karlaftis. Some mocks had him going top 15, top 20. You get him at number 30. And what I like about it is that these players are going to a functioning culture that has stability and a foundation. And they also have good complementary pieces around them on that defensive side of the football. And they get to lean on offense, right? So the pressure isn't always going to be on defense. So by going McDuffie and Karlaftis, I like what the Chiefs have been able to do on night one of the draft. So with that, we want to ask you this to get that comment section flowing once more. How many wins for the Chiefs next year? Remember, it's a 17-game schedule now for the second consecutive year. I think you pencil them in for double digits. Yes, you lose Tyreek Hill,
tough division,
but this team still in their prime.
100%. I mean, if you got Patrick Mahomes, you got a chance to make the playoffs every single year. Last year for the Chiefs, they rebuilt that offensive line. This year, they're going all defense. McDuffie, Karlaftis, those are two cornerstone players you're really getting in the first round of the NFL draft. Karlaftis, he was a guy that was mocked to the Giants at number 7 in the early part of the draft process. For him to slip to 30, and now you get to add him to a Chiefs defense that looked in the NFL playoffs and in week 17 and 18 of the NFL season, looked unstoppable. If you're a Chiefs fan, if you like to cheer for the Chiefs in Arrowhead, you got to be happy about the haul that they got in the first round this year.
Give some shout-outs to the people commenting. Devin McCrory saying 13 wins minimum. Michael Spite, 13-4. David Scarry, 15. FL, 15. Austin Meesberg, 13. Michael Leggett thinks the Chiefs will win 10 games. That's on the lower scale. The MMG liker, 0. I think you're just a KC hater. Aaron Ware, 6. James Davis, 11. So everybody kind of penciling in the Chiefs for double-digit wins this upcoming season. Now what we're going to do with more than 5,000 people watching live, we saw how many people had followed Marshall Green.
Right.
Let's see how many people can give your boy here a follow, because at the end of the day, I need a win over Marshall Green.
I got about 150.
100? Seriously?
150.
Wow. So for the next 60 seconds, and I'll bring up the shot clock here. For the next 60 seconds, all of you who give me a follow, I will give you a shout out. So I'm putting the link in the comments section, and at the same time, I am starting the shot clock. All of you who give me a follow, I will give you a shout out after 60 seconds.
This is
I already
kinda
saw
cheating.
Jeff Williams.
This is cheating
Jeff Williams
because
come in.
you have the blue check mark.
Well, yeah.
That's BDE energy, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, yeah. I mean, Tyler liked to remind us all that he has the blue check mark.
You can find me with the check mark.
So for the next 60 seconds, now it's down to 40 seconds. Those of you who give me a follow on Twitter, I'll give you a shout out here on the show.
What can they get on your Twitter?
What'd you say?
Like if they follow you, what's the type of content?
Yeah,
they're
so
getting on
I do
your
it
Twitter?
all here. I like to consider
Swiss Army
myself
knife.
a Swiss Army knife. Bengals pick us in. So we're going to get that one ready. Here at Chat Sports, cover the NFL, specific focus on the 49ers, cover the NBA, cover college football. We're doing it all, fam. So 10 seconds left. I'll give you shout-outs after we reveal the next pick for the Cincinnati Bengals. I love it. I absolutely love it as they continue to fortify that defense, which was somewhat spotty last year, but they're supporting Joe Burrow and adding to that young core. Daxton Hill, one of my favorite sleepers in this draft. I think that he could have gone in the middle portion of round 1. He goes to Cincinnati, 31st overall. Versatile, modern-day nickel safety hybrid. Love that positional versatility, Marsh. 69 tackles last year, 2 picks and 8 pass breakups. This guy's a really good player with excellent instincts.
6'1", 191 pounds. Where he wins is his speed. In his role in the NFL, he's going to be able to really do it all. He can line up in the slot, like you said, and be that nickel corner, while also being a free safety and playing that center field type of role. With the Michigan Wolverines last year, he played all over that defense, and that's why he's a first-round pick in the NFL draft. He had 355 run defensive snaps last year, 444 in coverage. He was targeted 68 times, allowed 48 receptions. This is someone that's going to beef up the back half of that Cincinnati Bengals defense that kind of struggled a little bit in the playoffs this past year. You get a guy in Daxton Hill. He'll be a day one starter for the Bengals this season.
Okay, so update on the social push. This is actually pretty funny. The goal on the screen is 7,000, but how about this? We're 31 people away from 6,000. So if we get there, I'll take a shot. If we get to 6,000 followers on Twitter, I'm down to take a shot because that's a pretty dope milestone, honestly.
Cheers.
So I'm going to put my Twitter page in the comment section once more. 31 more people. I'm going to take a shot. Marshall will take a shot with me. And also, our giveaway winner for Manscaped went on to Manscaped's IG, commented chat. We have picked a winner so far. I'm so sorry to my guy, Jake Brown. It was not you. It was Toby Blair 2.0. So you have to DM Chat Sports on Instagram right now to redeem your package from Manscaped. We'll get you hooked up. Hopefully you're still watching. DM us at Chat Sports on Instagram. You are our Manscaped giveaway winner on night 1 of the 2022 NFL Draft. Good looks for participating. Appreciate that, my guy.
I think this might be the fastest the first round of the NFL Draft has ever gone
Seriously.
by. Like,
10:30
this
Central
isn't
Time?
hyperbole.
Yeah.
Last year, I think we were here till about 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. I can't even think. We might get out of here before the morning.
Yeah. Shout outs to Edson, Caleb Enger, Joe Fazio, Reese, CB, Throb Low, Dread for Life, Looney God, Kevin Morton, Scott Langley, Nick, PFAF, Miss Too Much, Nicholas King, Big Poppy, what up? Devin Wesson, Joseph, Scott Williams, Owen, Justin, Heck, Alfred, Diego, The Bake, Derry, Quayam, Gary Smith, Samuel, Fernando, Keith. Appreciate all of you for following me. Sunrise Pack Station. Marsh will attest to this, but one of the best parts of our job is obviously being able to talk about the NFL. We're live on the NFL Draft, probably the most watched coverage on night 1 among anybody out there. We get to talk about the NBA, college football, all this stuff. One of the best parts and most rewarding parts of our job, interacting with the audience, and that's what we've been able to do really since we took these jobs, especially on a night like tonight. So to all of you who followed me, who followed Marshall, shout out to all of you. You're all the best. We appreciate you.
Yeah, if you missed it, I put it in there a couple more times. Don't be afraid to click it and click follow. But seriously, like, we talk it, but we actually mean it, man. The interaction between the hosts and the audience, that's what makes Chat Sports special. It's legitimately a two-way conversation. We care what you have to say. When we ask these questions, we care what you say. We go down and read the comments. That's what separates us from ESPN, Fox Sports, NFL Network, Barstool. We care what people like Zoe Davis says in the comments section. He says, shout me out. I just shouted you out, Zoe, whatever it is. Francesco P, where's my shout out? I just got you right there.
All right, let's talk about the Minnesota Vikings here on the clock for pick number 32 to round out round one. The fact that it's wrapping up by about 10:30 Eastern is pretty crazy. 8:30 Pacific. We're on Central Time. No matter where you're watching, how you're watching, we appreciate you for making our coverage a part of your day and night. Vikings offseason profile, some of their needs here. Cornerback, safety, tight end, wide receiver. Almost $11 million in salary cap space, so they'll have some room to sign some of these rookies. The additions that they've made so far this offseason, defensive lineman Harrison Phillips, Za'Darius Smith, Jordan Hicks. They were able to re-sign Patrick Peterson, losses Tyler Conklin, as well as Xavier Woods. As for where they could go here, we talked about some of those needs. There's some really good players on the board here. Nakobe Dean, I think he's going to be a 10-year NFL vet. I think it's stupid that teams have just been overthinking it.
He reminds me of
overthinking
Roquan Smith.
it. Yeah,
he really
does. So Nakobe Dean, Breece Hall, Roger McCreary, Andrew Booth Jr. I mean, there are really good DBs still on the board here. Those are some of Tom Downey's best available players. Could the Vikings go with any of these guys? We'll see. Or could it be a player like Lewis Cine out of Georgia? That could be the pick. The pick is in. We're waiting for it. As soon as it is made official, we will relay it to you earlier than any other broadcast out there. So with the final pick in round one of the NFL draft, we'll bring that to you here momentarily. Who should the Vikings draft? Let us know in the comments section. Is it Lewis Cine? Is it Nakobe Dean? Is it another one of these really good players like Andrew Booth in that secondary? I do think that Minnesota
Sky Moore, add another receiver,
is going to add to the defense. I think they need to add to the defense because they were certainly lackluster on that side of the ball with a defensive-minded head coach in Mike Zimmer. The pick is in. They are going in the secondary. At that safety spot, it's Lewis Cine out of the defending national champion Georgia Bulldogs. Yet another Georgia player going in round one here, Marshall.
I love him. 6'2", 202 pounds. Ran a 4.37 40 at the NFL Combine. For a little pro comparison, he reminds me of Adrian Amos. He's a free safety, but he hits like a strong safety. He loves to bring his hat to the party. He flicks up on the right stick a little bit too often, but I love that. He's a downhill safety that can also drop and be that center field type of guy. Last year, 73 tackles, 9 pass breakups, just 1 interception. But when you're 6'2.5" and you run a 4.37 40, you can play that cover 1 safety. You can play that cover 3 safety and truly be that sideline to sideline ball hawk. This is someone that's going to step in and improve the Minnesota Vikings defense on day one. He may be a guy that can play alongside or be someone that's a starter in this secondary. I like the way he comes downhill. He needs to get a little bit better on trusting his eyes and in coverage and recognizing route schemes, but he's a college kid. That's why he's going in this back half of the first round. But all the intangibles, all the tangibles too. He's a hard worker. He was one of the best players and leaders at Georgia. I think the Minnesota Vikings really got a steal on Lewis Cine. He was mocked to be a second-round guy, so for him to end up in round one, it's a win for him, and I think the Vikings are also winners for taking him at this spot.
Yeah, 73 tackles, 9 PBUs, 1 pick. It goes to show you just the overall impact he was able to have with that Georgia defense, and I understand there's a little bit of a concern, right, with some fans saying, okay, we're drafting all these Georgia cats, but weren't they so good and didn't they play so well because of everybody elevating their games? Yeah, maybe to a certain degree, but you have to understand, like, this Georgia team was special. They had dogs. The athletic testing numbers were fantastic. So I think all of these guys are going to be able to make immediate impacts, and they're going to be able to have long NFL futures. Obviously, the certain situation comes down to their success at the NFL level. Injuries come down to it. How much work are they willing to put in? You don't really have to worry about that with Lewis Cine. By the way, Throb Low said, Chase shouted me out live on YouTube. Let's take a shot together, brother. Here's a shot, my man.
I think at the end of the day, it's a two-part question. Was this a good pick, and did he go to Georgia? If the answer is yes to both of those, he's a damn good pick. If you played football for the Georgia Bulldogs this year and you were on the defensive side of the ball, you're a damn good football player. I mean, they were one of the best defenses in college football history, not just last year. That Georgia Bulldogs defense has so much talent across the board. All the defensive linemen, all the linebackers, Lewis Cine. Really, there's not a bad prospect coming off there. And some of the best players on that defense are back in school this year, or we're going to be projected first-round guys but had off-the-field problems. That was a great defense. And Lewis Cine, he's going to be a great piece on a good defense in Minnesota.
If you're having a good time watching our first-round coverage of the NFL Draft, you just got to hit that thumbs-up icon and like the video. Right now, 5,696 likes. It's only right that we get to 6,000 likes on today's show. So make sure you hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. And here's the thing. If you're liking what we're doing, we're only getting started, Marshall. We're going to be live for every single round of the NFL Draft, breaking down every single pick from now all the way until Saturday. So hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. And if you like what you've watched all night, what we brought to the table, our analysis, the fact that we like to have a lot of fun, we're only getting started. We'll be live tomorrow. We'll be live on Saturday, live hours in advance of the draft, actually going live as well. That's what we did tonight. We're going to continue to bring you the best NFL coverage here on YouTube.
If you're watching us on our Dallas Cowboys report page, we're going to sign off. We'll see you tomorrow. Tom Downey, he'll probably have a grades video up for you all in a little bit. You can also join us tomorrow here on Chat Sports because we're going to be live for every single pick of day 2 of the NFL Draft. So Cowboys fans, we'll see ya. Hope you liked your pick. Probably didn't, which makes me happy as a New York Football Giants fan.
Round 1 of the 2022 NFL Draft is officially in the books. All 32 picks have been made. I'm Chase Sr. He is Marshall Green. We are about to break down every single selection that was made in the 2022 NFL Draft. And don't you worry, we'll be live all 3 days of the NFL Draft. So make sure you hit that red subscribe button or enter that link down below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. So let's run through every single pick that's been made. Still some really intriguing prospects on the board for day 2, round 2, and we'll be live for it. Appreciate all of you for making our draft coverage a part of your day and night. So to start off the draft, Jacksonville Jaguars went with Trayvon Walker, edge rusher out of Georgia, followed by Aiden Hutchinson out of Michigan going to the Detroit Lions. Derek Stingley Jr., the cornerback prospect. A lot of buzz about him going number 3 to Houston. That ends up being the case. Last 2 years at LSU wasn't that great, but during that national championship season with LSU, he was phenomenal. Hopefully he's able to bounce back and give that level of play to Houston. Ahmad Sauce Gardner, then the second cornerback taken at 4th overall, going to the New York Jets. And honestly, I like what the Jets have done so far in this draft, prioritizing some really good players, stacking up that defensive side of the ball. But what really sticks out to you, these first 4 picks, Marsh?
I'm just surprised that no offensive lineman went in those first 4 picks. How long did we talk about Ike Mekwonu or Evan Neal going in the top 4? So for there to be 2 edge rushers and 2 corners, I think that's definitely something we were not expecting in the 2022 NFL Draft.
We break down the order of the 2022 NFL Draft. Pick number 1, edge rusher out of Georgia, Trayvon Walker. Pick number 2 to the Detroit Lions, Aiden Hutchinson, edge rusher out of Michigan. I would have gone Hutchinson number 1 over Walker. At number 3 overall to the Houston Texans, Derek Stingley Jr., the cornerback out of LSU, who was great his freshman year, not so great the last 2 years. Then another cornerback, Ahmad Sauce Gardner, going to the Jets at number 4. We continue to move forward with all these selections as we run through them live here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Round 1 of the draft officially in the books. Kayvon Thibodeau, edge rusher out of Oregon, going to the Giants at number 5.
Boom.
Ike Ekwonu, offensive tackle out of NC State, going to the Panthers at number 6. Do they then trade for Baker Mayfield or Jimmy Garoppolo? We will see. Evan Neal, offensive tackle out of Alabama, who was my number 1 tackle in this class, going to the Giants at number 7. Then Drake London, wide receiver out of USC, going to the Falcons at number 8. A lot of size now with him. Kind of reminds me of a skinnier Mike Evans and Kyle Pitts. But Marshall, as the host of New York Giants now, have to love what Joe Schoen was able to do in his first draft and in his first round as the general manager of the New York Football Giants.
Might be premature. Start building the statue for Joe Schoen. This is a home run draft for him and the New York Football Giants and the new brass there in East Rutherford. Kayvon Thibodeau, you arguably get the best edge rusher in this draft. Before really the NFL draft cycle got started, Kayvon Thibodeau was mocked as the consensus number 1 overall pick in the 2022 NFL draft. And you know who was second in those mocks? Evan Neal. So for the Giants to get arguably 2 of the best players in this draft at picks 5 and 7, and 2 players at a critical need, you needed a right tackle. And now that you have Andrew Thomas and Evan Neal as your bookend tackles for the next 10 years, and then on your front 7, Leonard Williams, Azeez Ojulari, and Kayvon Thibodeau, those are 3 beasts on your front 7. I'm pumped up about it, but I want you to get in the chat and answer this question for me. Who was the best pick of the 2022 NFL draft so far? Honestly, I'm probably biased, but I think Evan Neal is definitely in the conversation at pick number 7. What do you think, Chase?
I think the value there is excellent. I think he can be a future stud tackle for the next decade, and we know that Daniel Jones hasn't been able to reach his expectations because that offensive line has been absolutely garbage. We move forward through picks 9 through 12. Charles Cross, offensive tackle out of Mississippi State, going to the Seattle Seahawks. That offensive line has been atrocious as well, so that certainly fulfilled a need. Then there was a run on wide receivers here, which impacted what happened later in the draft with some trades made and some teams moving back. Garrett Wilson, number 1 receiver in this class, going to the Jets at number 10. His teammate from Ohio State, Chris Olave, going to the Saints at number 11. Then Jameson Williams, number 12 overall, to the Detroit Lions. I love what the Lions have done. Williams might not be able to play for the first month coming off that torn ACL in the first in the national championship game, but Aiden Hutchinson, Jameson Williams, that right there, I love it. What the Lions did last year, building that team, able to really establish a culture under Dan Campbell, then adding Hutchinson and Jameson Williams, those are 2 premier players who could be excellent in the long haul. Now you have to find your quarterback.
If Jameson Williams didn't tear his ACL in the national championship, he was going to be a top 5 pick. If healthy, he would have been the number 1 wide receiver on my board. I kind of think of him as like a Deshaun Jackson, but on steroids. He can do a little bit more than Jackson. Jackson's probably going to be a Pro Football Hall of Famer. But this is someone that's going to stretch the field for you. If you don't have a safety over the top of him, he's going to run right by you. And then you get Aiden Hutchinson at pick number 2, the consensus number 1 pick just 2 weeks ago. Dan Campbell, he can't find enough kneecaps to bite off right now. He's excited.
Classic.
Hutchinson, Williams, I give it an A-plus draft so far for the Detroit Lions.
And when you talk to NFL draft evaluators, they had said this could be one of the wildest drafts in the history of the NFL. Honestly, with all the movement that could have happened. It also wasn't a top-heavy draft. So the point here being, this is where the draft, to me, Marsh, got really interesting.
It did.
Eagles trade up for Jordan Davis at number 13. They had to jump the Baltimore Ravens, who no doubt I think were going to select him. 6'6", 4.7 speed at 340 pounds with Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave. Is he a 2-down player, a 3-down player? We'll see, but the upside is enormous. Now, with Baltimore, they miss out on Jordan Davis, but they now have a secondary of Kyle Hamilton, Marcus Williams, Marcus Peters, as well as Marlon Humphrey. That defense is going to be a problem in today's pass-happy NFL. Then Kenyon Green going to the Texans at 15th. Jahan Dotson, probably the best hands in this deep receiver class, going to the Washington Commanders there at number 16. What pick kind of stands out to you? I think Hamilton sliding all the way to 14. He was Tom Downey's number 1 player in this draft. I really, really like him.
I like Kyle Hamilton, a do-it-all safety, can play in the box, can get on the line of scrimmage, can drop as the single high guy. But of these 4 picks, it's Jahan Dotson. And it's not because I don't think he's a great football player, because I do think he is, but I did not see him going as early as 16 to the Washington Commanders here. But hey, who knows? I think he's going to be a good football player. And sometimes when you identify good football players, just go out and get them. Who cares what the round and the pick is? Because at the end of the day, 3 years from now, if he's a good football player, you're not going to say, we took him about 6 picks too early.
Right.
Who cares? If he's an all-pro player, go out and get your guy. And I think Jahan Dotson has legitimate skills to be an elite receiver in the NFL.
He could be elite. We at Chat Sports are already elite, and we're going to be live for day 2 of the NFL Draft and day 3. That was pretty good.
That was good.
Will you join us for day 2 live? Let us know in the comments section. Type a Y for yes or an N for no, because we will be live once again for rounds 2 and 3, then on Saturday for rounds 4 through 7, breaking down every single selection. And I got to tell you, there are some really intriguing players still on the board who are going to be selected at very valuable spots in rounds 2 and 3. Make sure you join us by either hitting that red subscribe button down below, plug in that link, youtube.com/chatsportstv. Turn on those notifications too. Therefore, when we go live and push out a video, which is every single day of the year, you will be notified. Pick 17 through 20. Zion Johnson, offensive guard out of Boston College, as the Chargers continue to bulk up that offensive line. They did it last year with Rashawn Slater, who was awesome. They did it once again with Zion Johnson. Corey Linsley, also a part of that offensive front. Traylon Burks to Tennessee at 18. That happened. Why? Because a blockbuster trade happened that sent ripple effects through the entire NFL. Philadelphia Eagles receiving A.J. Brown. Then they signed him to a 4-year extension worth $100 million, $25 million in average annual value. The Titans get back 18th overall. They use it on Traylon Burks, who I think could be the next Deebo Samuel, and a 3rd-round pick at 101 overall. Now, I talk about that 4-year extension. It's also $57 million in guaranteed money for A.J. Brown. Makes him the 3rd highest paid wide receiver in the NFL, or 4th highest, I think. Yeah, 4th highest behind Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, and DeAndre Hopkins. A.J. Brown enters that equation ahead of Stephon Diggs. Just a monster move for the Philadelphia Eagles on draft night. So those 17 through 20 selections also continue to be fascinating because the Saints go Trevor Penning, who had a lot of holding concerns out of Northern Iowa. And then Kenny Pickett, the first quarterback taken all the way at 20. The Pittsburgh kid, he stays home, Marsh.
Dream scenario for Kenny Pickett, right? You get to stay home, and you get to go to one of the most storied franchises in the NFL. Coming off a tenure where Ben Roethlisberger was the quarterback since 2004. Kenny Pickett was QB2 on my board, slightly behind Malik Willis, but I think Pickett is the most pro-ready out of any quarterback in this draft class. Last year's stats were just nutty. 42 tutties through the air, 7 interceptions, almost 4,400 yards through the air, 67% completion percentage. I like Kenny Pickett. I like the touch and how soft he throws the football. He reminds me of a Joe Burrow light, and an emphasis on the light, because he's not Joe Burrow, but they play a similar style. They have the feet to get out of the pocket. We all remember the fake slide Kenny Pickett hit. I wish he would have got blown up on that. But at the end of the day, you potentially get your replacement for Big Ben for the next 10 to 20 years. Kenny Pickett, number 20, you don't have to trade up, and you get your guy. That's a win for Mike Tomlin in the black and gold. Or black and yellow, whatever you call it.
It's black and yellow because Wiz Khalifa said so. And also, Kenny Pickett blew up, kind of like Joe Burrow did his final year at Pitt, final year at LSU. Picks 21 through 24. We'll get to that Cowboys selection, and maybe we'll run through the other picks so that we can spend some time on it, or not. We can just make fun of the Dallas Cowboys for taking Tyler Smith, round 1, offensive tackle out of Tulsa. Tom Downey, 70th player on his big board, goes 24th to his squad. Trent McDuffie for KC. One of the best corners in this draft as KC prioritizes defense. Quay Walker to Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers does not get a wide receiver in round 1. Kaiir Elam to Buffalo, as some of these AFC contenders really loading up on the defensive side of the ball with some elite playmakers on the outside. And then Tyler Smith, round 1, 24th overall. Also, throughout this stretch, there was a big trade because the Ravens received a first-round pick, 23rd overall. The Cardinals, now with Kyler Murray reuniting with Marquise Hollywood Brown, also getting a 3rd-round pick, and then another trade. Bills received 23rd overall. Ravens got 1st-round pick, 25th overall, and a 4th-round pick. That's how Buffalo was able to make that 23rd pick. But your overall takeaways from Hollywood Brown going to the desert to team back up with Kyler Murray.
If you're Kyler Murray, you're happy. And if you're Lamar Jackson, you're pissed, and he tweeted WTF right after it happened. Jackson and Hollywood Brown, they were clearly friends. How many times in the offseason did we see Hollywood Brown, Antonio Brown, and Lamar Jackson throwing the football?
Seriously.
They worked out together. And right now, the Ravens, they've got to be a little bit, in murky waters because Lamar Jackson is looking for a contract extension. He wants to get a new deal. And if you're going to be trading my best friend, that's a check in the box if you're Lamar Jackson for sure.
As for Tyler Smith, this was really the overwhelming shocker on night one. Look, it was a reach, and I don't think there's another way to put it. He committed 16 penalties in 2021 in the American Athletic Conference, including 12 holding calls. I understand why the Cowboys went offensive line because they let go of Lyle Collins and some of the other offensive linemen are getting a little bit older.
Connor Williams.
But this was a reach right here. This is no doubt a reach, right?
100%. I saw him as an early day 2 guy. Dane Brugler had him at his 50th overall prospect. Tom Downey had him as his 70th overall prospect. Nowhere did I really see him as a first-round guy. It's hard to, judge and critique and scout offensive tackles, but it was pretty clear this guy wasn't a number 1 or a first overall or first-round guy. But at the end of the day, sometimes some teams, they value positional need over best player available, and there's no way that the Dallas Cowboys and the Jones brothers had Smith as their best player on the board. I think it was just the best player at a position of need for the Cowboys, and sometimes you can get in trouble doing that. We've seen many teams in the past do so. Let's hope, as Giants and Eagles fans, that happens for the Cowboys.
Yeah, our Cowboys channel, our largest channel at Chat Sports. So if you're a Cowboys fan watching right now and you want free daily videos covering the latest Cowboys news and rumors and really good draft coverage from our draft expert, Tom Downey, who also does a great job on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, that link to subscribe is down below. It's youtube.com/CowboysTV. A few more picks to get to. Baltimore, Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum, that's an awesome haul for them, especially the value at Linderbaum at 25 and Hamilton at 14th overall. Jermaine Johnson to the Jets at 26. Love him as an edge rusher. Jets really impressed me on night one. Devin Lloyd to Jacksonville. Sorry, I don't want to be complimentary of all these guys, but I think Lloyd is going to be able to play. That fulfilled a need for the Jags. He's really a 3-down linebacker who's good against the run, against the pass. Miles Jack replacement, and then Devontae Wyatt to the Packers at number 28 as they prioritize defense with both of their picks. But for the Ravens and what they did, I think Hamilton, Linderbaum, those are franchise building blocks
pillars
that you can have for the next decade.
Yeah, and the Ravens, they do it again. How many times do we walk away from draft night, whether it's Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, and we say, the Baltimore Ravens won the draft? Right now, you get Kyle Hamilton at 14, who was the number 1 player on Chat Sports' big board. Tyler Linderbaum, I think he was the 8th best player on Chat Sports' big board, and you get him at 14 and 25. These guys were mocked as top 5 picks at one point through the draft process, and once again, the purple and gold, the Baltimore Ravens get another steal in the NFL draft. They continue to just add on to the talent pool they have down there. Harbaugh's got to be happy about this return in the first round.
Ravens flock, stand up. Hopefully you can convince Lamar Jackson. All will be good at the end of the day. So right now, our draft expert, as we've been talking about, Tom Downey, is working on draft grades. That video will be available momentarily right here on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. But for now, we want to hear from you before that video is published. So, 1, shout out your favorite team. 2, grade their draft so far and let us know in the comment section. We round out the final 4 selections in round 1 with Cole Strange going to New England, a 6-year collegiate player who had awesome athletic testing numbers. Somewhat of a shocker, but the Patriots did drop back in round 1. They end up fulfilling a need on that offensive line with Strange, who can play center and guard. George Karlaftis, another defensive player, going to KC on top of Trent McDuffie, round 1, 30th overall. My comp for him, it's Ryan Kerrigan. Daxton Hill to Cincinnati at 31st overall. And for the Chiefs, McDuffie, Karlaftis, those are 2 good players who I think are plug and play right away, and you get them on your rookie salaries on a team that is paying a lot of money to some other players, even without Tyreek Hill. That's what you need to do. Replenish some of that talent while you're in the Super Bowl window.
Yeah, you get 2 players that were mocked pretty early in the draft, and you get them at positions of need, so you get 2 cost-controlled players at corner and edge rusher. And right now, the market for corner and edge rusher is booming. You have to pay top dollar to get elite players at those spots. And the Chiefs, they're hoping that Steve Spagnuolo can make Trent McDuffie a big-time player. He showed that at Washington. George Karlaftis and a Spagnuolo defense, he's going to get a lot of free blitzes, and he's also great against the run. He's a true 3-down edge rusher. He can put his hand in the dirt. He can rush a little bit from a stand-up spot. I like his motor. He's a really high-energy guy, and he doesn't lack the athleticism that some people say he does. He's got real strong hands. He can shuck off blocks and make plays in the backfield. Spagnuolo, he's going to have that defense clicking on all cylinders this year.
2 picks to get to that we didn't really get to talk about. Daxton Hill, the safety out of Michigan, who can also play a little bit of corner. I think the value there of 31 is great for Cincinnati. You addressed offensive line throughout free agency, which was the number one need to protect Joe Burrow moving forward because that offensive line was just putrid. And then you stack up on defense, which I think is going to be the theme for Cincinnati throughout the draft. And then to round out round one, it's Lewis Cine, the safety out of Georgia, 2 safeties back-to-back to round out round one.
I love Lewis Cine. He reminds me of Adrian Amos, 6'2", 6'3" safety, sideline to sideline guy, but he's also looking to come downhill and lay the hat and deliver the blow. Good player, strong tackler, can really do it all from the safety spot. I thought he would be a day 2 guy, but creeps up. Round 1, pick 32. The Vikings, they get him on a 5-year deal. That's a good pick for the Minnesota Vikings.
So those are all 32 picks of round 1 of the 2022 NFL Draft. A lot of really good players available. According to Tom Downey, these are the best ones. Nakobe Dean, who I think is going to be a good impact player at the linebacker spot for the next decade, he's available. Breece Hall is my number 1 running back in this class. I think he's better than Kenneth Walker. Roger McCreary, cornerback out of Auburn. Andrew Booth, cornerback out of Clemson. And then you take a look at some other players. Sky Moore, wide receiver out of Western Michigan. Man, he can really fly and has awesome footwork. Some shades of Stephon Diggs, in my opinion. Jalen Petrie, safety out of Baylor. Kenneth Walker, running back out of Michigan State. Arnold Ebiketie out of Penn State. They are just developing a lot of really good pro players, is Penn State. Arnold is going to be another one of them. And then you take a look at these 5 guys. Kyler Gordon, cornerback out of Washington. He was overshadowed a little bit by Trent McDuffie. Chad Muma out of Wyoming is a tackling machine. George Pickens, I really like him. Some red flags late in the draft process about his maturity and off-field character. He kind of reminds me of a skinnier Alshon Jeffrey. Good value there no matter where he goes in the second round, in my opinion. Could have been a round 1 talent. Then Travis Jones, the defensive tackle out of UConn, also available. So those are Tom Downey's best available prospects going into day 2. We want to hear from you before we hop on out of here for this segment. Your best player available in the NFL Draft going into day 2, rounds 2 and 3, live coverage here on Chat Sports coming your way, and we'll see where some of these players go where, but first, get those names into the comment section right now. Okay, we'll do some shout-outs here. George Pickens to the Chiefs from Dale Webb.
I love George Pickens.
That'd be awesome.
He reminds me kind of Brandon Marshall.
Brandon Marshall? Okay, I like that. I went Alshon Jeffrey, but a little bit skinnier. Ben Roethlisberger. Y'all, did Malik Willis get drafted yet? No, and he also just tweeted, "What happened to Malik?" with crying emojis. So he has good character, and he's said to be an awesome guy.
He tweeted
good
that?
personality, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
Yeah. Malik Willis, Seahawks from Boss. I mean, they could. Like, a team could get Malik Willis in the second round.
My 4 guys I'm
extremely rare.
looking at, Malik Willis, 5 guys. Malik Willis, Nakobe Dean, Breece Hall, Jalen Petrie, and George Pickens.
Yeah.
Those are the 5 guys that I'm going after. Pickens, he has potential to be a real deal wide receiver 1. Jalen Petrie, he reminds me of the Honey Badger, a do-it-all safety, had like 18 tackles for loss last year. Breece Hall, arguably the best back. Nakobe Dean was the best linebacker at one point. And then Malik Willis, who knows what he can be with the extremely high ceiling he has.
For those of you watching right now, if you haven't subscribed, you ain't alive. We're bringing you the best NFL draft coverage and year-round NFL coverage here at Chat Sports. And we have a whole host of characters who are going to be on camera throughout all 3 days of the draft. But one thing will remain consistent, even if it's not the on-air talent. The best NFL coverage all throughout the weekend and the most watched NFL draft coverage right here on YouTube as well as on Rumble. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Red subscribe button down below. That's the easiest way, or plug in that link, youtube.com/chatsportstv.
That's right. I want to give 2 shout-outs.
Okay.
They've been in the comments section. Kendall, I want to give a shout-out to 469 Potter and the Green Girls. Let's ride. Fred Green, I saw he was getting some love in the comments section. Let's ride.
We going through the draft list once more? Okay, sending this on loop for those of you just tuning in. Keep it locked here on Chat Sports. We're going to run through every single pick made in round 1, and make sure you come back tomorrow for round 2. We break down the order of the 2022 NFL Draft. Pick number 1, edge rusher out of Georgia, Trayvon Walker. Pick number 2 to the Detroit Lions, Aiden Hutchinson, edge rusher out of Michigan. I would have gone Hutchinson number 1 over Walker. At number 3 overall to the Houston Texans, Derek Stingley Jr., the cornerback out of LSU, who was great his freshman year, not so great the last 2 years. Then another cornerback, Ahmad Sauce Gardner, going to the Jets at number 4. We continue to move forward with all these selections as we run through them live here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Round 1 of the draft officially in the books. Kayvon Thibodeau, edge rusher out of Oregon, going to the Giants at number 5.
Boom.
Ike Ekwonu, offensive tackle out of NC State, going to the Panthers at number 6. Do they then trade for Baker Mayfield or Jimmy Garoppolo? We will see. Evan Neal, offensive tackle out of Alabama, who was my number 1 tackle in this class, going to the Giants at number 7. Then Drake London, wide receiver out of USC, going to the Falcons at number 8. A lot of size now with him. Kind of reminds me of a skinnier Mike Evans and Kyle Pitts. But Marshall, as the host of New York Giants now, have to love what Joe Schoen was able to do in his first draft and in his first round as the general manager of the New York Football Giants.
Might be premature. Start building the statue for Joe Schoen. This is a home run draft for him and the New York Football Giants and the new brass there in East Rutherford. Kayvon Thibodeau, you arguably get the best edge rusher in this draft. Before really the NFL draft cycle got started, Kayvon Thibodeau was mocked as the consensus number 1 overall pick in the 2022 NFL draft. And you know who was second in those mocks? Evan Neal. So for the Giants to get arguably 2 of the best players in this draft at picks 5 and 7, and 2 players at a critical need, you needed a right tackle. And now that you have Andrew Thomas and Evan Neal as your bookend tackles for the next 10 years, and then on your front 7, Leonard Williams, Azeez Ojulari, and Kayvon Thibodeau, those are 3 beasts on your front 7. I'm pumped up about it, but I want you to get in the chat and answer this question for me. Who was the best pick of the 2022 NFL draft so far? Honestly, I'm probably biased, but I think Evan Neal is definitely in the conversation at pick number 7. What do you think, Chase?
I think the value there is excellent. I think he can be a future stud tackle for the next decade, and we know that Daniel Jones hasn't been able to reach his expectations because that offensive line has been absolutely garbage. We move forward through picks 9 through 12. Charles Cross, offensive tackle out of Mississippi State, going to the Seattle Seahawks. That offensive line has been atrocious as well, so that certainly fulfilled a need. Then there was a run on wide receivers here, which impacted what happened later in the draft with some trades made and some teams moving back. Garrett Wilson, number 1 receiver in this class, going to the Jets at number 10. His teammate from Ohio State, Chris Olave, going to the Saints at number 11. Then Jameson Williams, number 12 overall, to the Detroit Lions. I love what the Lions have done. Williams might not be able to play for the first month coming off that torn ACL in the national championship game, but Aiden Hutchinson, Jameson Williams, that right there, I love it. What the Lions did last year, building that team, able to really establish a culture under Dan Campbell, then adding Hutchinson and Jameson Williams, those are 2 premier players who could be excellent in the long haul. Now you have to find your quarterback.
If Jameson Williams didn't tear his ACL in the national championship, he was going to be a top 5 pick. If healthy, he would have been the number 1 wide receiver on my board. I kind of think of him as like a Deshaun Jackson, but on steroids. He can do a little bit more than Jackson. Jackson's probably going to be a Pro Football Hall of Famer. But this is someone that's going to stretch the field for you. If you don't have a safety over the top of him, he's going to run right by you. And then you get Aiden Hutchinson at pick number 2, the consensus number 1 pick just 2 weeks ago. Dan Campbell, he can't find enough kneecaps to bite off right now. He's excited.
Classic.
Hutchinson, Williams, I give it an A+ draft so far for the Detroit Lions.
And when you talk to NFL draft evaluators, they had said this could be one of the wildest drafts in the history of the NFL. Honestly, with all the movement that could have happened. It also wasn't a top-heavy draft. So the point here being, this is where the draft, to me, Marsh, got really interesting.
It did.
Eagles trade up for Jordan Davis at number 13. They had to jump the Baltimore Ravens, who no doubt I think were going to select him. 6'6", 4'7" speed at 340 pounds with Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave. Is he a 2-down player, a 3-down player? We'll see, but the upside is enormous. Now, with Baltimore, they miss out on Jordan Davis, but they now have a secondary of Kyle Hamilton, Marcus Williams, Marcus Peters, as well as Marlon Humphrey. Woo. That defense is going to be a problem in today's pass-happy NFL. Then Kenyon Green going to the Texans at 15th. Jahan Dotson, probably the best hands in this deep receiver class, going to the Washington Commanders there at number 16. What pick kind of stands out to you? I think Hamilton sliding all the way to 14. He was Tom Downey's number one player in this draft. I really, really like him.
I like Kyle Hamilton, a do-it-all safety, can play in the box, can get on the line of scrimmage, can drop as the single high guy. But of these 4 picks, it's Jahan Dotson. And it's not because I don't think he's a great football player, because I do think he is, but I did not see him going as early as 16 to the Washington Commanders here. But hey, who knows? I think he's going to be a good football player. And sometimes when you identify good football players, just go out and get them. Who cares what the round and the pick is? Because at the end of the day, 3 years from now, if he's a good football player, you're not going to say, we took him about 6 picks too early.
Right.
Who cares? If he's an all-pro player, go out and get your guy. And I think Jahan Dotson has legitimate skills to be an elite receiver in the NFL.
He could be elite. We at Chat Sports are already elite, and we're going to be live for day 2 of the NFL Draft and day 3. That was pretty good.
That was good.
Will you join us for day 2 live? Let us know in the comments section. Type a Y for yes or an N for no, because we will be live once again for rounds 2 and 3, then on Saturday for rounds 4 through 7, breaking down every single selection. And I got to tell you, there are some really intriguing players still on the board who are going to be selected at very valuable spots in rounds 2 and 3. Make sure you join us by either hitting that red subscribe button down below, plug in that link, youtube.com/chatsportstv. Turn on those notifications too. Therefore, when we go live and push out a video, which is every single day of the year, you will be notified. Pick 17 through 20. Zion Johnson, offensive guard out of Boston College, as the Chargers continue to bulk up that offensive line. They did it last year with Rashawn Slater, who was awesome. They did it once again with Zion Johnson. Corey Linsley, also a part of that offensive front. Traylon Burks to Tennessee at 18. That happened. Why? Because a blockbuster trade happened that sent ripple effects through the entire NFL. Philadelphia Eagles receiving A.J. Brown. Then they signed him to a 4-year extension worth $100 million, $25 million in average annual value. The Titans get back 18th overall. They use it on Traylon Burks, who I think could be the next Deebo Samuel, and a 3rd-round pick at 101 overall. Now, I talk about that 4-year extension. It's also $57 million in guaranteed money for A.J. Brown. Makes him the 3rd highest paid wide receiver in the NFL, or 4th highest, I think. Yeah, 4th highest behind Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, and DeAndre Hopkins. A.J. Brown enters that equation ahead of Stephon Diggs. Just a monster move for the Philadelphia Eagles on draft night. So those 17 through 20 selections also continue to be fascinating because the Saints go Trevor Penning, who had a lot of holding concerns out of Northern Iowa. And then Kenny Pickett, the first quarterback taken all the way at 20. The Pittsburgh kid, he stays home, Marsh.
Dream scenario for Kenny Pickett, right? You get to stay home, and you get to go to one of the most storied franchises in the NFL, coming off a tenure where Ben Roethlisberger was the quarterback since 2004. Kenny Pickett was QB2 on my board, slightly behind Malik Willis, but I think Pickett is the most pro-ready out of any quarterback in this draft class. Last year's stats were just nutty. 42 tutties through the air, 7 interceptions, almost 4,400 yards through the air, 67% completion percentage. I like Kenny Pickett. I like the touch and how soft he throws the football. He reminds me of a Joe Burrow light, and an emphasis on the light, because he's not Joe Burrow, but they play a similar style. They have the feet to get out of the pocket. We all remember the fake slide Kenny Pickett hit. I wish he would have got blown up on that. But at the end of the day, you potentially get your replacement for Big Ben for the next 10 to 20 years. Kenny Pickett, number 20, you don't have to trade up, and you get your guy. That's a win for Mike Tomlin in the black and gold. Or black and yellow, whatever you call it.
It's black and yellow because Wiz Khalifa said so. And also, Kenny Pickett blew up, kind of like Joe Burrow did. His final year at Pitt, final year at LSU. Picks 21 through 24. We'll get to that Cowboys selection, and maybe we'll run through the other picks so that we can spend some time on it, or not. We can just make fun of the Dallas Cowboys for taking Tyler Smith, round 1, offensive tackle out of Tulsa. Tom Downey, 70th player on his big board, goes 24th to his squad. Trent McDuffie for KC. One of the best corners in this draft as KC prioritizes defense. Quay Walker to Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers does not get a wide receiver in round 1. Kaiir Elam to Buffalo. As some of these AFC contenders really loading up on the defensive side of the ball with some elite playmakers on the outside. And then Tyler Smith, round 1, 24th overall. Also, throughout this stretch, there was a big trade because the Ravens received a first-round pick, 23rd overall. The Cardinals now, with Kyler Murray reuniting with Marquise Hollywood Brown, also getting a third-round pick, and then another trade. Bills received 23rd overall. Ravens got first-round pick, 25th overall, and a fourth-round pick. That's how Buffalo was able to make that 23rd pick. But your overall takeaways from Hollywood Brown going to the desert to team back up with Kyler Murray.
If you're Kyler Murray, you're happy. And if you're Lamar Jackson, you're pissed, and he tweeted WTF right after it happened. Jackson and Hollywood Brown, they were clearly friends. How many times in the offseason did we see Hollywood Brown, Antonio Brown, and Lamar Jackson throwing the football?
Seriously.
They worked out together. And right now, the Ravens, they've got to be a little bit, in murky waters because Lamar Jackson is looking for a contract extension. He wants to get a new deal. And if you're going to be trading my best friend, that's a check in the box if you're Lamar Jackson for sure.
As for Tyler Smith, this was really the overwhelming shocker on night 1. Look, it was a reach, and I don't think there's another way to put it. He committed 16 penalties in 2021 in the American Athletic Conference, including 12 holding calls. I understand why the Cowboys went offensive line because they let go of Lyle Collins, and some of the other offensive linemen are getting a little bit older.
Connor Williams.
But this was a reach right here. This is no doubt a reach, right?
100%. I saw him as an early day 2 guy. Dane Brugler had him at his 50th overall prospect. Tom Downey had him as his 70th overall prospect. Nowhere did I really see him as a first-round guy. It's hard to, judge and critique and scout offensive tackles, but it was pretty clear this guy wasn't a number 1 or a first overall or first-round guy. But at the end of the day, sometimes some teams, they value positional need over best player available, and there's no way that the Dallas Cowboys and the Jones brothers had Smith as their best player on the board. I think it was just the best player at a position of need for the Cowboys, and sometimes you can get in trouble doing that. We've seen many teams in the past do so. Let's hope, as Giants and Eagles fans, that happens for the Cowboys.
Yeah, our Cowboys channel, our largest channel at Chat Sports. So if you're a Cowboys fan watching right now and you want free daily videos covering the latest Cowboys news and rumors and really good draft coverage from our draft expert, Tom Downey, who also does a great job on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, that link to subscribe is down below. It's youtube.com/Cowboys TV. A few more picks to get to. Baltimore, Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum. That's an awesome haul for them, especially the value at Linderbaum at 25 and Hamilton at 14th overall. Jermaine Johnson to the Jets at 26. Love him as an edge rusher. Jets really impressed me on night 1. Devin Lloyd to Jacksonville. Sorry, I don't want to be complimentary of all these guys, but I think Lloyd is going to be able to play. That fulfilled a need for the Jags. He's really a 3-down linebacker who's good against the run, against the pass. Miles Jack replacement, and then Devontae Wyatt to the Packers at number 28 as they prioritize defense with both of their picks. But for the Ravens and what they did, I think Hamilton, Linderbaum, those are franchise building blocks
pillars
that you can have for the next decade.
Yeah, and the Ravens, they do it again. How many times do we walk away from draft night, whether it's Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, and we say, the Baltimore Ravens won the draft? Right now, you get Kyle Hamilton at 14, who was the number 1 player on Chat Sports' big board. Tyler Linderbaum, I think he was the 8th best player on Chat Sports' big board, and you get him at 14 and 25. These guys were mocked as top 5 picks at one point through the draft process, and once again, the purple and gold, the Baltimore Ravens get another steal in the NFL draft. They continue to just add on to the talent pool they have down there. Harbaugh's got to be happy about this return in the first round.
Ravens flock, stand up. Hopefully you can convince Lamar Jackson. All will be good at the end of the day. So right now, our draft expert, as we've been talking about, Tom Downey, is working on draft grades. That video will be available momentarily right here on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. But for now, we want to hear from you before that video is published. So, 1, shout out your favorite team. 2, grade their draft so far and let us know in the comment section. We round out the final 4 selections in round 1 with Cole Strange going to New England, a 6-year collegiate player who had awesome athletic testing numbers. Somewhat of a shocker, but the Patriots did drop back in round 1. They end up fulfilling a need on that offensive line with Strange, who can play center and guard. George Karlaftis, another defensive player, going to KC on top of Trent McDuffie, round 1, 30th overall. My comp for him, it's Ryan Kerrigan. Daxton Hill to Cincinnati at 31st overall. And for the Chiefs, McDuffie, Karlaftis, those are 2 good players who I think are plug and play right away, and you get them on your rookie salaries on a team that is paying a lot of money to some other players, even without Tyreek Hill. That's what you need to do. Replenish some of that talent while you're in the Super Bowl window.
Yeah, you get 2 players that were mocked pretty early in the draft, and you get them at positions of need, so you get 2 cost-controlled players at corner and edge rusher. And right now, the market for corner and edge rusher is booming. You have to pay top dollar to get elite players at those spots. And the Chiefs, they're hoping that Steve Spagnuolo can make Trent McDuffie a big-time player. He showed that at Washington. George Karlaftis and a Spagnuolo defense, he's going to get a lot of free blitzes, and he's also great against the run. He's a true 3-down edge rusher. He can put his hand in the dirt. He can rush a little bit from a stand-up spot. I like his motor. He's a really high-energy guy, and he doesn't lack the athleticism that some people say he does. He's got real strong hands. He can shuck off blocks and make plays in the backfield. Spagnuolo, he's going to have that defense clicking on all cylinders this year.
2 picks to get to that we didn't really get to talk about. Daxton Hill, the safety out of Michigan, who can also play a little bit of corner. I think the value there of 31 is great for Cincinnati. You addressed offensive line throughout free agency, which was the number 1 need to protect Joe Burrow moving forward because that offensive line was just putrid. And then you stack up on defense, which I think is going to be the theme for Cincinnati throughout the draft. And then to round out round 1, it's Lewis Cine, the safety out of Georgia. 2 safeties back-to-back to round out round 1.
I love Lewis Cine. He reminds me of Adrian Amos, 6'2", 6'3" safety, sideline to sideline guy. But he's also looking to come downhill and lay the hat and deliver the blow. Good player, strong tackler, can really do it all from the safety spot. I thought he would be a day 2 guy, but creeps up. Round 1, pick 32. The Vikings, they get him on a 5-year deal. That's a good pick for the Minnesota Vikings.
So those are all 32 picks of round 1 of the 2022 NFL Draft. A lot of really good players available. According to Tom Downey, these are the best ones. Nakobe Dean, who I think is going to be a good impact player at the linebacker spot for the next decade, he's available. Breece Hall is my number 1 running back in this class. I think he's better than Kenneth Walker. Roger McCreary, cornerback out of Auburn. Andrew Booth, cornerback out of Clemson. And then you take a look at some other players. Sky Moore, wide receiver out of Western Michigan. Man, he can really fly and has awesome footwork. Some shades of Stephon Diggs, in my opinion. Jalen Petrie, safety out of Baylor. Kenneth Walker, running back out of Michigan State. Arnold Ebiketie out of Penn State. They are just developing a lot of really good pro players, is Penn State. Arnold is going to be another one of them. And then you take a look at these 5 guys. Kyler Gordon, cornerback out of Washington. He was overshadowed a little bit by Trent McDuffie. Chad Muma out of Wyoming is a tackling machine. George Pickens, I really like him. Some red flags late in the draft process about his maturity and off-field character. He kind of reminds me of a skinnier Alshon Jeffrey. Good value there no matter where he goes in the second round, in my opinion. Could have been a round 1 talent. Then Travis Jones, the defensive tackle out of UConn, also available. So those are Tom Downey's best available prospects going into day 2. We want to hear from you before we hop on out of here for this segment. Your best player available in the NFL Draft going into day 2, rounds 2 and 3, live coverage here on Chat Sports coming your way, and we'll see where some of these players go where, but first, get those names into the comment section right now. Okay, we'll do some shout-outs here. George Pickens to the Chiefs from Dale Webb.
I love George
Man, that'd be
Pickens.
awesome.
He reminds me kind of Brandon Marshall.
Brandon Marshall? Okay, I like that. I went Alshon Jeffrey, but a little bit skinnier. Ben Roethlisberger. Y'all, did Malik Willis get drafted yet? No, and he also just tweeted, "What happened to Malik?" with crying emojis. So he has good character, and he's said to be an awesome guy.
He tweeted
good
that?
personality, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
Yeah. Malik Willis, Seahawks from Boss. I mean, they could. Like, a team could get Malik Willis in the second round.
My 4 guys I'm
extremely rare.
looking at, Malik Willis, 5 guys. Malik Willis, Nakobe Dean, Breece Hall, Jalen Petrie, and George Pickens.
Yeah.
Those are the 5 guys that I'm going after. Pickens, he has potential to be a real deal wide receiver 1. Jalen Petrie, he reminds me of the Honey Badger, a do-it-all safety, had like 18 tackles for loss last year. Breece Hall, arguably the best back. Nakobe Dean was the best linebacker at one point. And then Malik Willis, who knows what he can be with the extremely high ceiling he has.
For those of you watching right now, if you haven't subscribed, you ain't alive. We're bringing you the best NFL draft coverage and year-round NFL coverage here at Chat Sports. And we have a whole host of characters who are going to be on camera throughout all 3 days of the draft. But one thing will remain consistent, even if it's not the on-air talent. The best NFL coverage all throughout the weekend and the most watched NFL draft coverage right here on YouTube as well as on Rumble. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Red subscribe button down below. That's the easiest way, or plug in that link, youtube.com/chatsportstv.
That's right. I want to give 2 shout-outs.
Okay.
They've been in the comments section. Kendall, I want to give a shout-out to 469 Potter and the Green Girls. Let's ride. Fred Green, I saw he was getting some love in the comments section. Let's ride.
We going through the draft list once more? Okay, sending this on loop for those of you just tuning in. Keep it locked here on Chat Sports. We're going to run through every single pick made in round 1, and make sure you come back tomorrow for round 2. We break down the order of the 2022 NFL Draft. Pick number 1, edge rusher out of Georgia, Trayvon Walker. Pick number 2 to the Detroit Lions, Aiden Hutchinson, edge rusher out of Michigan. I would have gone Hutchinson number 1 over Walker. At number 3 overall to the Houston Texans, Derek Stingley Jr., the cornerback out of LSU, who was great his freshman year, not so great the last 2 years. Then another cornerback, Ahmad Sauce Gardner, going to the Jets at number 4. We continue to move forward with all these selections as we run through them live here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Round 1 of the draft officially in the books. Kayvon Thibodeau, edge rusher out of Oregon, going to the Giants at number 5.
Boom.
Ike Ekwonu, offensive tackle out of NC State, going to the Panthers at number 6. Do they then trade for Baker Mayfield or Jimmy Garoppolo? We will see. Evan Neal, offensive tackle out of Alabama, who was my number 1 tackle in this class, going to the Giants at number 7. Then Drake London, wide receiver out of USC, going to the Falcons at number 8. A lot of size now with him. Kind of reminds me of a skinnier Mike Evans and Kyle Pitts. But Marshall, as the host of New York Giants now, have to love what Joe Shane was able to do in his first draft and in his first round as the general manager of the New York Football Giants.
Might be premature. Start building the statue for Joe Shane. This is a home run draft for him and the New York Football Giants and the new brass there in East Rutherford. Kayvon Thibodeau, you arguably get the best edge rusher in this draft. Before really the NFL draft cycle got started, Kayvon Thibodeau was mocked as the consensus number 1 overall pick in the 2022 NFL draft. And you know who was second in those mocks? Evan Neal. So for the Giants to get arguably 2 of the best players in this draft at picks 5 and 7, and 2 players at a critical need, you needed a right tackle. And now that you have Andrew Thomas and Evan Neal as your bookend tackles for the next 10 years, and then on your front 7, Leonard Williams, Azeez Ojulari, and Kayvon Thibodeau, those are 3 beasts on your front 7. I'm pumped up about it, but I want you to get in the chat and answer this question for me. Who was the best pick of the 2022 NFL draft so far? Honestly, I'm probably biased, but I think Evan Neal is definitely in the conversation at pick number 7. What do you think, Chase?
I think the value there is excellent. I think he can be a future stud tackle for the next decade, and we know that Daniel Jones hasn't been able to reach his expectations because that offensive line has been absolutely garbage. We move forward through picks 9 through 12. Charles Cross, offensive tackle out of Mississippi State, going to the Seattle Seahawks. That offensive line has been atrocious as well, so that certainly fulfilled a need. Then there was a run on wide receivers here which impacted what happened later in the draft with some trades made and some teams moving back. Garrett Wilson, number 1 receiver in this class, going to the Jets at number 10. His teammate from Ohio State, Chris Olave, going to the Saints at number 11. Then Jameson Williams, number 12 overall, to the Detroit Lions. I love what the Lions have done. Williams might not be able to play for the first month coming off that torn ACL in the national championship game, but Aiden Hutchinson, Jameson Williams, that right there, I love it. What the Lions did last year, building that team, able to really establish a culture under Dan Campbell, then adding Hutchinson and Jameson Williams, those are 2 premier players who could be excellent in the long haul. Now you have to find your quarterback.
If Jameson Williams didn't tear his ACL in the national championship, he was going to be a top 5 pick. If healthy, he would have been the number 1 wide receiver on my board. I kind of think of him as like a Deshaun Jackson, but on steroids. He can do a little bit more than Jackson. Jackson's probably going to be a Pro Football Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
But this is someone that's going to stretch the field for you. If you don't have a safety over the top of him, he's going to run right by you. And then you get Aiden Hutchinson at pick number 2, the consensus number 1 pick just 2 weeks ago. Dan Campbell, he can't find enough kneecaps to bite off right now. He's excited.
Classic.
Hutchinson, Williams, I give it an A+ draft so far for the Detroit Lions.
And when you talk to NFL draft evaluators, they had said this could be one of the wildest drafts in the history of the NFL. Honestly, with all the movement that could have happened. It also wasn't a top-heavy draft. So the point here being, this is where the draft, to me, Marsh, got really interesting.
It did.
Eagles trade up for Jordan Davis at number 13. They had to jump the Baltimore Ravens, who no doubt I think were going to select him. 6'6", 4'7" speed at 340 pounds with Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave. Is he a 2-down player, a 3-down player? We'll see, but the upside is enormous. Now, with Baltimore, they miss out on Jordan Davis, but they now have a secondary of Kyle Hamilton, Marcus Williams, Marcus Peters, as well as Marlon Humphrey. That defense is going to be a problem in today's pass-happy NFL. Then Kenyon Green going to the Texans at 15th. Jahan Dotson, probably the best hands in this deep receiver class, going to the Washington Commanders there at number 16. What pick kind of stands out to you? I think Hamilton sliding all the way to 14. He was Tom Downey's number 1 player in this draft.
He was.
I really, really like him.
I like Kyle Hamilton to do it all safety, can play in the box, can get on the line of scrimmage, can drop as the single high guy. But of these 4 picks, it's Jahan Dotson. And it's not because I don't think he's a great football player, because I do think he is, but I did not see him going as early as 16 to the Washington Commanders here. But hey, who knows? I think he's going to be a good football player. And sometimes when you identify good football players, just go out and get them. Who cares what the round and the pick is? Because at the end of the day, 3 years from now, if he's a good football player, you're not going to say, we took him about 6 picks too early.
Right.
Who cares? If he's an all-pro player, go out and get your guy. And I think Jahan Dotson has legitimate skills to be an elite receiver in the NFL.
He could be elite. We at Chat Sports are already elite, and we're going to be live for day 2 of the NFL Draft and day 3. That was pretty good.
That was good.
Will you join us for day 2 live? Let us know in the comments section. Type a Y for yes or an N for no, because we will be live once again for rounds 2 and 3, then on Saturday for rounds 4 through 7, breaking down every single selection. And I got to tell you, there are some really intriguing players still on the board who are going to be selected at very valuable spots in rounds 2 and 3. Make sure you join us by either hitting that red subscribe button down below, plug in that link, youtube.com/chatsportstv. Turn on those notifications too. Therefore, when we go live and push out a video, which is every single day of the year, you will be notified. Pick 17 through 20. Zion Johnson, offensive guard out of Boston College, as the Chargers continue to bulk up that offensive line. They did it last year with Rashawn Slater, who was awesome. They did it once again with Zion Johnson. Corey Linsley, also a part of that offensive front. Treylon Burks to Tennessee at 18. That happened. Why? Because a blockbuster trade happened that sent ripple effects through the entire NFL. Philadelphia Eagles receiving A.J. Brown. Then they signed him to a 4-year extension worth $100 million, $25 million in average annual value. The Titans get back 18th overall. They use it on Treylon Burks, who I think could be the next Deebo Samuel, and a 3rd-round pick at 101 overall. Now, I talk about that 4-year extension. It's also $57 million in guaranteed money for A.J. Brown. Makes him the 3rd highest paid wide receiver in the NFL, or 4th highest, I think. Yeah, 4th highest behind Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, and DeAndre Hopkins A.J. Brown enters that equation ahead of Stephon Diggs. Just a monster move for the Philadelphia Eagles on draft night. So those 17 through 20 selections also continue to be fascinating because the Saints go Trevor Penning, who had a lot of holding concerns out of Northern Iowa, and then Kenny Pickett, the first quarterback taken all the way at 20. The Pittsburgh kid, he stays home, Marsh.
Dream scenario for Kenny Pickett, right? You get to stay home, and you get to go to one of the most storied franchises in the NFL, coming off a tenure where Ben Roethlisberger was the quarterback since 2004. Kenny Pickett was QB2 on my board, slightly behind Malik Willis, but I think Pickett is the most pro-ready out of any quarterback in this draft class. Last year's stats were just nutty.
Yeah.
42 tutties through the air, 7 interceptions, almost 4,400 yards through the air, 67% completion percentage. I like Kenny Pickett. I like the touch and how soft he throws the football. He reminds me of a Joe Burrow light, and an emphasis on the light because he's not Joe Burrow, but they play a similar style.
Okay.
They have the feet to get out of the pocket. Oh, we all remember the fake slide Kenny Pickett hit. I wish he would have got blown up on that. But at the end of the day, you potentially get your replacement for Big Ben for the next 10 to 20 years. Kenny Pickett, number 20, you don't have to trade up, and you get your guy. That's a win for Mike Tomlin in the black and gold. Or black and yellow, whatever you call it.
It's black and yellow because Wiz Khalifa said so. And also, Kenny Pickett blew up, kind of like Joe Burrow did. His final year at Pitt, final year at LSU. Picks 21 through 24. We'll get to that Cowboys selection, and maybe we'll run through the other picks so that we can spend some time on it, or not. We can just make fun of the Dallas Cowboys for taking Tyler Smith, round 1, offensive tackle out of Tulsa. Tom Downey, 70th player on his big board, goes 24th to his squad. Trent McDuffie for KC. One of the best corners in this draft as KC prioritizes defense. Quay Walker to Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers does not get a wide receiver in round 1. Kaiir Elam to Buffalo, as some of these AFC contenders really loading up on the defensive side of the ball with some elite playmakers on the outside. And then Tyler Smith, round 1, 24th overall. Also, throughout this stretch, there was a big trade because the Ravens received a first-round pick, 23rd overall. The Cardinals, now with Kyler Murray reuniting with Marquise Hollywood Brown, also getting a third-round pick, and then another trade. Bills received 23rd overall. Ravens got first-round pick, 25th overall, and a fourth-round pick. That's how Buffalo was able to make that 23rd pick. But your overall takeaways from Hollywood Brown going to the desert to team back up with Kyler Murray.
If you're Kyler Murray, you're happy. And if you're Lamar Jackson, you're pissed, and he tweeted WTF right after it happened. Jackson and Hollywood Brown, they were clearly friends. How many times in the offseason did we see Hollywood Brown, Antonio Brown, and Lamar Jackson throwing the football?
Seriously.
They worked out together. And right now, the Ravens, they've got to be a little bit, in murky waters because Lamar Jackson is looking for a contract extension. He wants to get a new deal. And if you're going to be trading my best friend, that's a check in the box if you're Lamar Jackson for sure.
As for Tyler Smith, this was really the overwhelming shocker on night 1. Look, it was a reach, and I don't think there's another way to put it. He committed 16 penalties in 2021 in the American Athletic Conference, including 12 holding calls. I understand why the Cowboys went offensive line because they let go of Lyle Collins, and some of the other offensive linemen are getting a little bit older.
Connor Williams.
But this is a reach right here. This is no doubt a reach, right?
100%. I saw him as an early day 2 guy. Dane Brugler had him at his 50th overall prospect. Tom Downey had him as his 70th overall prospect. Nowhere did I really see him as a first-round guy. It's hard to, judge and critique and scout offensive tackles, but it was pretty clear this guy wasn't a number 1 or a first overall or first-round guy. But at the end of the day, sometimes some teams, they value positional need over best player available. And there's no way that the Dallas Cowboys and the Jones brothers had Smith as their best player on the board. I think it was just the best player at a position of need for the Cowboys. And sometimes you can get in trouble doing that. We've seen many teams in the past do so. Let's hope, as Giants and Eagles fans, that happens for the Cowboys.
Yeah, our Cowboys channel, our largest channel at Chat Sports. So if you're a Cowboys fan watching right now and you want free daily videos covering the latest Cowboys news and rumors and really good draft coverage from our draft expert, Tom Downey, who also does a great job on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, that link to subscribe is down below. It's youtube.com/CowboysTV. A few more picks to get to. Baltimore, Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum. That's an awesome haul for them, especially the value at Linderbaum at 25 and Hamilton at 14th overall. Jermaine Johnson to the Jets at 26. Love him as an edge rusher. Jets really impressed me on night one. Devin Lloyd to Jacksonville. Sorry, I don't want to be complimentary of all these guys, but I think Lloyd is going to be able to play. That fulfilled a need for the Jags. He's really a 3-down linebacker who's good against the run, against the pass. Miles Jack replacement, and then Devontae Wyatt to the Packers at number 28 as they prioritize defense with both of their picks. But for the Ravens and what they did, I think Hamilton, Linderbaum, those are franchise building blocks
pillars
that you can have for the next decade.
Yeah, and the Ravens, they do it again. How many times do we walk away from draft night, whether it's Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, and we say, the Baltimore Ravens won the draft? Right now, you get Kyle Hamilton at 14, who was the number one player on Chat Sports' big board. Tyler Linderbaum, I think he was the 8th best player on Chat Sports' big board, and you get him at 14 and 25. These guys were mocked as top 5 picks at one point through the draft process, and once again, the purple and gold, the Baltimore Ravens get another steal in the NFL draft. They continue to just add on to the talent pool they have down there. Harbaugh's got to be happy about this return in the first round.
Ravens flock, stand up. Hopefully you can convince Lamar Jackson. All will be good at the end of the day. So right now, our draft expert, as we've been talking about, Tom Downey, is working on draft grades. That video will be available momentarily right here on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. But for now, we want to hear from you before that video is published. So, 1, shout out your favorite team. 2, grade their draft so far and let us know in the comment section. We round out the final 4 selections in round 1 with Cole Strange going to New England, a 6-year collegiate player who had awesome athletic testing numbers. Somewhat of a shocker, but the Patriots did drop back in round 1. They end up fulfilling a need on that offensive line with Strange, who can play center and guard. George Karlaftis, another defensive player, going to KC on top of Trent McDuffie, round 1, 30th overall. My comp for him, it's Ryan Kerrigan. Daxton Hill to Cincinnati at 31st overall. And for the Chiefs, McDuffie, Karlaftis, those are 2 good players who I think are plug and play right away, and you get them on your rookie salaries on a team that is paying a lot of money to some other players, even without Tyreek Hill. That's what you need to do. Replenish some of that talent while you're in the Super Bowl window.
Yeah, you get 2 players that were mocked pretty early in the draft, and you get them at positions of need, so you get 2 cost-controlled players at corner and edge rusher. And right now, the market for corner and edge rusher is booming. You have to pay top dollar to get elite players at those spots. And the Chiefs, they're hoping that Steve Spagnuolo can make Trent McDuffie a big-time player. He showed that at Washington. George Karlaftis and a Spagnuolo defense, he's going to get a lot of free blitzes, and he's also great against the run. He's a true 3-down edge rusher. He can put his hand in the dirt. He can rush a little bit from a stand-up spot. I like his motor. He's a really high-energy guy, and he doesn't lack the athleticism that some people say he does. He's got real strong hands. He can shuck off blocks and make plays in the backfield. Spagnuolo, he's going to have that defense clicking on all cylinders this year.
2 picks to get to that we didn't really get to talk about. Daxton Hill, the safety out of Michigan, who can also play a little bit of corner. I think the value there of 31 is great for Cincinnati. You addressed offensive line throughout free agency, which was the number 1 need to protect Joe Burrow moving forward because that offensive line was just putrid. And then you stack up on defense, which I think is going to be the theme for Cincinnati throughout the draft. And then to round out round 1, it's Lewis Cine, the safety out of Georgia. 2 safeties back-to-back to round out round 1.
I love Lewis Cine. He reminds me of Adrian Amos, 6'2", 6'3" safety, sideline to sideline guy. But he's also looking to come downhill and lay the hat and deliver the blow. Good player, strong tackler, can really do it all from the safety spot. I thought he would be a day 2 guy, but creeps up. Round 1, pick 32. The Vikings, they get him on a 5-year deal. That's a good pick for the Minnesota Vikings.
So those are all 32 picks of round 1 of the 2022 NFL Draft. A lot of really good players available. According to Tom Downey, these are the best ones. Nakobe Dean, who I think is going to be a good impact player at the linebacker spot for the next decade, he's available. Breece Hall is my number 1 running back in this class. I think he's better than Kenneth Walker. Roger McCreary, cornerback out of Auburn. Andrew Booth, cornerback out of Clemson. And then you take a look at some other players. Sky Moore, wide receiver out of Western Michigan. Man, he can really fly and has awesome footwork. Some shades of Stephon Diggs, in my opinion. Jalen Petrie, safety out of Baylor. Kenneth Walker, running back out of Michigan State. Arnold Ebiketie out of Penn State. They are just developing a lot of really good pro players, is Penn State. Arnold is going to be another one of them. And then you take a look at these 5 guys. Kyler Gordon, cornerback out of Washington. He was overshadowed a little bit by Trent McDuffie. Chad Muma out of Wyoming is a tackling machine. George Pickens, I really like him. Some red flags late in the draft process about his maturity and off-field character. He kind of reminds me of a skinnier Alshon Jeffrey. Good value there no matter where he goes in the second round, in my opinion. Could have been a round 1 talent. Then Travis Jones, the defensive tackle out of UConn, also available. So those are Tom Downey's best available prospects going into day 2. We want to hear from you before we hop on out of here for this segment. Your best player available in the NFL draft going into day 2, rounds 2 and 3, live coverage here on Chat Sports coming your way, and we'll see where some of these players go where, but first, get those names into the comment section right now. Okay, we'll do some shout-outs here. George Pickens to the Chiefs from Dale Webb.
I love George Pickens.
That'd be awesome.
He reminds me kind of Brandon Marshall.
Brandon Marshall? Okay, I like that. I went Alshon Jeffrey, but a little bit skinnier. Ben Roethlisberger. Y'all, did Malik Willis get drafted yet? No, and he also just tweeted, "What happened to Malik?" with crying emojis. So he has good character, and he's said to be an awesome guy.
He tweeted
good
that?
personality, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
Yeah. Malik Willis, Seahawks from Boss. I mean, they could. Like, a team could get Malik Willis in the second round.
My 4 guys I'm
extremely rare.
looking at, Malik Willis, 5 guys. Malik Willis, Nakobe Dean, Breece Hall, Jalen Petrie, and George Pickens.
Yeah.
Those are the 5 guys that I'm going after. Pickens, he has potential to be a real deal wide receiver 1. Jalen Petrie, he reminds me of the Honey Badger, a do-it-all safety, had like 18 tackles for loss last year. Breece Hall, arguably the best back. Nakobe Dean was the best linebacker at one point. And then Malik Willis, who knows what he can be with the extremely high ceiling he has.
For those of you watching right now, if you haven't subscribed, you ain't alive. We're bringing you the best NFL draft coverage and year-round NFL coverage here at Chat Sports. And we have a whole host of characters who are going to be on camera throughout all 3 days of the draft. But one thing will remain consistent, even if it's not the on-air talent. The best NFL coverage all throughout the weekend and the most watched NFL draft coverage right here on YouTube as well as on Rumble. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Red subscribe button down below. That's the easiest way, or plug in that link, youtube.com/chatsportstv.
That's right. I want to give 2 shout-outs.
Okay.
They've been in the comments section. Kendall, I want to give a shout-out to 469 Potter and the Green Girls. Let's ride. Fred Green, I saw he was getting some love in the comments section. Let's ride.
We going through the draft list once more? Okay, sending this on loop for those of you just tuning in. Keep it locked here on Chat Sports. We're going to run through every single pick made in round 1, and make sure you come back tomorrow for round 2.